Chapter 3943. Walking along the crisscrossing streets, Kai Yang leisurely strolled through one shop after another, appreciating the local customs, which was quite an eye-opener for him. Half a day later, he entered a tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and waited in silence. When the waiter served the tea, Yang Kai stopped him. "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you." The waiter politely said, "Please ask." Yang Kai said, "I'm new here, so I'm not familiar with this place. Is there anyone familiar who can introduce me to this star market?" The waiter said, "Sir, are you looking for a guide?" "Yes. Then you've asked the right person. I have some recommendations, but I don't know if they meet your requirements." "Bring him here so I can take a look," Yang Kai said lightly. "Okay. Please wait a moment," the waiter responded. Yang Kai leaned against the window and looked into the distance, sipping his tea while waiting. Although the jade slip given to him by the lady boss contained all kinds of information about the 19 shops, he was clueless about this star market. Even if he had the jade slip, he didn't know where to look for it, so he came to this tea house to find a guide. Now it seemed that he had made the right choice. No matter where it was, tea houses and restaurants were always places where people from all walks of life gathered, so it was easy to find a guide. With a local guide, it would be easy to find those shops. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. After waiting for a while, the waiter led a person over. Yang Kai looked up and found that the person was a woman in her early 30s. She had a plump figure and was still charming, especially her full breasts, which were spectacular. However, there was a cautious smile on her face, and there was a sense of restraint in her expression. She followed behind the waiter and looked at Yang Kai nervously. Her cultivation was good, and she seemed to be at the peak of the emperor realm, but Yang Kai didn't feel the aura of Tao from her. In other words, this woman hadn't condensed her own Tao seal yet. This was not surprising. At the level of the emperor realm, 90% of the people would not be able to form their own seal and would be stuck there for the rest of their life. The waiter walked over and whispered into his ear, "Sir, this woman is a local and is very familiar with this star market. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with her. If you are not satisfied, this little one will give you another one." Yang Kai looked up. The woman immediately bowed to Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Greetings, master." Her voice was very pleasant and soft. If one didn't look at her face, one would think that she was a young girl in her early 20s. Yang Kai raised his hand and handed over the jade slip the lady boss gave him. "Do you know how to get to these places?" The woman took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes. With our current location as the starting point, plan out the shortest route to these places and carve it into the jade slip for me to take a look." "Yes." The woman lowered her head and busied herself. Soon, she returned with both hands holding the jade slip and respectfully said, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai took the jade slip back and checked it. He found that there was more information inside. The 19 shops were rearranged in order. "Are you a local?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The woman pursed her lips and said, "I was born in this star market and have never left." Yang Kai nodded and said to the waiter, "She'll be the one." Then he flicked 2 heaven-opening pills over to the waiter. The waiter caught them and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. This little one will take his leave now." He turned around and gave the woman a look, indicating that she should do her job well. After the waiter left, Yang Kai looked at the woman and said, "Sit down and talk." The woman hesitated for a moment. She probably felt that she was too conspicuous standing in front of Yang Kai, so she thanked him and sat down. Yang Kai poured a cup of tea for her and asked casually, "How should I address you?" The woman quickly said, "I am Luo Hai." Yang Kai nodded and introduced himself, "My name is Yang Kai. I asked you to come here because I need you to take me to some places. This is not something that can be done in a day or two, so you must be prepared to be on standby at any time while I employ you." Luo Hai hurriedly said, "No problem. This mistress is all alone here and has nothing to worry about. I won't be busy with anything else." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Weren't you born here?" Since she was born here, how could she have nothing to worry about? Luo Hai was a little embarrassed. "Although I was born here, I don't know who my parents are. I was raised by someone else. My adoptive mother passed away 700 years ago." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. What a pitiful person. Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. How do you calculate the remuneration? Yang Kai changed the subject. Luo Hai said, 2 opening heaven pills a day. As she spoke, she carefully looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him frown slightly, she quickly added, 3 pills a day is fine too. When Yang Kai heard this, he knew that she had misunderstood his meaning. He frowned not because he thought it was expensive but because he felt that it was too cheap. Just now, he had given the waiter 2 opening heaven pills as a reward. However, when he thought about it, the servants of Kikikyo land only earned 3 opening heaven pills a year. Although there was an additional income, the servants could only earn 20 to 30 opening heaven pills a year. In comparison, 2 opening heaven pills a day for Luo Hai as a guide was not too cheap. The reason why he felt it was cheap was mainly because he had been with the lady boss for a long time recently and owed her 16 million. In front of such a huge number, 2 or 3 opening heaven pills was negligible. 3 opening heaven pills a day? I will be at your beck and call. Luo Hai's eyes lit up. She stood up and bowed, thank you, master. Seeing that Yang Kai's cup was empty, she walked over and filled it with tea. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He felt that this woman had good eyesight and her attitude was quite good. Although they had not known each other for a long time, from her cautious expression, she should be an honest person. He could trust this kind of person. After drinking the tea, the two left the tea house. Under Luo Hai's lead, they passed through several streets and stood in front of a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw the words, Gathering Virtue Source, written on the signboard of the shop. If he remembered correctly, this virtuous gathering origin was a property called the 9-Star Blessed Land. The 9-Star Blessed Land was one of the 72 blessed lands. In the 3,000 worlds, it was a famous first-tier force with a high-grade heaven splitter overseeing it. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was a bit difficult to ask for payment from a blessed land as soon as he arrived, but since he was already here, he could only give it a try. As expected of the blessed land's business, this Juda Yuan shop was several times bigger than the neighboring shops. Moreover, there were many customers going in and out of the shop. It was hard to tell what kind of business they were doing, but since they had opened their shop here and their business was booming, they must have made a lot of money. Master, do you want this servant to accompany you? Luo Hai asked in a low voice, her voice trembling. Yang Kai turned his head and found that her face was slightly pale. One of her hands was subconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, looking very nervous. Although he had just met her, Yang Kai could tell that this Luo Hai was a woman with low self-esteem. She had always been at the bottom of Star City, so it was likely that she had never entered such a big shop before. At this time, her expression was somewhat unnatural. No need, you can wait for me outside. Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief and pursed her red lips. Then I wish master all the best. She did not know why Yang Kai had come here, but what he said was definitely true. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned around and walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the shop, a young servant greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly took out the card he had prepared and handed it to him. I want to see your shopkeeper. The young servant was stunned. Although he was only doing odd jobs in this shop, he was also a person from 9 Stars Blessed Land and had his own pride. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yang Kai, wanting to see the shopkeeper as soon as he came in. How could the shopkeeper be so easy to meet? Only some big customers would be personally received by the shopkeeper, but looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it did not seem like he ran a big business. The young servant suspiciously received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His face immediately became serious as he realized that this person's background was not small. He was actually from the famous First Inn, so he immediately restrained his expression and said, Please wait a moment, I will go ask for instructions. Turning around, he entered the inner room. While waiting, Yang Kai casually strolled around the shop and found that this Juda Yuan did a lot of business. All kinds of goods could be found here, from alchemy and artifact refining materials to finished products. Casually picking up a few items, a young servant would come over and enthusiastically promote them. Not long after, the young servant ran out again and gestured, Shopkeeper invites you in. When the first inn's name was mentioned, not many people would refuse. Yang Kai nodded and calmly followed the young servant inside. Soon he saw the shopkeeper of Judayuan in a secret room. He was a thin old man with a heaven-opening realm cultivation. The feeling he gave Yang Kai was similar to that of Duan Hai in the Chichao lands. He should be a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, which was consistent with the information recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. This kind of great force was truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper of Star City was actually a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. If this kind of cultivation was placed in the Chichao lands, he would be an earth protector. However, thinking about how the first in was even more excessive, and the lady boss was a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai understood. When Yang Kai entered, the old man didn't get up. After all, the difference in cultivation was obvious. If he really got up to greet him, it would be too embarrassing. The young servant withdrew and closed the door, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Gong." The shopkeeper of Judayuan was called Gong Sun Hong, which was recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. His appearance and cultivation matched, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Gong Sun Hong smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, sit down and talk." Yang Kai thanked him and calmly sat down. Although the difference in cultivation was not small, he was representing the first in this time, so he naturally wouldn't appear too weak. Chapter 39-44. Seeing Yang Kai's calm expression, Gong Sun Hong nodded inwardly. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Gong Sun Hong said, "This old man has seen little friend's letter and knows why you are here. However, little friend said you are from the first inn. Do you have a token with you?" "Of course I do." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang took out the jade token that the lady boss had given him and handed it over to Gong Sun Hong. Gong Sun Hong took it and channeled his energy into the jade token. In the next moment, the jade token lit up. Gong Sun Hong's expression changed slightly and he turned to look at Yang Kai. His expression slightly twitching. "Your innkeeper is Madame Lan?" "Yes." Yang Kai didn't know what secret was hidden in the jade token that allowed Gong Sun Hong to recognize him immediately. However, looking at Gong Sun Hong's expression, he seemed to be a little afraid of the lady boss. This was easy to handle. Yang Kai was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of the lady boss. As long as he was, the 10 million would be easy to get. "Madame Lan is here?" Gong Sun Hong asked again. "Yes." "When did she come? Why didn't this old man receive any news?" "A few days ago." Yang Kai replied with a smile. The lady boss keeps a low profile. Even when the first inn reopened, it was just a plaque hanging. There wasn't much fanfare. Gong Sun Hong's expression suddenly became unnatural. He coughed lightly and said, "Madame Lan's way of doing things, she is indeed very low profile." It was unknown what he recalled, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching. After a short pause, he continued, "The first inn's reopening is a big event. This old man should be there to attend the ceremony. However, since Madame Lan doesn't want to make a scene, she should have her reasons." Yang Kai chuckled as a servant. This junior shouldn't ask too much about the lady boss's matters. Gong Sun Hong nodded slightly, his fingers tapping on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a while he said, "This old man doesn't know what little friend said in the letter. Can you tell me why that person from the 9 stars blessed land started a fight in the first inn? He even destroyed the first inn." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not convenient for me to reveal that. If shopkeeper Gong Sun wants to know, you can just ask the lady boss." Gong Sun Hong smiled and raised his hand. Have some tea, have some tea." Yang Kai took a sip and turned to look at him. "Shopkeeper Gong Sun, this junior came here under orders to ask for compensation. Our lady boss said that 9-star blessed land is famous and the gathering virtue source earns a lot of money every day, so this little bit of compensation is not a problem. This junior still has to go to other places to ask for payment. Time is tight and the task is important. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, do you think you can settle the bill first?" Gong Sun Hong asked curiously, "You're going somewhere else?" Yang Kai said, "Of course." He opened his mouth and listed the names of several shops. Gong Sun Hong was shocked. Could it be that there were many people fighting in the first inn? Behind those shops, could it be the forces of the blessed lands? There are indeed many. Yang Kai nodded and said, I won't hide it from shopkeeper Gongsun. The reason our lady boss brought us to Star City is to ask for payment. The lady boss said that no one can run away. Everyone has to pay. If you can get it, then so be it. If you can't, then go to the headquarters of each shop and have a good talk. The lady boss also said that all the blessed lands are of the same breath and branch. There's no need to make everyone unhappy over such a small matter. Gong Sun Hong frowned slightly. It was hard to tell what he was feeling. Yang Kai looked around and said, "The Gathering Virtue Source is such a big shop, it should have a lot of income every year." Shopkeeper Gong Sun, although 10 million isn't a small amount, it shouldn't be a problem for the Gathering Virtue Source. If it's convenient, can you help us? Let this junior return to the lady boss as soon as possible. Gong Sun Hong nodded. "Little friend, since you're from the first inn and brought Madame Lan's token here, this matter shouldn't be false. This old man should also compensate." However, suddenly he changed the topic and said, "That's just your words, so I'll have to send a message to the main altar to inquire about the situation. If it's really as you say, my 9-star blessed land will not deny it." He knew it wouldn't be so simple. If he could really get 10 million just by casually talking, it would show that the 9 stars blessed land was too afraid of the first inn. However, this was also within his expectations, so Yang Kai wasn't disappointed. He simply nodded and said, "Of course, I just don't know how long it will take for shopkeeper Sun to send a message back to inquire." 1 month. Gong Sun Hong said, "I'll give you an answer in 1 month." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Gong Sun. Take care I won't see you out." Gong Sun Hong waved his hand. When he walked out of the Jude Origin, he saw Luo Hai standing not far away from him. He waved at her and Luo Hai immediately came forward to greet him. She asked in a low voice, "Milord, have you settled the matter?" "It's all right." Yang Kai nodded. This trip could be considered to have achieved his goal. "Let's go to the next inn." He ran down one inn after another. After spending an entire afternoon, he only went to 3 inns. Among the 3 inns, aside from the Juda Origin, one of them was from the Blessed Lands. The answer he received was similar to Gong Sun Hong's. He also needed to send a message back to the headquarters to ask for more details. The other inn was from a second-class organization. They weren't as stubborn as the Blessed Lands. When they heard that the first inn was coming to collect their debt, they were a little fearful. They were also very polite to Yang Kai, but in the end the result was the same. Night fell, but the star market was still very lively. Yang Kai ran around for an entire afternoon and pretended to be polite. He was a little tired, so he asked Luo Hai to go back and rest. He would find her the next day. Before leaving, the two of them exchanged contact details and agreed to continue the next day. Luo Hai naturally agreed to it. When he returned to the first inn, he saw that it was very lively inside. People were coming and going, and the hall was full of guests. Everyone was toasting each other. Yang Kai was stunned. The lady boss was shuttling through the hall, chatting and laughing with the guests at each table. Yang Kai was in a daze, as if he had returned to the first inn in the void. It had only been a day, but the business here had become so popular. It seemed that the first inn was indeed famous. The lady boss looked up and saw Yang Kai. She reached out and waved at him. Yang Kai quickly walked over. He followed the lady boss into the inner room. The lady boss turned around and sat down. She looked at Yang Kai and asked, "How was it?" "Not bad." Yang Kai walked over, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He drank a few sips and said, "The first inn is famous, so no one dares to make things difficult for us." "Who asked you that?" The lady boss glared at him. "Did you get the money?" Yang Kai put down the teacup and laughed. How could it be so fast? They all need to send a message back to the headquarters to ask. They will only decide whether to give the money after it is confirmed. "How many did you contact?" 3. All of them said so. The lady boss nodded. "Of course, but the time limit can't be too long." "Don't worry, it's all agreed. 1 month is not too long." 1 month. Okay, you can go do your work." The lady boss waved her hand. "What work?" Yang Kai looked at her stunned. The lady boss blinked. "You are the inn's waiter. Don't you need to be a waiter? The inn's business is good now, but we are short on manpower. Hurry up and help." Yang Kai was speechless. He had never been a waiter in his life. You what? Hurry up and go. Do you want me, the lady boss, to do it myself? Young Kai glared at her fiercely. After a long time he was defeated. She had big eyes and could not stare at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you are ruthless." He turned around and slammed the door. Behind him, the lady boss crossed her legs and pursed her lips into a smile. When he reached the main hall, young Kai looked around. He grabbed a piece of white cloth from a servant and put it on his shoulder. He then went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Since they were all cultivators, they were full of energy, so there was no need to close the shop. Young Kai was busy all the way until dawn, when he finally had time to rest. What made him feel indignant was that Old White was still nowhere to be seen. Young Kai guessed that this guy knew that he had to come back, so he decided to spend the night outside. He secretly made up his mind that he would not come back tomorrow. Not long after, young Kai went out again. He sent a message to Luo Hai in advance and went to the tea house where he saw her yesterday to wait for her. When young Kai arrived, Luo Hai was already standing there. "Master, did you not rest well last night?" Luo Hai saw that young Kai's expression was not right and went forward to ask. "Don't mention it." Young Kai was very depressed. It was not that he did not rest well, but that he did not rest at all. Although it was not a big problem, he was still a little tired. Young Kai did not say much, and Luo Hai did not dare to ask more. The two immediately went on their way. Today's situation was similar to yesterday. After visiting one house after another, the replies were almost the same. Thinking about it, it was not strange. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely not just listen to one side of the story, even if the signboard of the first inn was there. He sat down in each shop and chatted with the shopkeepers of each shop. In this day, he had only gone to 6 or 7 shops. In this way, it would take another 2 to 3 days to finish all of them. He did not know how Bai Chi was progressing. He took out a communication device to contact Bai Chi, but there was no response. He did not know what he was busy with. Later that night, young Kai took Luo Hai to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine as a token of his thanks. Luo Hai had been running around with him all day, following him wherever he went. It really was quite tiring. Luo Hai did not want to make young Kai spend so much effort, but young Kai insisted, so she could only go along with it. During the banquet, there was naturally a respectful toast. Young Kai was not used to this. No matter what, Luo Hai was also in the Emperor realm. There was not much difference between her and him. Young Kai felt a little guilty when she called him master. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Hai's face became a little rosy, and her eyes became hazy. It seemed that she was not very drunk. Young Kai was curious about something and asked, "How do people in the Emperor realm outside of this universe comprehend martial arts?" He had condensed his own seal in the Heavenly Void Hall. Every great emperor in the Star Realm had this experience. Presumably, the great emperors in the other universe realms were also like this. However, the capacity of those small universe realms was limited, so there were not many people who could condense their seals. But what did people outside of this universe realm do to reach this step? He happened to run into Luo Hai, so he asked casually. Chapter 39:45. Luo Hai patted her slightly feverish cheeks and said with a smile, "Those with good aptitude can rely on their own comprehension to condense their Tao seal. Those with inferior aptitude like me can only rely on external help." After drinking some wine, she seemed to have relaxed a little and was no longer as cautious as before. External help? Young Kai raised his eyebrows. There are some natural treasures that can help people condense their Tao seal. There are also some pills that can help, such as Great Tao pills. However, these things need to be bought with money and are more precious. Young Kai nodded. He had been wondering what those from the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed their own Tao seal could do with the heaven-opening pill. Although this thing was a kind of hard currency outside of this universe and could be used to buy all kinds of things, it wasn't very useful to those from the Emperor realm. It wasn't like the heaven-opening realm, where they could use the heaven-opening pill to increase their grade. Now, it seemed that the heaven-opening pill was useful to anyone. Luo Hai was working so hard to earn money because she wanted to buy a Great Tao pill and condense her own Tao seal to advance her martial Tao. However, condensing a Tao seal was only the beginning. She still had to condense yin, yang, and 5 elements before she had a chance to advance to the heaven-opening realm. The path of martial Tao was long and far, accompanied by enormous financial support. How many people were as lucky as him, first condensing high-grade wood elemental energy, then obtaining high-grade fire elemental energy? However, even he wasn't confident that he could find other yin, yang, and 5 elements energy that matched his requirements. As long as there was a problem with any of them, even if he reached the heaven-opening realm, his grade wouldn't be too high. As they ate and drank, the two chatted and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "Let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow." Luo Hai put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, "Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched her leave. After what happened yesterday, Yang Kai made up his mind not to return to the first inn. He didn't want to have to run errands again. He took out his communication device and contacted White 7. Surprisingly, White 7 replied quickly and asked where he was. White 7 told him the name of a place. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew that this place was not a good place. This guy was actually fooling around in a brothel. Bai Qi warmly invited him to have fun, but Yang Kai decisively refused. After drinking by himself for a while, Yang Kai put down the money for the dishes and left the restaurant alone, preparing to find an inn in the city to rest for the night. The inns in Star City weren't cheap, but they weren't as expensive as the first inn. Back then, the first inn had cost 1,000 heaven-opening pills for a night, but the black-hearted lady boss had raised the price to 10,000. As soon as he left the restaurant, Yang Kai saw a figure standing opposite him. He walked over in surprise and asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" Luo Hai had been waiting for him outside. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Nothing, I'm just worried about Master." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a little wine, you won't get drunk. You should go back early." He thought that this woman was quite considerate. "It's still early. If Master is willing, I can accompany Master to stroll around Star City. I've been busy during the day, so Master doesn't have time." She added, "It's free of charge." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Sure, but it won't delay you, right?" Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm the only one at home, so there's nothing to do when I go back." She paused and said, "Where does Master want to go?" "There's a brothel in the western part of Star City. Men like to go there." As she spoke, she blushed. Yang Kai casually asked, "Where's the Spring Breeze Drizzle building?" Luo Hai nodded and said, "Master, do you know about the Spring Breeze Drizzle building?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue. "I've heard about it, but I've never been there." He knew that Lao Bai was fooling around, and now it seemed that he was right. "Master, do you want to go?" Luo Hai inquired. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, I'll just walk around." At this point he suddenly thought of something. "Right, I want to buy a map. Where can I buy it?" Luo Hai asked, "Master, do you want to buy a map of the universe? Then you should go to the Four Seas workshop. The maps of the universe there are the most complete, and the updates are also the most timely. Let's go take a look." Yang Kai was suddenly interested. He had this idea before, but he didn't remember who had mentioned it to him. The map of the universe included a map of all the large territory that had been discovered outside of Qingkuan. It could be said that it was one of the essential things for a cultivator who wanted to travel outside. Yang Kai really wanted to find where the astral world was in the map of the universe. He was swallowed by the thousand-knuckle worm, and then inexplicably appeared in the large territory of the Kikikyo land. Although he hadn't found the world tree yet, it would be good if he could find the way home in advance. Luo Hai was very familiar with the Star Market. She led Yang Kai through a few streets and arrived in front of a shop. That shop was the Four Seas workshop. Although it was nighttime, the Star Market was still very lively. After entering the shop, a woman dressed as a maid immediately greeted them. She curtsied gracefully and said sweetly, "Good evening, esteemed guest. What do you want to buy?" Luo Hai walked out at the right time and answered, "My master wants to buy a map of the universe." The maid smiled and said, "This way, please." She gestured with her hand. Under her guidance, Yang Kai came in front of a row of shelves. There were no maps on the shelves, but there were things that looked like long boxes. They were the length of chopsticks and were completely black. They looked very strange. Young Kai didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Luo Hai said, "Introduce them." The maid understood and immediately said, "Yes, esteemed guest. Our shop's map of the universe is divided into 3 types. The lowest level is a map of the large territory, which includes the locations of the mini-universe worlds that have been discovered, as well as the locations of some fixed altars in the spiritual state. The middle level is a map of the entire universe, which includes all the large territory that has been discovered, as well as the contents of the lowest level map. It also includes the various Qingquan palaces and the locations of the territory gates. It's clear at a glance, simple and convenient." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "What about the middle level and above?" The maid smiled and said, "There's not much difference between the middle level and the high level." Yang Kai asked curiously, "If there's no difference, why is there a middle level and high level?" "It's like this. Although there's no difference between the two, if you buy the high-level map and discover a new large territory in the future, our shop can help you update the contents of the map of the universe for free. Our shop has branches in many star markets, so you don't have to worry too much. You just need to bring the map of the universe there. If you buy the middle-level map, you won't have this convenience. If you want to update it, you'll have to pay more." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The maid said, "Esteemed guest, do you want a map of a large territory? Or a collection of all the maps of the large territory?" Yang Kai said, "A collection, of course." The maid said, "Then I recommend you buy the high-level map. The middle-level map is fine." Luo Hai interrupted her before she could finish. The maid glanced at her and said with a smile, "Of course, it's your choice." "Get me a copy," Luo Hai said. The maid nodded and turned to walk to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Hai sent a message, "Master, as far as I know, the price of a middle-level map and a high-level map are twice as expensive. Moreover, no new large territory has been discovered in the past 1,000 years. It's a waste to buy the high-level map." Yang Kai nodded slightly. A moment later, the maid took out a long black box and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, "Pour your divine sense into it and you'll be able to check it." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he realize that the long box in front of him was actually the map of the universe. Fortunately, he didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, he would have really embarrassed himself. Pouring his divine sense into it as instructed, Yang Kai felt his field of vision suddenly change, as if he had entered a strange world. His field of vision constantly shrank towards a certain place before finally coming to a stop. Focusing his eyes, there was a small red dot constantly flashing in front of him, and at the location of this red dot was marked with the word Star City. Understanding this, Yang Kai knew that this small red probably represented his current location. The Star City marked on the map should be the one he was currently in. With a thought, the vision continued to zoom back, and around the Star City some other names gradually appeared, all of which seemed to be the names of the mini-universe world. Although he had just gotten hold of this thing, Yang Kai soon figured out how to use it. Seeing it like this, it was very simple and convenient. He really had to buy a copy of this thing, as it would be more convenient for him to move around in the future. Withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai asked, "How much is this thing?" The maid responded with a smile, 500,000. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This price was not very expensive, but did he have 500,000 on hand right now? Most of his heaven-opening pills came from the dead people in the Kiki 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 Kikik. Kiki Kiki Kiki. After all, Great Moon Province was only a third-class force, and those heaven-opening pills were Wei Kei's personal compensation, so it was naturally impossible for there to be too many. Yang Kai estimated that these 100 or 200,000 heaven-opening pills were enough to hurt Wei Quebec. If not for Wei Kei's compensation, Yang Kai would not have been able to buy the World Atlas. Just as he was about to count how many heaven-opening pills he had, Luo Hai pulled the maid to the side and quietly communicated with her through sound transmission. By the time Yang Kai finished counting, Luo Hai had also finished her discussion and walked over. "Master, we've already agreed on a 10% discount, 450,000. Yang Kai was speechless. Only now did he realize that Luo Hai had pulled the maid over to haggle. This was a 50,000 heaven-opening pills discount, which was a great discount. However, when he checked just now, he found that he did not have enough heaven-opening pills. In total, he only had about 430,000. This was a bit awkward. The price had already been negotiated and he was only waiting for the bill to be paid, but he did not have enough money. How could he accept this? It was a bit difficult to speak, but Luo Hai was a smart person and immediately saw through Yang Kai's difficulties. She quietly asked, "Master, did you not bring enough money?" Chapter 3946. Luo Hai had asked if he hadn't brought enough, not if it wasn't enough. This question was very clever and greatly alleviated Yang Kai's embarrassment. Nodding gently, Yang Kai was about to put down the world map in his hand and come back to buy it some other day when he heard Luo Hai ask, "Master, how much are you missing?" "Not much, 10,000 to 20,000. Yang Kai scratched his face awkwardly. Luo Hai pondered for a moment before saying, "Master, if you don't mind, this mistress will pay for it. Master can return it to me later." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her, not realizing that she actually had such courage. He had only known her for 2 days at most, and it was only a concubine relationship, neither a relative nor a friend. What's more, Luo Hai herself was not a wealthy person. These 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills were likely the result of many years of savings for her. Being able to lend them to him as soon as he opened his mouth was not something she could do without some courage. After all, up until now she still didn't know who Yang Kai was. If he took these things and ran away, she wouldn't be able to find him. Seeing Yang Kai look over, Luo Hai whispered, "I trust, Master." Since she had already said so much, Yang Kai couldn't refuse anymore and immediately nodded. "All right, I'll consider it a loan. I'll definitely return it to you later." Luo Hai said, "I'll go pay the bill." Yang Kai handed over a space ring and watched her walk towards the counter with the maidservant, secretly sighing to himself. This woman was really meticulous. Although it was only a simple act of paying the bill, it greatly alleviated his embarrassment. This way, he wouldn't have to take the heaven-opening pills from her and let others know that he didn't bring enough money. On the other hand, she could quietly transfer the insufficient heaven-opening pills into her space ring without anyone noticing. After a while, Luo Hai returned, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai nodded, stuffed the world map into his space ring, and walked out of the 4C square with her. "Master, is there anything else you want to buy?" Luo Hai asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm so poor, why would I want to buy anything?" Luo Hai also understood and felt a little embarrassed. She felt that she had spoken without thinking, so she changed the topic and said, "Then is Master going back to rest?" Yang Kai shook his head. Thinking of yesterday's experience, he would rather die than go back. Originally, he wanted to find an inn to rest, but now it seemed that there was no need. He didn't even have the money to get a room, so what was there to rest for? Luo Hai had probably thought of this as well. She suggested, "Master, would you like to come to my place for a chat? Is it convenient?" Yang Kai hesitated. Luo Hai pursed her lips and smiled. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. There's no one else at home, just me." At this point, she suddenly realized that her words were a little ambiguous, making it seem like she was seducing him. She couldn't help but blush a little. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to mind and simply raised his hand. "Then let's go. He couldn't really wander around here all night, that would be too boring. On top of that, he had just borrowed some money from her. If he were to be in such a hurry to separate from her, it would be a bit like running away from a debt." "Master, please come with me." Luo Hai immediately led the way. Along the way, they gradually left the bustling trade area and entered a more chaotic area. This place seemed to be the outermost area of the entire Star City. It was some distance away from the center of the Star City. Houses stood everywhere without any order. And there wasn't even a proper road. From time to time there would be people coming in and out of this place, but their cultivations were not very high. Most of them were on the same level as Luo Hai, while some were even weaker. Yang Kai understood that this was probably the place where the lowest level members of the Star Envoys lived. Fortunately, although this place was a bit dirty and messy, it was still within the boundaries of the Star City, so no one dared to cause trouble here. Many people obviously knew Luo Hai. Along the way there were people constantly greeting her. A few women saw Yang Kai following behind her and couldn't help but have a slightly ambiguous look in their eyes, which made Luo Hai feel a little embarrassed. Not long after, The two of them arrived in front of a house. Luo Hai stepped forward and closed the restriction on the house. She opened the door and said, "Master, please." Yang Kai walked in and looked around. He found that although the house was small, it was very clean and tidy. There was no courtyard, only a main hall and a side room. There was a faint fragrance in the room, which was very pleasant and made people feel very warm. Luo Hai invited him to take a seat and made a pot of tea. She said apologetically, "The place is a bit small, master, please don't mind." Yang Kai chuckled. "I also came from a small place and am used to living a poor life." Luo Hai said curiously, "You don't look like one. Then what kind of person do I look like?" Luo Hai thought for a moment and said, "Master, you look like someone who holds a high position all year round, either rich or noble." Yang Kai laughed. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Master, please don't think this concubine is flattering you. This concubine has been in this star market for thousands of years. I don't dare to say anything else, but I do have a good eye for people. Master, why do you think this concubine dared to lend her life savings to you? It is because this concubine thinks you are a trustworthy person. Master may be troubled for a while, but there will be a day when you will be proud of the 9 heavens." Yang Kai's smile faded and he looked at her seriously. He really couldn't tell that this woman who was nervous and reserved when they first met had such insight. Luo Hai covered her red lips with her hand and said nervously, "This concubine misspoke, master, please don't blame me." Yang Kai waved his hand, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Although your strength isn't high, it isn't too low either. Have you never thought about joining some great force?" Luo Hai smiled bitterly. "There are at least 8,000 people like this concubine in the entire star market. I have no connections or background, so which great force would want me? What can they do if they took me in? Spend time and effort to cultivate me?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "In the past, there was a great force that came to Star Market to recruit disciples, but they wanted to recruit young and malleable disciples. This concubine doesn't have such good fortune." Yang Kai nodded. He was also a sect master, so he naturally knew this. When a sect recruited disciples, they would rather spend a large amount of resources to cultivate them from a young age than accept those who already had a foundation. This was a matter of loyalty. This concubine's current wish is to save enough money to buy a few great Tao pills and see if I can condense my own Tao seal. If I can reach the heaven-opening boundary in this life, then I won't have lived in vain. I heard you mention great Tao pills before. Are these spirit pills very expensive? Usually one costs around 10,000 or so. Moreover, refining these pills seems to be a bit difficult, so there aren't many of them. Usually, when a great Tao pill appears, it will be quickly snatched away by others." Yang Kai nodded. The situation outside the universe realm was quite tricky. There should be many people who were stuck at the threshold of the peak of the Emperor realm, unable to condense their Tao seal. This was why the great Tao pill was so popular. It could be imagined that this thing was not only popular among the lowest class of people like Luo Hai, but also many great forces. As such, the chances of people like Luo Hai competing for it were very small. "How many great Tao pills do you think you need?" "At least 3. Luo Hai smiled shyly. "This concubine's aptitude isn't that good. If I don't have 3 pills, this concubine doesn't have the confidence to condense my Tao seal." Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what materials were used to refine the great Tao pill. If he had enough materials and obtained the pill recipe, he should be able to refine it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Go and rest first. You've been busy the whole day." Luo Hai said, "Then I'll rest first. Master, if there's anything, just call me." She didn't refuse. She probably felt that it wasn't good to let a man like Yang Kai rest in her room. She got up and walked into the room. After a few steps, she stopped and turned around. She lowered her head and asked softly, "Master, do you need someone to serve you tonight?" "There's someone here. I can help Master call someone over." Yang Kai looked at her and shook his head, "No need." "Okay." Luo Hai was obviously relieved. She walked into the room and closed the door. Yang Kai was left alone in the living room. He looked helpless. He didn't expect that he would end up in a situation where he had to stay the night. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to find a way to get some money tomorrow. At most, he could just sell a portion of the grandson primordial flame. The grandson primordial flame of the 4th grade was worth at least 150,000 heaven-opening pills. It was more than enough to repay Luo Hai's debt, and there was still some left over. He had a total of 6 grandson primordial flames in his possession, and even 3 grandson primordial flames of the 5th grade, all of which he obtained from the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As for the 5th grade ones, they were worth 1,500,000. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't repay his debt even if he sold all of them, Yang Kai would have thought of a way to sell the grandson primordial flame in his possession. That way, he wouldn't be bound to the first in and lose his freedom. Thinking about it, the hundreds of thousands of opening heaven pills that Wei Kei left him was indeed a big loss. These opening heaven pills were enough to buy a portion of 4th grade materials. Great Moon Province was only a 3rd grade force. They didn't even have a 4th grade opening heaven pill. Thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He took out the 7 faces and placed them on his face, silently refining them. At the same time, he took out the scroll of the universe and sent a strand of his divine sense into it to search carefully. He wanted to search the scroll of the universe to find where the star boundary was. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but the moment he did, he was given a fright. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized that there were over 1,000 large territory that had been discovered. And this was just the ones that had been discovered. There were many that had never been set foot in before. Among these 1,000 large territory, each large territory had its own small world. There were also the headquarters of many forces, the locations of the territory entrances, and so on. These 450,000 opening heaven pills were well spent. Wei Kei had spent a great deal of effort to summarize these things and had definitely used many years to constantly innovate. It was truly worth the price. But then again, as long as one had enough money, anyone would be willing to buy a scroll of the universe. This 4C square would definitely make a lot of money. Each large territory had its own name. But Yang Kai quickly discovered that the names of these large territory were closely related to the most powerful force within it. For example, the large territory that the 7 Openings land was in was called the 7 Openings territory. This was because the most powerful force within the 7 Openings territory was the 7 Openings land. There was no one more powerful than it. Chapter 3947. There were also large territories where the blessed enclaves were located. They were basically named after the respective blessed enclave. For example, the 10,000 Demon Realm was called the 10,000 Demon Territory, and the Great War Territory was called the Great War Territory. Yang Kai also found Langya Blessed Land and Golden Spirit Blessed Land in the universe map. The reason he paid attention to Langya Blessed Land was not because of anything else. It was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Now that Ruoxi had come to the universe map, she should be going to Langya Blessed Land. As for Golden Spirit Blessed Land, it was because of the existence of the sharp metal Yuan Qi. If he wanted to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, he might need to go there. Silently calculating the distance between these 2 blessed lands and himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. Neither blessed lands were close, separated by several dozen great territories. If he relied on flying alone without the assistance of the universe escape technique, it would take him several years to arrive. This made Yang Kai a little worried. Although Ruoxi's strength was good in the star boundary, it was obviously not enough outside the starry sky. He didn't know if it was safe for her to go to Langya Blessed Land alone, or if she could arrive there smoothly. In addition to those large territory with their own names, there were many large territories without names, only code names such as A1 territory, B3 territory, and so on. Yang Kai looked for a while and summed up a pattern. These large territories without names and only code names were all large territories without second-class forces. For example, the large territory where Great Moon Province was located was called D39 territory, not Great Moon territory. In this way, only second-class forces were qualified to have their name on a large territory. Third-class forces did not have this qualification. There were also some large territory that did not even have third-class forces. They only had many small universe worlds, each of which was marked with a name. It was a big project to find the location of the star boundary from such a large map. Yang Kai carefully checked it, and his eyes were sore. Time passed by, and suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and looked up. only to see Luo Hai coming out of the inner room. Yang Kai was in a daze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. It should be dawn. Master didn't rest? Luo Hai looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai put away the world portrait and shook his head. I was busy with something and forgot about it. Is it dawn already? Luo Hai nodded. Yes, they had to start work at dawn. After packing up a little, the two of them immediately set off. After 2 days of running around, Yang Kai was already familiar with the process of collecting debts. Anyway, he didn't expect to get it immediately. The other party always needed to verify before deciding whether to pay or not. All he had to do was to send a visiting card, and then talk to the shopkeeper for a while to inform him of the reason and the 1-month deadline. A few more clans came down, and everything went smoothly. Master, be careful in the 100 Refinements Hall later, Luo Hai suddenly said as they walked. Why? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Was there something different about this 100 Refinements Hall? He hadn't heard her say anything about being careful before. Luo Hai said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's rumored that the shopkeeper of this 100 Refinements Hall is an unreasonable person. Yang Kai looked down at the jade slip and found that the background of this 100 Refinements Hall was a blessed land. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. If he's reasonable, I'll reason with him. If he's unreasonable, someone will naturally take care of him. The lady boss of the 6th grade Splitter Heaven sect was standing behind him. As long as the other party wasn't a high-grade Splitter Heaven sect, Yang Kai didn't need to be afraid of anything. Moreover, from the attitude of the shopkeepers these past few days, the background of the first inn was most likely one of the 36 paradises. Although the Blessed Enclave was a first-class force, there must be a reason why the Blessed Enclave was ranked at the top. However, if it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble the lady boss. First of all, half of the debt he collected would be his, and second of all, if he troubled the lady boss over such a trivial matter, it would make him seem too incompetent. Seeing him like this, Luo Hai didn't say anything more. After all, she had never come into contact with such a master before. What she said was just a rumor, and it would be awkward if she made a mistake. Outside the 100 Refinements Hall, Luo Hai was still waiting. Yang Kai sent a greeting card, and after waiting for a while, someone came to lead him into the inner courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the inner courtyard, Yang Kai felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from there. He was startled, wondering why someone was fighting here. Moreover, from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, the strength of the attacker wasn't too high. They shouldn't have reached the Heaven Splitter realm. They should be around the same level as him, someone who had condensed a Dao seal. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. In front of him was a transparent barrier. In a large field, 2 figures were crisscrossing, fighting endlessly. The divine technique was endless, and they were locked in a fierce battle. One was an azure-robed youth, while the other was an old man. Yang Kai didn't know what enmity they had with each other, but both sides were extremely ruthless and seemed intent on killing. The two of them were evenly matched, and their techniques weren't bad either. It was like they were evenly matched. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. The manservant leading the way turned around and said, "Follow." Only then did Yang Kai withdraw his gaze and follow. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a high platform. On the high platform, a man with a large waist and a ferocious face had his hands on his waist. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the battle below without blinking. This man's face was ferocious, and even if he didn't circulate his strength, he still gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, his strength was extremely unstable, causing the servants accompanying him to tremble in fear, afraid that he would unleash his anger. The manservant leading the way lowered his head and looked at his feet, saying in a trembling voice, "My shopkeeper, I've brought him." "Wait." The burly man waved his hand, not even glancing at him. He continued to stare at the battle, looking extremely nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what he was nervous about. Kai Yang was speechless. Every time he went to a shop before, the shopkeeper would always treat him politely and didn't look down on him because his cultivation wasn't high. This was the first time he had been ignored by someone. It seemed that there was no smoke without fire. Luo Hai saying that he was an unreasonable person was quite possible. The host followed the guest's wishes. Since the guests wanted to wait, Yang Kai could only wait. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for nothing. Yang Kai simply looked at the battle below as if he was watching a good show. In the field, the battle was extremely lively, but because their strength was on par, it would be difficult to determine a victor in a short time. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall seemed to be a little impatient and shouted angrily, "How long do you two want to fight? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you can't determine a victor, then scram to the mines." Yang Kai turned his head to look at him with a speechless expression, thinking that there were all kinds of birds in the forest. The two of them were originally on par with each other, yet they insisted on determining a victor within 10 breaths of time. Wasn't this forcing them to use their trump cards? Sensing Yang Kai's gaze, the burly man glanced down at him and grinned, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Yang Kai could only respond with a smile. In the battlefield, when the two people who were fighting endlessly heard this shout, they both jumped back a step. Then, their expressions became solemn as the strength in their bodies fluctuated violently. In the next moment, the two of them seemed to have discussed it before they each turned into a dazzling ball of light and collided with each other. An earth-shattering sound rang out from the battlefield, and countless ripples appeared on the light curtain that wrapped around them. The light gradually dissipated, and one person fell to the ground, unable to get up, while the other stood proudly. The one who fell to the ground was an old man, and the one who stood was a young man in azure clothes. However, even though he had won, the young man's face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries. The burly man raised his hand and said, "Throw the loser out to the mines and win the reward." The young man cupped his hands, "Thank you, shopkeeper." The burly man chuckled, turned around and sat down. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then looked around and said, "Now it's a little more interesting, don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes." The group of people nodded, not daring to say no. Yang Kai was even more speechless. He didn't know what this 100 Refinements Hall was selling, but why would they let this kind of guy be a shopkeeper? How could he make money with this kind of personality? He might even lose his pants when the time came. "Boy, you don't seem to agree. What do you think?" The burly man suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. The first in's Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Pei. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall was called Pei Buen, and it was recorded in the jade slip that the lady boss had given him. He was a 4th grade heaven opening master, and his strength was not bad. The first in. Pei Buen rubbed his chin. "How, what a big name. Boy, why have you come here?" Yang Kai replied, "The purpose of this visit has been stated clearly in the letter. I'm here to collect a debt." Pei Buen chuckled. "Debt? What debt?" Yang Kai frowned, thinking to himself, "Isn't this asking the obvious? It was clearly stated in the letter, so it seems that this trip won't go smoothly." Thinking this, he said, "Shopkeeper Pei, someone from your side fought at the first inn and destroyed it, so the lady boss wants me to ask for compensation." Pei Buen clicked his tongue. "Someone fought at the first inn, that's amazing. Then who is this person you're talking about?" Yang Kai shook his head. "This boy doesn't know, nor do I know. Who knew what kind of people fought at the first inn? The lady boss definitely knew them, so how could a nobody like him know them? Moreover, he was hiding in the wishful pouch at the time, so he didn't even know when the first inn was destroyed." "Was this lord there?" Pei Buen asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. "No." Come closer and take a closer look. Was this lord among the people who fought at the first inn and destroyed it?" Pei Buen asked as he moved his face closer. "No." Yang Kai continued to shake his head. "Are you sure?" Pei Buen narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm sure." Chapter 3948. Since it wasn't me who destroyed the first inn, why do you want me to compensate you? Pei Buen slammed the table beside him. His palm overflowed and the table fell apart. He glared at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, do you think I'm easy to bully? I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai lowered his head. "I'm just following orders." Pei Buen snorted coldly. "Go ahead and look for the person who destroyed your first inn. It's none of my business if someone else destroyed it." Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Pei is right. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. However, there's something I need to tell you." "Speak." Pei Buwen looked at him. Before we left, my lady boss said that we'll collect the debt. If we can't get it, she'll come here personally and have a good talk with all the shopkeepers. If it still doesn't work, then we'll go to the headquarters and have a good talk. Pei Buwen chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm scared? Ask her to come. See if she can get a large sum of money from me. If she can, I'll call her great aunt." In a loud voice, Kai Yang said, "Junior will remember. I will definitely pass on this message to my family's lady boss. I'll take my leave." He cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait." Pei Buwen suddenly thought of something and frowned. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Pei Buwen's eyes flickered. "You mentioned your lady boss just now. As far as I know, the people in charge of the first storehouse are mostly men. There are only a few women. What's your lady boss's name?" It was mainly because those few women were not to be trifled with, especially two of them. "My lady boss is called Madame Lan." Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the first inn with a respectful face. Pei Buwen's face twitched. "Madame Lan? Which Madame Lan?" Yang Kai said, "I don't know how many Madames Lan there are in the first inn. I haven't been with the lady boss for a long time, so I don't know much about the first inn. However, I have the lady boss's token. Would you like to take a look?" "Give it to me." Pei Buwen stretched out his large hand. Yang Kai presented the jade tablet to Pei Buwen with both hands. Pei Buwen took the jade tablet and activated it slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as he laughed dryly. "So it's Madame Lan. Familiar, very familiar. I still remember when I visited the first inn a few hundred years ago. Madame Lan was very enthusiastic. Haha, in the blink of an eye, a few hundred years have passed. It's really. He really didn't know how to continue the conversation after a long while. Changing the topic, he asked, "Has Madame Lan arrived at this star market?" Yang Kai said, "Yes, the first inn has also reopened. It's just a few streets away." "Oh." Pei Buwen nodded. "Is there anything else, Manager Pei? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lady boss, wait for me to report back." It's fine. Pei Buwen waved his hand and handed the jade pendant to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed it, but he did not let go. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "What's the meaning of this, Manager Pei? This jade pendant isn't worth much. If you want it, you can go to the first inn. Lady boss should have quite a few and can give you some." "Why would I want this jade pendant?" Pei Buwen said angrily. He let go of his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me think about it." As he said this, he stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would reveal a thoughtful expression as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Yang Kai admired the lady boss even more. Pei Buwen and the other idiots were terrified when they heard her name. Although they did not show it, how could Yang Kai not see it? He was really curious about what the lady boss had done to make such a big name in the 3,000 worlds. After a while, Pei Buwen suddenly stopped, as if he had made up his mind about something. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, you want to collect your debt, right?" Yang Kai replied, "I want compensation." "It's the same meaning you want money." Pei Buwen waved his hand and looked at him. "I see that your cultivation is not bad and you have already condensed the seal of Tao. How's your experience in fighting?" Yang Kai frowned. This question was baffling. He pondered for a while and said, "I came from the mini-universe world." In other words, he had fought his way up step by step. There was no need to say more about his experience in fighting. As soon as he said this, Pei Buwen's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Good. He pointed at the arena below and said, "Do you see that guy?" Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the young man who won earlier was meditating with his legs crossed. It was obvious that he was adjusting his breath and healing his injuries. "What do you mean, Manager Pei?" Yang Kai asked. "I want you to fight with him." "I don't understand." Pei Buwen hugged his shoulder and put his arm around his back. He lowered his voice and said, "If you can beat him, I'll pay you the compensation." Yang Kai was surprised. "Are you serious?" "Of course. How much?" "I'll pay you the full amount." What kind of stupid hobby was this? How bored was this guy? He actually liked to watch people fight. But then again, this kind of idiot couldn't be judged with common sense. It was undeniable that this proposal made Yang Kai somewhat tempted. The compensation limit was 10 million. If he took half of it, it would be 500,000. He just needed to fight and he could get the money. Could be considered very easy. Compared to other people who needed a month's time, Young Kai didn't know if he could successfully fulfill the agreement. Young Kai was still very interested. Most importantly, he borrowed some heaven-opening pills from Luo Hai yesterday. If he could get the 10 million, he could also return the money to her and stop thinking about it. Young Kai had seen that young man's strength just now. He wasn't weak, but his foundation didn't seem very solid. If it was a one-on-one fight, Young Kai was still very confident that he could beat him. He guessed that Pei Buan was probably afraid of the lady boss's reputation. Previously, he said that he would call her grandaunt if she deducted a large sum of money. This time he was probably looking for a way out. If he refused, it wouldn't look good for him. Thinking of this, Young Kai nodded and said, "Okay, good." Pei Buan clapped his hands and laughed. "Wait a moment. That guy just had a hard fight and consumed a lot of energy. Let him recover first." Young Kai naturally didn't have any objections. Pei Buan's figure flashed and entered the field. He said a few words to the young man. The young man looked over and nodded slightly. Then Pei Buan handed a jade bottle to the young man. It seemed to be some kind of healing pill. The young man didn't hesitate. He took out the pill and consumed it. Then he continued to meditate with his legs crossed. Pei Buan flashed back and said with a smile, "Wait for 2 hours. 2 hours wasn't a long time." However, in order to prevent Luo Hai from worrying, Young Kai took out his communication device and told her that he was safe. He also told her that he was in the middle of a discussion and would only be able to leave after a while. On the other side, Pei Buan asked the servants to change the table. He served tea and started to chat with Young Kai. 2 hours passed quickly. In the field, the young man stood up and waved at Young Kai. "Shopkeeper Pei, I'm going down. Don't forget your promise." "Don't worry, I won't forget," Pei Buan said with a smile. Young Kai walked to the center of the field. When he reached the center of the field, he cupped his fists and said, "Young Kai." The young man also cupped his fists. However, the moment he raised his hand, his figure suddenly flashed and punched at Young Kai's face. The terrifying fist force produced a sonic boom. The violent force wrapped around the fist as if Young Kai had a deep hatred for him. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Young Kai frowned and also punched out. With a loud bang, the two figures retreated. A strange look flashed in the young man's eyes. Apparently, he didn't expect Young Kai to be so stubborn. However, before he could recover, Young Kai had already stabilized his body and rushed at him. In the blink of an eye, Young Kai was already in front of him, and a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The young man was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand to block, but he felt an unstoppable force spread out from his opponent's fist. This time it was more than twice as strong as the first punch. Shocked, he tried to summon his artifact, but it was already too late. With a cracking sound, a sharp pain spread from his hand as his arm was broken. The next moment, a sky full of fist shadows shrouded him. The young man's face instantly turned ashen. In the stands, Pei Buan's pair of ox-like eyes showed a look of surprise at first, but then they became brighter and brighter, as if he had found a treasure. His nostrils were even breathing hot air. A series of thunderous booms rang out one after another. In the field, the young man could only block and was unable to fight back, falling into a disadvantageous position. For Young Kai, fighting opponents above his realm was a common occurrence. He might not be a match for a heaven-opening realm master. After all, his opponent had already opened the heavens and earth and could use the world force. But as long as his opponent hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, Young Kai had nothing to fear. If his opponent had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, Young Kai wouldn't have gone too far. The key was that this young man had attacked without saying a word. So Young Kai had no choice but to be ruthless. Although he was in human form, he possessed the strength of a 1,000-meter dragon. So how could an ordinary person compete with him in terms of strength? If his opponent had opened up a distance and competed with him using artifacts or secret techniques at the beginning, he might have been able to hold on for a while, but now that he had engaged in a melee battle, he was simply courting death. A short time later, after a dozen breaths of time, Young Kai threw out his last punch and the young man lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Yang Kai didn't kill him, but with such injuries, he would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. Yang Kai returned to Pei Buwen's side without panting, as if he had just warmed up. He cupped his fists and said, "Shopkeeper Pei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." The group of servants looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, all of them surprised. Pei Buwen even put his hands behind his back and circled around him, clicking his tongue and pinching his arm from time to time. Yang Kai was not used to this and frowned. "Shopkeeper Pei, as you said, I won. As for the compensation, What compensation?" Pei Buwen stared at him. Yang Kai's face sank. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you going back on your words? You clearly said just now that as long as I won, the guy below would give me money." Chapter 39-49. Did I say that? Pei Buwen turned his head and looked around in bewilderment. "No!" the crowd shouted. Pei Buwen looked at Yang Kai, crossed his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "You see, they all said no, so I definitely didn't say anything like that." Yang Kai's face twitched. He looked at him in disbelief. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you serious?" This guy was actually playing dumb. Yang Kai had never seen such a person before. For better or worse, he was a fourth-stage heaven opening master, and he was also the shopkeeper of a shop. People who did business had always been honest. It would be strange if he could run a business like this. If he didn't lose money, Yang Kai would follow his surname. He was indeed a fool. Luo Haiyu was right. Pei Buwen smiled and didn't answer. "Thank you." Yang Kai cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he had been toyed with by the other party and his heart was filled with indignation, he was in the other party's territory and the difference in strength was so great that Kai Yang really couldn't do anything to him. He secretly swore to himself that he would go and drag the lady boss over to teach this bastard a lesson. Behind him, Pei Buwen looked at him and stroked the stubble on his chin. "Kid, help me fight another round and I'll definitely give you the 10 million. Yang Kai didn't stop. Once trust was broken, it was hard to make up for it. After suffering once, Yang Kai wouldn't fall again. "I'll personally compensate you with 500,000 heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai pretended that he didn't hear anything. 1 million. Pei Buwen gritted his teeth. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk out of the inner court, he immediately shouted, "I swear on my own Dao seal." Yang Kai had 1 foot out of the inner court. After hearing this, his body froze in place. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him. After a while, he slowly turned around and walked back. Pei Buwen grinned and watched Yang Kai walk to the side and sit down. He also sat down and moved his head closer. "Kid, fight 1 round and I'll give you 11 million heaven-opening pills immediately. Make an oath first." Yang Kai held his teacup and didn't look at him. His eyes were indifferent. Pei Buwen said, "It's easy to swear. But I have another condition. You have to win. If you lose, not only will you lose the heaven-opening pellet, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai glanced at him and saw the ominous glint in his eyes. He didn't seem to be joking, so he frowned and said, "You can't expect me to fight a heaven-opening realm expert, right?" Pei Buwen said, "Don't worry, your opponent isn't at the sky-opening realm. He's not even at the half-step sky-opening realm. He's not much weaker than you." "Swear it." Yang Kai nodded. As long as his opponent wasn't at the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai didn't need to fear anything, let alone this opponent he had yet to meet who wasn't even at half-step heaven opening. So confident? Pei Buwen was surprised. He had been thinking of ways to get Yang Kai to fight, but now seeing Yang Kai's performance, he was a little nervous. "If you trust me, then swear it. If you don't, then I'll leave right now." Yang Kai took a sip of tea, put down the cup and stood up. Pei Buwen frowned and looked hesitant, but after a short while, he suddenly stood up and solemnly swore, "I, Pei Buwen, swear on my own Dao seal as long as, what's your name?" The last sentence was for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai introduced himself just now, he probably didn't listen carefully. Yang Kai said it again. Pei Buwen continued, "As long as Yang Kai can win 1 more battle, I will give you 11 million heaven-opening pellets. If I go back on my words, may I, Pei Buwen, cut off my future path and destroy my Dao." Yang Kai said calmly from the side, "My opponent's cultivation." Pei Buwen bared his teeth and swore again, adding Yang Kai's request. Only then did he look down. That should be enough. If you still can't do it, then you're going too far, kid. Yang Kai nodded. That's enough. This idiot swore on his own Dao seal, so he was quite trustworthy. No one dared to joke around with their Dao seal. If he really went back on his words, it would definitely leave a flaw in his heart. At that time, he might really cut off his future path and destroy his Dao. Yang Kai was a little curious. Why did this guy want him to fight with someone else? Was there any benefit for him? If there was no benefit, why would he pay 11 million heaven-opening pellets? However, Yang Kai couldn't understand the thoughts of this idiot. He was too lazy to think about it. He stood up and said, "Where's my opponent? Call him out." The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. Pei Buan laughed mischievously. "Your opponent isn't here. How about this, you rest here for a night and recharge your energy. Tomorrow, I'll bring you over tomorrow and make a big scene." Yang Kai frowned. He realized that he seemed to have thought too simply about this matter. Listening to Pei Buan's words, it seemed like he was going to go somewhere to make a scene. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap? Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. There was nothing he could do. The matter had already been settled, and the 11 million heaven-opening pellets were too tempting. At this time he couldn't back out. He sent a message to Luo Hai, telling her to go back first and that he would look for her tomorrow. Then, under the guidance of the 100 Refinements Hall's servants, he entered a quiet room to rest. The 100 Refinements Hall's hospitality was very thoughtful. They sent Yang Kai a lot of nutritious food and even a few bottles of healing spirit pills. At a glance he could tell that they were top-quality goods. If he took them out and sold them, they could fetch a lot of money. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that tomorrow's battle was very important to Pei Buan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much in him. The night passed without a word. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Pei Buan pushed open the door and entered. With his hands on his waist, he stood at the door like an iron tower. "Brat, are you ready?" Yang Kai stood up and said, "Let's go." There was nothing to prepare. It was just a fight with someone he didn't know. However, the more indifferent he appeared, the brighter Pei Buan's eyes became. This showed that he was confident. He grinned and waved his hand, "Follow me." After exiting the 100 Refinements Hall's door, Yang Kai saw Luo Hai standing not far away. He couldn't help but stop and wave at her. Luo Hai glanced over at Pei Buan with a timid expression, mainly because the oppressive feeling this guy gave off was too strong. His entire person was simply too fierce. Normally, if she saw such a person, she would definitely avoid him. But since Yang Kai had summoned her, she could only walk over and salute Pei Buan. "Greetings, shopkeeper Pei." Pei Buan looked at Luo Hai and then looked at Yang Kai. "Are you a woman?" Luo Hai's face turned red. She didn't know how to explain. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at Luo Hai and said, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back?" Luo Hai said, "I came back again. I thought that master might have something to do today." "I don't have anything to do today." Yang Kai smiled. He pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't have anything to do, you can come with me." He turned to look at Pei Buan and said, "Is it okay to bring one more person?" "It's okay. Just follow me." Pei Buan waved his hand. He had also brought some people with him. They were probably the shop staff. Speaking of which, the 100 Refinements Hall was also a place that sold artifacts. Unfortunately, it was deserted and the business was terrible. The shop staff had nothing to do in the shop. Otherwise, Pei Buan wouldn't have been able to bring so many people out. Yang Kai tilted his head at Luo Hai, indicating that she should follow. The two of them led the way in front while the group followed behind. The people on the street gave way from a distance, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that shopkeeper Pei was infamous. No wonder his business was in such a mess. If he was the owner behind the 100 Refinements Hall, he would have fired Pei Buan long ago. "Shopkeeper Pei, the fight will start soon. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly," Yang Kai said. Pei Buan nodded and said, "Indeed, I have to tell you some rules. Listen carefully. In the fight later, you are not allowed to use artifacts or take pills. You can only rely on your own strength to determine the winner. This is the most basic rule." "Artifacts and pills cannot be used?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then he had a huge advantage. Absolutely not. Pei Buen's expression was dignified. Don't be nervous and bring out your secret treasure. If that happens, even if you win, it'll be considered a loss. Yang Kai nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't use them. He didn't have many artifacts that he could use now. The ones he brought from the star boundary couldn't keep up with the pace. The mountains and rivers bell was destroyed last time. The only ones he could use now were the Black Dragon Spear, the Wish Pouch, and the Shadowless Veil. Pei Buen continued, In this fight, life and death are not involved. In other words, if you have the ability, it doesn't matter if you kill them. Yang Kai asked curiously, You can kill in Star City? Didn't they say that private fights were not allowed here? Pei Buen laughed. Only in that place can you kill. However, if either side admits defeat, the fight will end immediately. You are not allowed to fight again. Otherwise, you will lose. He turned to look at Yang Kai. These are the 2 rules. Do you remember them clearly? I remember them clearly. Luo Hai's face suddenly turned pale. She said from the side, Shopkeeper Pei, are you talking about the Shura field? Pei Buen turned his head and smiled at her. His mouth was full of terrifying fangs. That's right, the Shura field. Luo Hai quickly pulled Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, Master, the Shura field is dangerous. Many people die every day. It's best not to go. Pei Buen laughed, It's too late. This kid has already promised me. He can't not go. Luo Hai heard and her eyes were filled with worry. Yang Kai smiled, Don't worry. Tell me, what kind of place is the Shura field? He probably wouldn't get anything from Pei Buen. Since Luo Hai knew, he might as well ask her. Luo Hai thought for a moment and explained, Among the 36 heavenly paradises, there is a place called the Shura Paradise. The people in the Shura Paradise are bloodthirsty and cruel. They are not to be trifled with. They set up an Shura field in every star city for people to fight. Life and death are not allowed. Those who win a battle in the Shura field will receive some rewards. If they win consecutively, the rewards will be doubled until they reach the maximum reward they set. Chapter 3950. For instance, if you win the first match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. If you win the second match, you can obtain 100 heaven opening pills. If you win the third match, you can obtain 200 heaven opening pills, and so on until you reach the highest limit. Yang Kai nodded, That's a bit interesting. Don't look at the 50 heaven opening pills you won in the first match. If you won 7 or 8 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain would be far greater. If you could win 9 or 10 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain could break through 10,000. The Azura Arena is divided into 3 levels: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Correspondingly, there are 3 Azura proclamations. The Mortal proclamation is for those below half-step heaven opening, the Earth proclamation is for those at half-step heaven opening, and the Heaven proclamation is for those at the heaven opening realm. However, no matter which proclamation it is, those that can be ranked on the Azura proclamation are not to be trifled with. This arrangement was also reasonable. After all, for a cultivator, half-step heaven opening was a watershed. Once a cultivator condensed 5 different strengths in their body, their strength would rise by leaps and bounds. After reaching heaven opening, there would be a qualitative change. Thus, the Azura Arena used half-step heaven opening as the boundary to divide the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal proclamations. Since Pei Buen said that his opponent wasn't at the half-step heaven opening realm, then his opponent this time should be a master on the Mortal proclamation. I also heard that the purpose of the Azura Arena was to temper the disciples of the Azura Heaven. The people of the Azura Heaven rely on fighting and fighting as their foundation. The more intense the battles they experience, the faster they grow. However, even though the Azura Heaven is one of the 36 heavenly grottos, it is impossible for them to often have the opportunity to fight others. This Azura Arena satisfies their needs. Pei Buen turned his head and smiled. This little madam knows quite a bit. That's right. The existence of the Azura Arena is a place for the disciples of the Azura Heaven to cultivate. Everyone that enters the Azura Arena is the cornerstone of their smelting trial. But who told them to offer such generous conditions? Even on the Mortal Decree, as long as you win a single match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. As for the Earth and Heaven rankings, there are even more rewards. Naturally, there are as many as the clouds in the sky. While they were talking, the group had already arrived at the entrance of a shop. From the outside, this shop didn't look special. It was just that the front of the shop was a bit more spacious than the other shops. But before they could even get close, Kai Yang could already smell the stench of blood. Raising his head to look, he could see that above the shop, there was a plaque with the words Azura Field written on it. These 3 words were bright red, as if they were painted with fresh blood. At first glance, there wasn't anything special about it, but after looking at it for a while, you could see that these 3 words were actually dripping with blood, dripping down from the plaque. Yang Kai's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed and the plaque returned to its original state. The bloody scene from before had already vanished. "Shopkeeper Pei has arrived. Please come in." A young servant warmly greeted him at the entrance. Pei Buan was clearly a regular customer here. Pei Buan calmly replied with a grunt of acknowledgement. With his hands behind his back, he led the group of people in. After entering the shop, Yang Kai discovered that there was a completely different world within. The main hall was incomparably spacious and there were many people gathered here. Some were in groups of 3 to 5 and some were alone. In the center of the main hall were 3 thick pillars. On these pillars there were rows upon rows of shining words. Pei Buan turned around and said, "You all wait here for a moment. I will find someone to make arrangements." After he finished speaking, he led the 2 shop assistants away. After he left, Luo Hai walked over. She softly said, "Master, do you really want to fight? The Azura Field is a dangerous place. If you don't have to fight, then it's best not to." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's something that has already been decided." Luo Hai's expression darkened. She exhorted, "Then Master, you must be careful later. When fighting in the Azura Field, you will do anything. You can't treat it with ordinary experience." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. He looked in the direction of the 3 pillars and asked, "Are those the heaven, earth, and mortal lists?" When he entered, he had already noticed these 3 pillars. It couldn't be helped. These 3 pillars were built too conspicuously. It was difficult to miss them. Moreover, the top of these 3 pillars were engraved with the words, heaven, earth, and mortal. Naturally, it was clear at a glance. Luo Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Those are the heaven, earth, and mortal lists." Yang Kai raised his head to examine. After a glance, he realized that the names on these lists were quite interesting. Most of them didn't look like names but more like code names or aliases. For example, there were names like Black Fox and Thousand Knives. There were also some names that were more normal and should be real names. Moreover, on these 3 lists, the colors of the names of the people ranked at the top and the people ranked at the bottom were different. The names of the top 3 were written in dark gold. The 4th to 10th were written in gold. The 10th to 30th were written in silver. The 30th and below were written in white. On each list there were only 100 names, no more and no less. These names were not engraved on the pillars. Instead, they were left on them using a strange method. As he was looking, one of the names on the earth list suddenly dimmed. This attracted Yang Kai's attention. He asked in confusion, "Why did this name turn gray?" Luo Hai's face turned slightly pale. "He's dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. This name that had turned gray was originally silver. He was ranked 15th. Obviously, his strength was not low. Now that he was dead, it could be seen how dangerous the battles in this Azura Field were. Although the rewards here were generous, they needed to be won with one's life. A normal cultivator would not have the courage to do so. After a moment of being stunned, the name that had turned gray suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was removed from the earth lists. Following that, the names that were originally ranked below him all jumped up a row. At the bottom of the list, a brand new name appeared, making up the number of 100. In a corner of the hall, there was a passage. At this time, someone was walking out of the passage with a blood-soaked and lifeless body of a cultivator on his back. Blood dripped onto the floor, striking the hearts of the onlookers. Many people in the hall felt a chill in their hearts. Yang Kai knew that this dead guy should be the one who had just been removed from the earth lists. Looking at the miserable state of his body, it was obvious that he had gone through an extremely difficult battle. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, Kai Yang saw Pei Buan walking towards him. When he was near, he said, "Everything has been arranged." After half an hour you will go on stage. Scratching his head, he said, Now there is a problem. What problem? Young Kai asked. What name will you use? When Pei Buan asked, he pointed to the 3 lists and said, You can use an alias or your real name if you want. It's up to you. Young Kai said indifferently, My real name is fine. Anyway, he was just here to fight. There was nothing shameful about it. There was no need to be so secretive. Moreover, he could use any name, but it was meaningless if he could not change his appearance. Pei Buan nodded and took out a communication bead. He was probably contacting the people in the Azura field. After he was done, Luo Hai asked, Shopkeeper Pei, who is Lord Yang's opponent? Pei Buan grinned and glanced at Yang Kai. He pointed to the top of the ranking list of young masters and said, The guy who is ranked 4th. Luo Hai's face immediately turned pale. How is that possible? Lord Yang has never fought in the Azura field before. How can he be qualified to fight with that person? After she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with her words. She quickly explained, Master, there is a rule in the Azura field. You can only challenge opponents who are within 10 ranks of you. If you win, you can replace them. Pei Buan grinned and said, To an ordinary person, rules are naturally rules. To me, rules are meant to be broken. He had a look of indescribable power on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a golden name on the 4th place on the ranking list of young masters. Yu Luocha. Judging by the name, he was not someone to be trifled with. Let's go. There is only 1 hour left. Take a good rest and adjust your condition. Pei Buan called out and led the crowd to a corner of the hall. Not long after, they arrived at a private room. A maid came to serve them. The private room was very big. Directly opposite the private room was the huge Azura field. At this moment, 2 people were fighting endlessly. However, it was obvious that one side was at a disadvantage and would not be able to hold on for long. Around the Azura field, there were spectators who were watching the battle. They were shouting as the battle unfolded. Pei Buan stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared down and said, The terrain in the Azura field is ever-changing. You can decide with your opponent which terrain to choose. It can also be changed randomly. Do you have a choice? Ice and snow, hot desert, swamp, jungle, whatever you want. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The Azura field itself is a secret treasure. Pei Buan nodded. Yes, the Azura field is a secret treasure. Yang Kai said, Do as you wish. Pei Buan glanced at him and grinned. I admire your confidence. Boy, fight well for me. If you win, then everything will be fine. But if you lose, then you might lose your life. I won't hide it from you. Your opponent is a disciple of the Azura heaven. Yang Kai frowned. That Yu Luocha is from the Azura heaven? Are you afraid? Pei Buan stared deeply at him. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that I might accidentally kill him. Don't worry. Pei Buan raised his hand. He clearly knew what Lin Ming was worried about. If you can kill him, then kill him. It's not like the people of the Azura heaven haven't died in the Azura field before. Normally, the Azura heaven wouldn't care about such a situation, and they definitely wouldn't take revenge on you afterwards. Otherwise, who would come to the Azura field to play with them? That's good. In the Azura field, there is nothing you can do. You must not be soft-hearted. Pei Buan warned with a dignified expression. Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. This person was ranked 4th on the mortal decree, and also came from the Azura heaven. He clearly wasn't a pushover. Although Yang Kai was confident in himself, this was still a life-or-death battle. He naturally had to be in his best condition to welcome it. Time slowly passed. The crowd below was in an uproar. Yang Kai remained motionless, his heart as calm as still water. Chapter 39:51. At a certain moment, the noise outside the private room slowly subsided. Pei Buan's voice was heard, Get ready. Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly got up. The door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood at the door and cupped his hands. Manager Pei? I'm here to bring someone into the arena. Pei Buan nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead. The man glanced around the room and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He turned sideways and gestured, Please. Lord Yang, be careful. Luo Hai whispered behind him. Yang Kai did not turn back. He waved his hand and followed the man out. After he left, Pei Buwen gave a look to a waiter beside him. The waiter swallowed his saliva. Manager, how much do you want to bet? All in, Pei Buwen said in a low voice. The waiter's face turned pale when he heard that. Manager, please think twice. It took you a lot of effort to borrow this money. If you lose, you won't be able to answer to the headquarters. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart, Pei Buwen shouted. The waiter quickly covered his mouth. Just do as I say. Don't talk nonsense. The waiter loosened his hand and said anxiously, all in on Yang Kai. Do you want to bet on you, Luocha? Pei Buwen was so angry that he kicked the waiter away. He turned around and stared at the Azura arena below with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he grinned and turned to look at the confused Luo Hai. He said, in the future, I will eat sh*t and eat meat. It depends on whether this kid can win this round. Although he was the manager of the 100 Refinements Hall, he was not good at business. He was addicted to gambling. Not only did he not earn money in this star market, he even lost a lot. Seeing that Great Altar was about to come to check his accounts, if he didn't find a way to fill this hole, he would definitely be punished by Great Altar. Although he had borrowed a lot of money during this time and had even pawned his artifacts, there was still a large gap. He didn't have much time left, so he wanted to come to the Azura Arena to earn some money. In the Azura Arena, although the winner could obtain a certain reward, it was still not worth mentioning compared to the bets outside. If not, why would Pei Buwen choose a candidate to fight in the Azura Arena? Previously, he had found a good one. Unfortunately, he was beaten by Yang Kai with just a few punches and kicks. This gave Pei Buwen a chance to make money. As long as Yang Kai could win this round, not only would he be able to make up for his deficit, but he would also be able to pay off his debt. Even if he couldn't become rich, at least he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. However, if he lost this round, then he would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. This gamble was staking his own future and destiny. He didn't tell Yang Kai before. Firstly, he didn't want to say anything. Secondly, he was afraid that Yang Kai would feel pressured. Seeing his sinister smile, Luo Hai couldn't help but turn pale, not knowing what to say. On the other side, under the man's lead, Yang Kai entered a tunnel. He walked all the way to the end where a large door blocked his way. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man who led the way. The man smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Cheers rose and fell like a tide. Even though there was a large door between them, they could feel the enthusiasm of the spectators in the Azura Arena. Behind the large door should be the Azura Arena. Someone was introducing Yu Luosha in a bewitching tone. Although the cheers were loud, Yang Kai could still hear it clearly. In that person's introduction, Yu Luosha's battle record in the Azura Arena was 172 wins, 8 draws, and 1 loss. Such a battle record could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was also a standard that only the strong could have. As for this person's opponents, 60% of them died in the Azura Arena, 30% were crippled, and only 10% survived. Following that person's introduction in a low voice, the cheers in the Azura Arena became louder and louder. Then the voice changed and shouted, "Today's challenger is a nameless person, Yang Kai." As the voice fell, the large door that had been blocking Yang Kai's path slowly opened. Light shone in, accompanied by deafening cheers, and the Azura Arena appeared in front of him. The voice in the arena continued, "Is it the ignorant who is fearless or the fierce dragon who crossed the river? Let us wait and see. Step down." The man standing beside Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked forward. The voice of the person behind him said, "Boy, if you can't win, you can admit defeat. It won't be fun to lose your life." Stepping into the Azura Arena, Yang Kai appeared on a high platform. There was another high platform 100 feet away, and on the high platform, a figure stood quietly. Presumably, that was his opponent, Yu Luosha. Yang Kai looked up and found that this person was just as he thought, a woman. When he saw the name Yu Luosha just now, Yang Kai faintly guessed. After all, if it was a man, he would not use such a name. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Yu Luosha was very tall, with fair skin and an enchanting figure. Her clothes were also very simple. Her tight clothes outlined her exquisite curves, revealing a pair of jade-like arms that dazzled the eyes. Although she was just standing there quietly, Yang Kai could still feel a murderous aura coming from her. Many people had died under this woman's hands. For eyes met and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu Luosha's expression was indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in her watery eyes. At this moment the surrounding scenery changed, and the surrounding stands disappeared, blocked by a layer of restrictions. Then the terrain rolled and squirmed, and a hot aura filled the air. In just a moment, the entire Azura arena turned into a vast desert. Yang Kai looked up and saw a round sun hanging in the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the entire desert was steaming hot. He was surprised. Although he heard from Pei Buan that the terrain in the Azura arena could change, he did not expect that even the sun could be transformed. Thinking about it, this desert should be the battlefield, and it should be randomly changed. This was easy to deal with. The desert was empty, and there was no place to hide. Other than a direct confrontation, there was no need to think of any other schemes and tricks. A figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, followed by a strong wind. Yang Kai laughed. "You people, why didn't you say hello before attacking? It was like this yesterday in the 100 Refinements Hall, and it was the same today." However, thinking about it, the Azura arena was unscrupulous, and this method could not be considered a sneak attack. He could only say that his reaction was a little slow. When he said the first word, Yang Kai's figure floated back, and when the last word fell, he had already punched out. On the opposite side, Yu Luosha raised her palm, but just as the fist and palm were about to collide, the arm she stretched out suddenly twisted, like a boneless snake, and wrapped around Yang Kai's fist, fiercely pressing her palm towards Yang Kai's chest. Although this change was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, it was not a big deal. Yang Kai did not dodge, and he grinned, strength surging wildly in his fist. In the next instant the two of them were hit at the same time, and the two figures were sent flying. Yang Kai grunted, and the blood in his chest roiled. A wave of baleful aura rushed through his chest and into his meridians and flesh. Furrowing his brow, he hurriedly circulated his strength to dispel the impact. He gritted his teeth. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched just now, in truth, he had suffered a small loss. His fist that had landed on Yu Luocha's shoulder hadn't done anything to her at all. The moment his fist touched her body, this woman's shoulder had trembled subtly a few times. He didn't know what mysterious power she had used, but he couldn't help but feel as if he had punched cotton. He had encountered the nemesis. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. His advantage lay in his strong physique and great strength. Among the cultivator at the same level, there was no one who could surpass him. Against an opponent like Yu Luosha, it was very difficult for him to display his advantage. On the other side, Yu Luosha's figure flipped through the air, but in midair she suddenly raised her hand, and a blood-red bow appeared in her hand. She gently twisted her fingers, and a blood-red arrow formed at her fingertips. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and with a clang it shot out. The bow was not an artifact, and the arrow was also not an artifact. Rather, it was a manifestation of pure strength, so it did not violate the rules of the Azura field. With a few soft sounds, several blood-red arrows had sealed off all of Yang Kai's paths of retreat, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived in front of Yang Kai. So fast! Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, the pitch-black moon blades met the blood-red arrows and collapsed. However, when the last arrow collapsed, Yu Luosha's figure suddenly appeared in place, as if she could ignore the barriers of space and teleport. Her jade-white hand reached out towards Yang Kai's eyes, as if she was picking flowers and peaches. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine because this woman was trying to pluck out his eyes. Almost instinctively, he pushed his strength to protect himself, and at the same time raised his head to the side. The jade-white hand that was reaching out was slightly obstructed, but it immediately transformed into a blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Although it was a white hand, it was not inferior to any sharp divine weapon. Even if Yang Kai had dragon transformation, if this palm struck him, he would likely be decapitated. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai grit his teeth and hurriedly used his Nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. As the palm descended, it did not feel like it had struck anything tangible. Yu Luosha's calm eyes finally flashed a strange light as the power in her palm surged, shattering the void around it. Yang Kai let out another muffled groan as his figure solidified, and with a tap of his feet, he quickly opened up some distance between him and his opponent. Yu Luosha didn't chase after him. She only calmly looked at him. After he stood still, she gently nodded and said, "You're not bad." Her tone was light, without a hint of ridicule, as if she were praising him from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had dodged her attack in that critical moment, he had still been shaken and his organs had tumbled around. He chuckled and said, "You're not bad yourself." This woman was truly experienced in battle. She was truly worthy of being a disciple of the Azura heaven. He had actually been suppressed by her to the point of suffocating. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 3952. Yu Luocha's series of attacks flowed smoothly without the slightest bit of sloppiness, giving people a dazzling feeling. No wonder she could make such a great name for herself in the Azura arena, and her ranking was also frighteningly high. Based on her series of actions just now, there were not many under the half-step heaven-splitting realm who could block her, and any careless mistake could cost them their life. Yang Kai's blood was boiling. Since coming out of this world, he had not had a proper fight. All the people he had encountered were existences far stronger than him, so there was no way he could fight them. This was one of the rare battles of the same realm, and it was when he had chased after Fong Tai. With two heaven-splitting realm masters by his side, it had not been difficult at all. It had been the same in the 100 Refinements Hall yesterday. For someone like him who had grown up through fighting, not moving his hands and feet for such a long time made his hands itch. As such, even though he had suffered a small loss, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a prey. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to Yu Luocha. His face filled with arrogance. Seeing this, Yu Luocha's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expressionless face slowly curled into a subtle smile. No one had ever dared to provoke her like this in the Azura field, not even the 3 people ranked higher than her. Although she was ranked 4th on the mortal ranking, her strength was not much lower than the 3 people ranked before her. Any one of them would have to use their full strength against her. But today, there was an unknown person who had not even left his name on the mortal ranking, who dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Yu Luocha stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, as if she had seen some delicious food, her appetite greatly aroused. In the next instant, a sandstorm kicked up and a large hole appeared in the ground. Yu Luocha shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving behind several afterimages as she floated behind Yang Kai like a ghost. Raising her foot, Emperor's chi madly surged as she swept it towards Yang Kai's head. The power of this kick was incomparably terrifying, and even if there was a mountain in front of her it would be crushed. The back of Yang Kai's head seemed to open a pair of eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. In the blink of an eye, he caught her ankle and sneered, "Let's see where you can run now." Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang's face changed. This was because the little foot that he was grabbing suddenly lost its strength and slipped out of his palm. Immediately after, a warm body climbed onto his back. The body was warm and soft, but it gave people a kind of frightening feeling. It was as if it wasn't the body of a woman that had climbed onto his back, but rather a python that wanted to swallow him whole. Yu Luosha's 2 legs and arms were twisted into unimaginable arcs, tightly binding Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to exert any of his brute strength. Yu Luocha's low and gentle voice sounded like a soul-stirring voice from the 9 hells. "How do you want to die?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Yu Luocha opened her mouth and bit towards Yang Kai's neck. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in a life-or-death battle, so Yang Kai had a very strange feeling in his heart, but it did not stop him from reaching out and grabbing Yu Luocha's hair behind him, pulling hard. Yu Luocha let out a muffled groan. She was so close to biting Yang Kai's neck, but under the strong pull, she had no choice but to raise her head, a cold light flashing across her eyes as her hair trembled under the force of her emperor chi. Yang Kai hissed and quickly let go, but it was still a little too late, and a series of small cuts appeared on his palm. However, in this short moment of respite, Yang Kai finally had time to circulate his emperor chi and shake his body. A copious amount of power surged forth, and Yu Luosha, who was entangled with his body, was shaken off. However, this woman didn't leave. Instead, she took advantage of this opportunity to fly around Kai Yang, her pair of jade-like palms filling the sky, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, attacking Kai Yang from all kinds of unimaginable angles. From a distance, Yang Kai stood motionless in place, but there was a figure moving around beside him, up and down, left and right. With a series of banging sounds, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly torn apart. Although it looked like he was at a disadvantage, from the beginning until now he had suffered quite a bit, Kai Yang's expression was extremely calm. At this time the benefits of having a strong physique were displayed. Although Yu Luosha was able to injure him, her strength was limited. Unless she hit a vital point, she couldn't do anything to him. On the other hand, if Yu Luosha were to take a punch or kick from him, she would definitely not have a good end. Inside the private room, Pei Buan stood in front of the windowsill with his hands behind his back, closely watching the battle below. The 100 Refinements hall staff next to him were shouting and yelling, looking extremely thrilling. "Shut up, all of you!" Pei Buan suddenly shouted angrily. The few shop assistants were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. Luo Hai said with a worried look, "Shopkeeper Pei, can Lord Yang win?" With her eyesight, she could only see that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but she could not see the situation on the field clearly. Pei Buan chuckled and said, "Who knows until the end? It's best if he wins. However, in the current situation, if he doesn't get rid of Yu Luosha, it will be difficult for him to win." As soon as these words fell, Pei Buan suddenly raised his brow and grinned, "You're really something." In the Azura field, accompanied by an explosion, Yu Luosha was suddenly sent flying. While in mid-air, she spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. The two people who had been entangled with each other finally separated. Yang Kai's clothes were tattered and he looked extremely miserable, but Yu Luosha obviously did not have a good time either. She had been entangled with Yang Kai for a long time and was always careless. She took a punch from Yang Kai and did not have time to resolve it, causing her internal organs to roll endlessly. "It's a draw." Yang Kai glanced sideways and grinned at Yu Luosha. "It's my turn." His body did not move, but he appeared in front of Yu Luosha like a ghost and pointed a finger at her. This finger seemed to be as light as a feather without any strength, but it caused Yu Luosha's pupils to shrink. With a tap of her feet, she floated back. A small blood-red flower suddenly appeared where she was originally standing. The flower looked as if it was made of blood, bright red, and an extremely dense baleful aura came from it. One step, one flower. Yu Luosha retreated 10 steps. 10 small flowers took shape in the golden desert. When each flower appeared, it was like an invisible beast that wanted to devour its prey. Yang Kai followed like a shadow. Wherever he passed, the 10 small flowers withered. Yu Luosha's expression finally changed. She formed a seal with one hand and the withered small flowers collapsed. Petals filled the vast void, turning into a rain of petals that fell on Yang Kai. Each petal was strong enough to cut through gold and break jade. Yang Kai maintained his posture and the space principles around him surged. Around his body, small cracks in the void appeared almost imperceptible, but they enveloped him. The petals attacked, but before they could get close, they were cut into pieces by the cracks in the void. Yang Kai pointed a finger and a crescent blade slashed towards Yu Luosha. It was so close that it was almost impossible to dodge. Yu Luosha bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. The blood mist instantly turned into a blood-red barrier that blocked the crescent blade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Luosha tapped her feet and hurriedly put some distance between her and Yang Kai. Before, it was Yang Kai who had done everything possible to guard against her, but now it was the other way around. It could only be said that the wheel of fortune had changed. Every dog had its day. Separated by several hundred feet, the two stared at each other. Yang Kai was smiling, but Yu Luosha's expression had become incomparably solemn. It was only at this moment that she discovered that her opponent was not simple. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Since she had suffered a small loss in close combat, she could only use her magical powers. Gently exhaling, Yu Luosha formed a seal. Blood chi surged from her exquisite body and a blood-red flower suddenly appeared under her feet. This red flower looked similar to the one she had just summoned, but it was much larger. Yu Luosha stood on top of it, completely unaffected. Opposite her, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and a dozen pitch-black crescent blades whistled through the air. Yu Luocha remained motionless, waiting for the crescent blades to close in on her. Suddenly, the blood-red flower under her feet began to emit a dense layer of light. Immediately, a blood-red curtain of light enveloped her from bottom to top. With a sizzling sound, the crescent blades slashed at the blood-red curtain of light, but were unable to break it open. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was well aware of the power of the crescent blades, but this blood-red flower was actually able to completely block them. It seemed that it was indeed sturdy. Yu Luocha changed her hand seal and muttered something under her breath. When she opened her arms, huge blood-red flowers suddenly appeared out of thin air and filled the entire Azura field. In an instant, Yang Kai was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Apart from the blood-red sky, there was nothing else in front of him. Even Yu Luocha had disappeared. Yang Kai used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but he was unable to detect Yu Luocha's whereabouts. At a certain moment, a strange sound rang out. Amidst the swirling petals, a blood-red spear pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. This spear was composed of flower petals and was filled with a strange fragrance and murderous intent. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck out, his emperor chi surging as the blood-red spear collapsed. However, before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Luocha's figure mysteriously emerged from the dancing petals less than a meter away from Yang Kai. Her slender jade-like palm slammed down, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yang Kai had been on guard for a long time, so he was not surprised. Grinning, he punched out, hitting Yu Luocha's body. The next moment, Yang Kai frowned because he did not feel like he had hit anything. Instead, he saw Yu Luocha's body suddenly collapse, turning into a rain of petals. A strong wind blew behind his head, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Space principles surged and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters to the left. Looking around, Yu Luocha had appeared where she had originally been standing, holding a flower petal in her hand and shattering her afterimage. Both of them turned their heads and saw a strong fighting spirit and competitive spirit in each other's eyes. However, after a moment, Yu Luocha actually dispersed again, turning into a rain of petals. This was not Yu Luocha's true body. Chapter 3953. The spectators in the stands around the Azura field could no longer see what was going on. The entire Azura field was wrapped in blood-red flowers, and one could only vaguely make out the silhouettes within. Even so, it did not hinder the enthusiasm of these spectators. Loud shouts and cries could be heard incessantly. Many people were loudly shouting Yu Luocha's name. It could be seen that this woman was quite popular in the Azura arena. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and was strong, so she was naturally sought after by many men. In the private room, Pei Buan stared at the battlefield below with a dignified expression. With his fourth-grade heaven-opening eyesight, he could naturally see the situation clearly. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Yang Kai couldn't even find where Yu Luocha's real body was, so how could he win? If he wanted to win, he had to find Yu Luocha's whereabouts first, but did he have the eyesight to do so? In the Azura field, Yang Kai was also feeling a headache. If possible, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. After all, this was the Azura field, and many people were watching this battle. Revealing some of his trump cards might lead to some trouble. But now that Yu Luocha was acting like this, not even revealing her whereabouts, Yang Kai was really helpless. Lowering his head slightly, the hair in front of his forehead cast a thick shadow, allowing the petals to dance around him in the murderous intent to fill the air. Yang Kai remained motionless. A strange sound rang out again as the petals fluttered, forming a boundless killing array. Behind this killing array, Yu Luocha's figure was faintly discernible, her eyes emotionless. It wasn't until the sea of flowers was about to reach him that Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, his emperor chi madly surging as void cracks appeared around him like swimming fish. The sea of flowers collapsed, and the void cracks gradually disappeared. Yu Luocha, who was following closely behind the sea of flowers, raised her hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored this and turned his head to look in a certain direction, a golden light blooming from his left eye as he grinned. "Is it fun to hide here and there?" As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai had already rushed over, his hands fluttering as he formed a series of hand seals and muttered, "Flowing time great emperor, withering glory shuttle like a dream." He slammed his palm down. Amidst the sea of flowers, Yu Luocha acted as if she was facing a great enemy. Her pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand how the other party had discovered her whereabouts so quickly. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai's left eye had turned into a golden vertical slit. That vertical slit was full of majesty, as if it could look directly into the depths of her soul and pry into the secrets hidden in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. He came to a sudden realization. This fellow had clearly cultivated some kind of profound eye technique. No wonder he could reach such a level. She wanted to dodge, but her thoughts stopped in that instant. By the time she came back to her senses, the might of that palm was already upon her. There was a deafening roar, and the endless sea of flowers seemed to have received a command. They rolled over and gathered in front of her to form a sturdy barrier. As the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal slammed down, the sea of flowers collapsed, revealing Yu Luocha's true body, a slightly flustered expression on her face. If Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal in the early days, he might not have possessed such power, but Yang Kai had witnessed countless battles between the flowing time great emperor and Mo Shang in the ancient battlefield and had absorbed the essence of both of them, evolving his own martial Dao true meaning. He dared not say anything else, but this flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was not much worse than the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal in the past. "You're finished." Yang Kai grinned at her, and as soon as his words fell, a pure white lotus flower flashed from his demon eye of annihilation. Blossoming lotus. Yu Luocha's expression froze, her spiritual energies defenses like paper. A massive lotus flower appeared in her field of vision, its petals blossoming, rapidly draining away her spiritual energy. Although Yu Luocha had also condensed her own Dao seal, she was still within the scope of the Emperor realm. In terms of spiritual energy, how could she compare to Yang Kai? Not to mention the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than any other cultivator of the same level. Even the nourishment he had obtained after consummating with Yu Rumeng had caused his spiritual energy to soar by a large margin. Although his spiritual energy was not yet at the opening heaven boundary, it was still at the half-step opening heaven boundary. With a splitting headache, Yu Luocha screamed and instinctively urged her spiritual energy to resist. Unexpectedly, the more she urged her spiritual energy, the faster the pure white lotus bloomed. In the blink of an eye, the entire lotus flower had bloomed, white as jade, untainted by even a speck of dust, a magnificent sight to behold. But this was not the end. Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation flashed again, and his spiritual energy suddenly changed. Furious Lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique used the enemy's spiritual energy as nourishment to blossom pure white lotuses, but the Furious Lotus secret technique was the complete opposite. The blooming lotus closed up and enveloped one's spiritual energy, sealing off their spiritual energy and body, severing the connection between them. It could be said that once one was struck by the Furious Lotus secret technique, they would become a mindless walking corpse before they could resolve this secret technique. The blooming lotus quickly closed up, enveloping Yu Luocha's spiritual energy. If she was in her peak condition, Yu Luocha might have been able to break free from the shackles of this secret technique, but after being struck by the blossoming lotus secret technique, her spiritual energy had been greatly damaged, so how could she do it now? Her body and mind dimmed, as if she had been exiled into a world of endless darkness, constantly falling down without end. The boundless sea of flowers collapsed, and the scene of the Azura field was imprinted in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai and Yu Luosha stood motionless not far from each other in the middle of the desert. This scene made the onlookers wonder who had won and who had lost. Luo Hai also couldn't tell. Since the appearance of the sea of flowers, she couldn't see anything. At this moment she couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper Pei, did Lord Yang win?" Pei Buan turned his head, giving Luo Hai a fright. Because in this short period of time, this guy's eyes were blood red, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Luo Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back, and her body tensed up. Pei Buan grinned and spat out two words, "He won." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, he won. He raised his arms high in excitement, as if he was the one who had won. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. He was at the end of his rope, borrowing money to settle his debts, but he still didn't have enough. He had no choice but to gamble, and he actually turned the tables. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the headquarters sending people to check the accounts. While Pei Buan was laughing, Yang Kai raised his hand and lightly tapped Yu Luosha's forehead. Yu Luosha's entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes were wide open, but there wasn't the slightest bit of life in them. Before the furious lotus secret art was cracked, Yu Luosha could forget about waking up from the unity of body and mind. Seeing this scene, how could the spectators not know the result? On the stands there was an uproar. Yu Luosha, ranked 4th on the Azura list, actually lost to an unknown brat? The key point was that they didn't even see how Yu Luosha lost. Many people had bet heavily on Yu Luosha, and at this time they were naturally cursing and shouting that the Azura field was secretly manipulated, and that there was a shady plot. On the other hand, the Azura field turned a deaf ear, and completely ignored them. That inexplicable voice sounded again, announcing Yang Kai's victory. In the field the scenery changed. The desert quickly disappeared, and the 2 tall platforms once again stood tall. A woman rushed into the Azura field and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Then she picked up Yu Luosha and disappeared in a flash. It seemed that she was thinking of a way to treat him. Yang Kai leisurely returned through the original passage. In the passage, the guy who led him here was still there, and he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting and walked straight into Pei Buan's private room. Lord Yang. A few of the 100 Refinements Hall staff immediately greeted him. Their attitude was extremely warm, and they nodded and bowed for a while. Yang Kai glanced around and frowned. Where's your manager? There was no trace of Pei Buan in the private room. Did this guy run away? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. The 100 Refinements Hall was still there, so where could he go? Moreover, this guy had sworn on his Taoist heart before, so he wouldn't break the promise. Luo Hai said. Manager Pei went to ask for money. What money? Yang Kai was stunned. Luo Hai glanced at the workers from the 100 Refinements Hall and said, Shopkeeper Pei has placed a bet on you. If you win, he wins. Yang Kai laughed. He has so much confidence in me? How much did he bet on me? Luo Hai shook her head. She didn't know either. Yang Kai looked at the 100 Refinements Hall's staff, and one of them smiled apologetically. Not much, not much. How much is not much? Yang Kai didn't give up. The staff raised a finger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. 1 million. The staff shook his head. 10 million. Yang Kai was shocked. The staff nodded. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Pei Buan was indeed a fool. He didn't know much about him, but he had the guts to bet 10 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed, and he frowned. What are my odds? The shop assistant's expression suddenly became slightly awkward as he scratched his face awkwardly. He didn't want to answer, but this matter couldn't be concealed anyway. Yang Kai only needed to casually go outside and look around to find out, so he quickly replied, 1 to 4. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and gritted his teeth. Manager Pei is rich. The odds were 1 to 4, so 10 million was a profit of 40 million. Damn. No wonder that guy was so generous, saying that if he won, not only would he give him 10 million, but he would also personally compensate him 1 million. Compared to the 40 million, what was 1 million? Now it seemed that he had already calculated it. Yang Kai suddenly felt a toothache. He had fought so hard on the stage to the death, but in the end it was others who benefited. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change what he had said before. Lord Yang, Manager Pei said that he might need a while, so he asked us to go back to the 100 Refinements Hall and wait for him. He said you can rest assured that he will definitely give you the 11 million. Yang Kai snorted. He dares not to give it to me. Chapter 3954. After waiting for less than an hour in the main hall of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buan's laughter came from outside. Brother Yang, where is Brother Yang? Brother Yang, where is Brother Yang? Previously he called Yang Kai a brat. Now that he had won a lot of money, he called Pei Buan his brother. Before Pei Buan could finish his sentence, He strode in and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. He went straight to Yang Kai and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you're really my lucky star." Yang Kai snorted, "I think you're my savior." He had to hand it to Pei Buwen. Until now, he still couldn't figure out where Pei Buwen got the courage to bet 10 million on him. What if he lost? There's no difference. Pei Buwen waved his hand and looked down at Yang Kai's teacup. He frowned. "Come on, change the tea for me. Serve me the best tea. Cut the crap, pay up first." Yang Kai stretched out his hand unceremoniously. Yang Kai was too lazy to interact with such a hooligan. It was more important to settle the account and leave quickly. Don't worry, this king has already prepared everything for you." Saying so, he sat down and pushed a space ring across the table towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai picked up the ring and scanned it with his divine sense to count the money. Pei Buwen looked at him with a smile. Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. You defeated Yu Luosha so easily. Are you interested in fighting a few more rounds?" Yang Kai was multitasking. He continued to count the money while glancing at Pei Buwen. Pei Buwen said, "Yu Luosha is only 4th on the human list. Although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the other 3. If you're interested, I'll arrange for you to fight with them. If you win, you'll earn a lot of money." Yang Kai raised the space ring on his hand and shook it. "I have money, I'm not fighting." Pei Buwen laughed. "What kind of money is this? 10 million of it is a tribute, not yours. It's only 1 million. How about this? If you listen to me, I'll give you 20% of the winnings." Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her. He stood up and said, "This matter is over. Farewell, shopkeeper Pei." He then led Luo Hai out of the room. "Don't go yet. Everything can be discussed. 30% is fine too." Pei Buwen quickly stood up and persuaded. 40%. Seeing that Yang Kai did not show any signs of stopping, Pei Buwen quickly increased the price. 40% at most. I also have to bear the risk of losing money. You can't expect me to give you a 50-50 split, right? Any higher and that would be too much. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and soon disappeared. This brat. Pei Buwen smacked his lips. If it was someone else, he might have to resort to threats and promises to stay. This brat was simply a money tree. As long as he operated it well, wouldn't it be easy to earn money from the Azura field? However, this brat was a member of the First Inn, so he couldn't force him. Since he didn't want to fight, Pei Buwen really didn't have any good ideas. Watching Yang Kai leave, Pei Buwen felt a little regret in his heart, but it was quickly washed away by the joy of winning money. He sat down and counted his gains. He bet 10 million and won 40 million, which was a total of 50 million heaven opening pills. He gave Yang Kai 11 million, so he still had nearly 40 million. Not only was it enough to settle the debt, but he also had a large surplus. The haze that had been plaguing him for many days disappeared, and he felt very happy. Leading Luo Hai out of the 100 Refinements Hall, Yang Kai handed her a ring. Luo Hai looked up at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is for you." Luo Hai took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She whispered, "That's too much, master." When Yang Kai bought the scroll of the universe, she had given Yang Kai less than 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Now, after only a day, Yang Kai had actually returned her 30,000. This was indeed a lot for Luo Hai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Take the extra as your reward." "That's still too much." Luo Hai shook her head. "I can't accept it, master. My reward is not enough for this much. Please take it back, master." Saying so, she handed the ring back to him. Yang Kai stared at her and saw her determined and serious expression. He couldn't help but laugh and didn't force her. "All right, deduct the amount you gave me and give the rest to me." Luo Hai nodded and busied herself for a while before returning the extra heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai casually took it and saw that it was still early, so he said, "Come with me to a few more places." "All right, I have nothing to do when I go back anyway." "Master, you can go whenever you want." Yesterday, the 100 Refinements Hall couldn't continue with the debt collection, so there were still many shops left. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to finish. In the following shops, he didn't encounter people like Pei Buwen. He handed over a greeting card, stated his purpose for coming, and showed the lady boss's token. The shopkeepers all received him politely. Like before, he agreed on a 1-month deadline. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yesterday, he didn't have any money on him and didn't want to go back to the inn, so he stayed at Luo Hai's place for the night. Today he had only earned 11 million. Yang Kai wanted to go back and report the good news to the lady boss, so he let Luo Hai go back first. After agreeing to continue tomorrow, Yang Kai slowly walked to the first store. Not long after, he returned to the inn. The first store was still overcrowded. Several servants were running around and the accountant was standing behind the counter, fiddling with an abacus. The inn is full. Please find another place. The accountant noticed that someone was coming and said without raising his head. Yang Kai knocked on the table. Where's the lady boss? The accountant raised his head. It's you. I thought you were a guest. He pointed to the backyard and said, she's in the room. Yang Kai nodded. Then you go ahead with your business. He went straight to the backyard. The accountant raised his head and looked at his back. He shrank his neck and said in a low voice, there's a way to heaven but you don't take it. There's no door to hell. Why bother? Walking to the backyard, Yang Kai saw a person standing up, squatting, and standing up again at the corner of the yard. He seemed to be carrying something on his shoulder. Yang Kai was surprised. He walked over and found that this person was Lao Bai. They looked at each other. Lao Bai grinned at him and said, you're back. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and looked at him curiously. What are you doing? Nothing. Lao Bai got up with difficulty. He was almost out of breath when he spoke. It could be seen that the thing on his shoulder was not light. I'm cultivating. Cultivating here? Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy. If he wanted to cultivate, he should find a suitable place. Why did he come to the lady boss's yard to cultivate? Yang Kai, you're back? In the room with flickering candlelight, the lady boss's cold voice came. I'm back, lady boss. Yang Kai shouted. He glanced at Bai Qi, shook his head and ignored him. He went to the door and knocked. Come in. Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. Before he could report the good news to the lady boss, he saw a white shadow rushing toward him. He was shocked and wanted to retreat, but the white shadow was ridiculously fast. It grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the room. Then the door slammed shut. Yang Kai was very nervous. He thought that someone was going to attack him, but when he looked carefully, he found that it was the lady boss standing in front of him. It made sense. This was the lady boss's house. Who else could it be but her? At this moment, the lady boss's beautiful eyes were cold, and she looked at him coldly. Yang Kai stared at her and said, what's wrong? Who provoked this crazy woman again? Why was she looking at him as if she wanted to eat him alive? You still have the face to ask? The lady boss sneered. She reached out and grabbed something in the air. It looked like a feather duster, and she hit it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai jumped in fright and raised his hand to block, but with the lady boss's cultivation and his own, there was no way he could block it. In the blink of an eye, the feather duster struck his head. Yang Kai was in so much pain that his eyes turned red. He covered his head with both hands and shouted, what are you doing? I'm hitting you. Can't you see? While speaking, the feather duster stabbed Yang Kai in the stomach. Who asked you that? I asked you why you hit me. Yang Kai wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. His stomach turned and he arched his back. The feather duster fell again and hit Yang Kai on the shoulder. Kai Yang jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His body flew backwards, wanting to escape through the door, but the lady boss only stretched out her hand and pulled him back. Damn, the difference in strength is too big. He couldn't resist at all. Yang Kai was full of shame and anger. He had never been beaten like this before. Most importantly, he didn't know why he was beaten like this. After being hit a few more times, Yang Kai was in so much pain that anger rose in his heart. He shouted, crazy woman, try and hit me again. Crazy woman? The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. The feather duster turned into a boundless shadow and aimed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was suddenly in a panic. He gritted his teeth and comforted himself that a real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. No matter what, he had to figure out the problem first. He hurriedly shouted, don't hit me, don't hit me. Let's talk nicely. I'm a crazy woman. What's there to talk about? Crazy woman, do what you want to do. She hit him a few more times. Young Kai was speechless. He lowered his body and shrank in the corner, using his hands to protect his head. Seeing him like this, the lady boss stopped. Young Kai slowly raised his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. His eyes were full of vigilance. The lady boss looked down at him, the coldness on her face freezing his heart. Speak. Where did you go last night? Why didn't you return last night? Young Kai said with grief and indignation. You hit me because of this? He slowly got up. The lady boss waved the feather duster and Young Kai shrank back. He secretly swore in his heart, don't let me cultivate to the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, I'll get my revenge 10 times, 100 times. I asked you a question, so answer obediently. Stop being so long-winded. Young Kai snorted. I spent the night at a friend's house last night. Friend? The lady boss sneered. You've only been in Star City for a few days. Where do you have friends? Male or female? What do you care? Young Kai really wanted to say something, but he was afraid of angering this woman, so he could only say female. As soon as he said this, the feather duster came down again. The lady boss said with disappointment, You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You go around fooling around. You've only been here for a few days and you've already spent the night at someone's house. Chapter 39:55. At such a young age? Young Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, I'm already 100 or 200 years old, but I'm being called young? However, the lady boss had lived longer, so she was qualified to say that. The point is, you can just say it, but what does she mean by hitting me? Young Kai said angrily, Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I won't be polite to you. The lady boss stopped and looked at him calmly. She said with a faint smile, Why won't you be polite? Young Kai stammered for a while, but he couldn't say anything. It was mainly because he couldn't beat this woman. Otherwise, he would definitely teach her a lesson. Only this time, no next time. If you dare to stay out all night again, you can try. The lady boss suddenly snorted and put away the feather duster. Seeing this, Young Kai slowly got up, twisted his body and said angrily, You're really ruthless. It hurts so much. The point was that this woman controlled her strength very well. It only made him feel the pain in his heart, but it didn't leave any injuries. If there's a next time, I'll let you see something even more ruthless. The lady boss sneered. Come with me. Young Kai didn't know what she was going to do, but he had to follow her. Not long after, he was led out by the lady boss. They came to the yard and walked to Bai Chi. Lao Bai smiled shyly. Lady boss, shut up. The lady boss glared at him, and Bai Chi immediately stopped talking. Stand still. The lady boss looked at Young Kai again and pointed to Bai Chi's side. Young Kai's mouth twitched. He vaguely understood what the lady boss was going to do. He also understood why Lao Bai didn't sleep at night and squatted in the yard. Lady boss, is it necessary? Young Kai looked at the lady boss from the corner of his eyes. The lady boss laughed and raised her hand. The feather duster appeared in her hand. Young Kai swallowed his saliva and nodded. Okay, you'll regret it. After that, he came to Lao Bai's side and stood still. Stop talking nonsense. The lady boss snorted. She reached out and grabbed a round piece of wood out of nowhere and placed it on Young Kai's shoulder. Young Kai's body was instantly pressed down. This piece of wood didn't look like much. It was round and no more than 3 feet, but it weighed at least 50,000 kilograms. No wonder Lao Bai was panting while carrying it. This piece of wood was obviously a rare refining material. The next time you dare to stay out all night, it won't be as simple as standing here. I guarantee that I'll throw you out onto the streets. The lady boss snorted, flicked her sleeves and walked into the house. Lao Bai nodded and bowed behind her. Lady boss, rest early. With a bang, the door slammed shut. The lady boss completely ignored him. In the courtyard, a cool breeze blew. The two brothers each carried a log and looked at each other foolishly. This is too much of a bully. White suddenly said, Isn't it just 2 nights away? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Young Kai glanced at him and sneered. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Although the current situation was a little embarrassing, at least no one else knew about it. He could just treat it as training. He originally wanted to collect the 10 million yuan debt and tell the lady boss the good news, but now he didn't want to. Lao Bai chattered on the side and was indignant. Finally, he angered the lady boss. She slapped him across the air and he fell to the ground. When he stood up again, he was much more obedient. After midnight, most of the customers in the shop had left. The accountant, the cook, and the other servants had nothing to do. They all ran to the backyard to watch. Yang Kai and Lao Bai were almost angered to death. When dawn came, Yang Kai said, "Lady boss, we should go out and collect the debt." "Get lost." The lady boss's voice came from the house. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other. They quickly put the log on the ground and ran out of sight. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai and Lao Bai were much more obedient in the next few days. They came back at night and went out again in the morning to collect the debt. After a few days, most of the people who were supposed to run had run. All that was left was to wait for a month. Luo Hai paid the money, and Yang Kai specially treated her to a meal as a thank you. In fact, Yang Kai wanted to bring Luo Hai into the first inn. The business of the first inn was good now. The shop staff were too busy. It would be less pressure to have one more helper. If Luo Hai could enter the first inn, it would be a good thing for her. Not to mention whether the pay would be higher than if she was a guide. At least she would have something to look forward to in the future. After all, it was the first inn. Even if it was just a servant, they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. However, Yang Kai felt that he did not have any right to speak in the first inn. The lady boss had been picking at him recently. She did not like him no matter where he went. At this time it would be counterproductive. Yang Kai decided to wait for some time. After he got all the debt back, he would take the opportunity to mention it. It would be best if the lady boss agreed, but he would not lose anything even if she did not. He did not tell Luo Hai about this. It would not be too late to tell her when it was confirmed. He thought that she would not refuse such good intentions. The next few days passed peacefully. During the day, he would run errands in the first inn. At night, when most of the customers had left, he would have time to cultivate. During this time, the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buan, came a few times. After paying a visit to the lady boss, he went straight to Yang Kai. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted to rope him into the Azura field to earn money again. Yang Kai was naturally not interested. Although he had defeated Yu Luosha last time, he had also exposed the existence of the demon eye of annihilation. If the people of the 10,000 Devil Realm were to find out, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. Moreover, Yang Kai was not short of money now. He had not spent the 1 million he had last time. What he wanted was not something that could be bought with money. A 7th grade heaven opening talent was not something that could be measured by the heaven opening pill. He was not in a hurry to repay the 16 million he owed the lady boss. Naturally, there was no need for him to go to the Azura field. Time flew by and the 1-month deadline was up. Yang Kai went out leisurely. Following the route he had taken a month ago, he went door to door to ask for money. It could be said that it went smoothly. Those second-class forces could not afford to provoke the first inn. They sent a message to the headquarters to ask about the situation, and confirmed that the destruction of the first inn was indeed caused by their own experts. Most of them readily paid the 10 million debt. After running around for 6 or 7 days, of the 19 shops, 13 had paid. It was not that the remaining 6 did not pay, but 10 million was not a small amount, so they needed some time to prepare. Yang Kai was not an unreasonable person, so he readily agreed. He gave the repayment deadline and agreed to come back when the time was right. A few days later, Yang Kai had just received 10 million from a shop. Walking on the street, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Bai Qi waving at him from the 2nd floor of a restaurant. This was really a coincidence. Star City was not very big, but it was not small either. Yang Kai had been running around for so many days, but this was the first time he had met Lao Bai. Without saying anything, he went upstairs. He saw Lao Bai sitting at a table by the window, drinking by himself. Yang Kai sat opposite him and asked the waiter to bring them a set of cutlery. The two drank happily. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lao Bai said, "How's the situation on your side?" Yang Kai picked up some food and said casually, "There are still 2 shops left. They have already agreed on the time to get the money. What about you?" Lao Bai smacked his lips and said, basically there is no problem. There is only one shop that is a little difficult. Which one? Yang Kai was stunned. Since they were going to ask for money, they must have sent a visit. There was actually someone who dared to not give the money to the first in? He could not help but be curious. Lao Bai said, Fengyun Auction House. Yang Kai frowned. Fengyun Blessed Land's property? Although he was very familiar with the forces outside the universe, he at least knew about the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands. This Fengyun Auction House was Fengyun Blessed Land's property. Yes. Lao Bai nodded. What did they say? Yang Kai asked. Lao Bai snorted, they have no money. If they want money, ask the lady boss to go there personally. They said that? Yang Kai was stunned. It was not that he had not been to the properties under Fengyun Blessed Land. Although those shopkeepers were not fawning over him, they were still very polite. What was wrong with this Fengyun auction house? They did not give him any face at all. Lao Bai was vexed by this matter for a while. He could not tell others, but Yang Kai was in front of him, so he immediately poured out his grievances. What do you think we should do? We can't really ask the lady boss to do it. That would make me look incompetent. But they clearly did not want to pay, and I can't report to the lady boss. Did you talk to them properly? Yang Kai looked at him. Lao Bai said, why not? The first 2 times I went I could still talk to them. But after that, they did not let me in at all. They are quite bold. Yang Kai sneered. No matter what, he was now a member of the first in, so he naturally had a common enemy. Bai Qi looked at Yang Kai, rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Yang Kai, why don't you go there for me? You look unfamiliar, so they will not stop you. Yang Kai frowned. It might not work even if I go. He and Lao Bai were both workers of the first in. If Lao Bai could not help, what was the use of him going? We'll see if it works. If it really doesn't work, then we can only go back and report to the lady boss. Seeing that Yang Kai was still hesitating, Bai Qi struck while the iron was hot. Didn't the lady boss say that you can take half of the money to pay off the debt? The Fengyun auction house will be on you. Just give it a try. You won't lose anything anyway. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not refuse anymore. He immediately nodded and said, then let's go and give it a try. Bai Qi was overjoyed and quickly poured wine for him. You're very kind. Here's to you. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 2 brothers went on their way together. The Fengyun auction house was a big shop. It was located in the center of Star City, and its location was excellent. When Bai Qi led Yang Kai to the Fengyun auction house, the 2 of them looked forward in surprise. They saw that the entrance of the Fengyun auction house was crowded with people. The workers of the auction house were enthusiastically welcoming some famous guests into the auction house. There was also a well-dressed elderly man at the door who kept cupping his hands. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned. Bai Qi pondered for a moment and suddenly said, it seems that they have an auction today. Yes, they do have an auction today. No wonder there are so many people. Chapter 3956. An auction. Yang Kai's interest was piqued. He had attended many auctions in the past, but this was his first time encountering one outside of Universe Palace. He didn't know what good things would be auctioned, so he was naturally interested. But then again, auctions were usually a competition of wealth. Although he had 1 million gold coins now, he might not be able to buy anything good, not to mention he had an important matter to attend to. That is the manager of the Fengyun auction house, Yun Zhenhua. Lao Bai pointed at the old man who was standing at the entrance and cupping his hands. Since he was here to collect debts, he must have met the manager before, so he recognized him at a glance. However, the first 2 times he came, Yun Zhenhua still showed up, but the second time he came, the old man completely ignored him, which made Bai Qi a little angry. Let's go and meet him. Yang Kai called out and walked towards Yun Zhenhua with Lao Bai. At the entrance of the auction house, Yun Zhenhua was smiling from ear to ear. Although he was from Fengyun Blessed Land and was arranged to oversee the auction house, many of the people who came to participate in the auction this time were famous figures, and their cultivation and status were not inferior to him. Naturally, he had to stand here and welcome them personally, otherwise, it would seem insincere. Just as he was asking an assistant to bring an old friend into the hall, A voice full of energy suddenly sounded in his ears. The first in, Yang Kai, greets manager Yun. Yun Zhenhua frowned and looked back, glancing at Yang Kai and Bai Qi, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Why are you here again? Bai Qi cupped his hands and said, Please forgive me, manager Yun. This little one is just following orders. If manager Yun doesn't cooperate, this little one will not be able to report back. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Manager Yun, can we have a chat inside? Yun Zhenhua's face was a little cold. Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to these two brats, but today was an important day for the auction house, and it was not good to cause trouble in front of the entrance, so he nodded and said, You two go in and wait for me, this old man will come soon. After saying that, he called over an assistant and led Yang Kai and Bai Qi into the auction house. After entering a side hall, the waiter left. Bai Qi and Yang Kai sat across a table from each other. Lao Bai secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai. Did you feel it? Shopkeeper Yun doesn't seem to have any intention of returning the money. Yang Kai frowned and said, Did you make things clear to them? Bai Qi said, How could I not make it clear? I said it the first time I came, but he completely ignored me. What can I do? Yang Kai nodded. Indeed, from Yun Zhenhua's attitude, he could tell that the Feng Yun auction house's account wasn't going to be easy. But since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. The two of them waited for more than an hour, but there was no sign of Yun Zhenhua. What was worse was that there wasn't even a cup of tea. Yang Kai's face also darkened. Although he and Old White's cultivation weren't high and they weren't famous, they were still the representatives of the first inn. Judging from Yun Zhenhua's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't put the first inn in his eyes. Where did this old man come from? Why was he so arrogant? Not to mention anything else, the first Juda origin that Yang Kai went to collect the debt was also a property of the Nine Stars Blessed Land. The shopkeeper, Gong Sun Hong, had already paid 10 million in debt. In comparison, Yun Zhenhua was extremely arrogant. If Yang Kai didn't know his background, he would have thought that the first inn belonged to some blessed land. After another 10 minutes, Yun Zhenhua suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quickly stood up. Without giving the two of them a chance to speak, Yun Zhenhua said, This old man doesn't know the truth of the first inn's destruction, nor do I know whether the experts of the first inn were involved. If you want to ask for compensation, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Today my Feng Yun auction house has a very important auction. This old man has something important to do, so please excuse me. See you out. After saying that, he turned around and left, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Just as he finished speaking, two men in tight robes pushed the door open and entered, staring coldly at Yang Kai and Bai Qi. These two men had powerful auras around them, and world force fluctuated. They were clearly heaven-opening realm cultivators. Shopkeeper Yun, Shopkeeper Yun! Bai Qi shouted and was about to chase after them, but before he reached the door, he was slapped on the shoulder by one of the men, and he was immediately immobilized. Under the pressure of the other party, Bai Qi slowly squatted down and faintly looked like he was about to kneel down. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he immediately threw a punch. The other man came over and gently raised his hand, stopping his fist, and grinned. You dare to fight in the Feng Yun auction house? You're courting death. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, Try it if you dare. The people of the first inn aren't cowards. He had only come to collect a debt and hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Yang Kai was furious. Bringing out the name of the first inn finally made the two of them fearful. The man who was suppressing Lao Bai slowly let go, saving Lao Bai from the fate of being embarrassed. Please, the two of you. One of the heaven-opening realm cultivators gestured with his hand. Lao Bai rubbed his shoulder and gritted his teeth as he glared at the man who had almost made him kneel down. His eyes were bloodshot as he said fiercely, Second stage heaven-opening realm, very good. I'll remember this. When I advance to heaven-opening realm, the first thing I'll do is make you kneel in front of me and call me father. So much nonsense. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The man sneered, not afraid at all. Heaven-opening realm was not so easy to advance. Even if the power of yin yang and 5 elements was completely condensed, if one wanted to split open the world in their body, they had to bear a huge risk. If they were careless, their body would explode, and there was no other outcome. Moreover, the higher the grade of heaven-opening realm, the greater the risk. As such, for a cultivator, it was not that the better the quality of the energy they condensed, the brighter their future would be. Instead, they had to act according to their ability. If you felt that you could only reach the 4th stage of heaven-opening realm, then it was best to condense 4th stage materials. Forcefully condensing 5th or 6th stage materials would not bring you any benefits in the future. The other party's fist was bigger, and they were in his territory. Although Yang Kai and Bai Qi were extremely furious, they could only grit their teeth and accept their fate. Under the escort of the 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators, the 2 of them were thrown out from the back door. Standing on the busy street, Bai Qi's anger soared to the heavens. Let's go back and find the lady boss. Yun Zhenhua's attitude was too obvious. This matter was already not something that the 2 of them could resolve, unless the lady boss personally came. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the first inn. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Yang Kai was not following, so he turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to take this lying down?" Kai Yang glanced at him. "I can't bear it, so I'm going to find the lady boss." Previously, he did not want to alarm the lady boss because he did not want to appear too incompetent. However, he had no choice but to do so now. There's no need to find the lady boss. Yang Kai's eyes turned a few times, and he looked up at the Fengyun auction house thoughtfully. "What do you think?" Bai Qi walked back. If Yang Kai could find a way to collect the debt without alarming the lady boss, it would naturally be for the best. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Bai Qi leaned over, and Yang Kai whispered in his ear. After a moment, Bai Qi looked at him in disbelief. "Isn't this too vicious? If we really do this, the Fengyun auction house's reputation will be ruined." Yang Kai sneered, soft-hearted. "We'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he ignores us, we can't avoid using some underhanded means." Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. "But we don't have the money." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. Yang Kai raised his head and looked around. "Let's not think about other things first. At the very least, we have to find a way to enter this auction house." He had just been thrown out from the back door, and he was afraid that he would not be able to enter at this time. If he could not even enter the main door, then there was no need to think about what would happen next. If he was alone, it would be easy. In the past month, Yang Kai had been refining the 7 faces every night. Now that he was almost done, he could use them. As long as he took out the 7 faces, he would be able to transform into another person's appearance. Naturally, he could enter the venue without anyone noticing. However, it would not be possible to bring Bai Qi along. Just as he was considering whether to act alone, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Not far from the other side of the street, a group of people on horses galloped over. The leader was a big man with a fierce expression. It was the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buwan. Pei Buwan had been living quite comfortably recently. With Yang Kai's help, he had earned 40 million opening heaven pills, paid off his debts, and settled the store's accounts. Headquarters had sent people to check the accounts, but they did not find anything wrong. Instead, they praised him, saying that he was good at business and that he had to work harder in the future to make more contributions to headquarters. Just as he was walking forward, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him. He immediately grinned, "Young boy." "Shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Long time no see, you still look as good as before." Although this hooligan had gone to the first inn to find him and asked him to go to the Azura field to fight again, Yang Kai had refused. After a few times, Pei Buwan did not show up again. Yang Kai did not expect to meet him here today. "Ha ha ha. Thank you, thank you." Pei Buwan patted his stomach and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, I have something I need your help with. I wonder if Shopkeeper Pei." Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish speaking, this guy waved his hand heroically. "What do you need?" "This king will help you if he can." Yang Kai looked around and whispered, "Shopkeeper Pei, please follow me." Pei Buwan showed a suspicious expression. Seeing him sneaking around like he was up to no good, he could not help but be curious. He immediately led a group of people and followed. Walking into a small alley, Pei Buwan ordered his subordinates to guard the entrance. He then looked at Young Kai and said, "What's the matter? Why are you being so secretive?" Young Kai chuckled. "Let me ask, is shopkeeper Pei here to participate in the Fengyun auction? If not, then there was no need to say anything. If there was, then he could use this opportunity to sneak in." Chapter 3957. That's right. I am here to participate in the auction. Pei Buan nodded slowly. It was true. Young Kai was delighted. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, I would like to ask shopkeeper Pei for a favor." Pei Buan chuckled and said, "Go ahead. Shopkeeper Pei, please bring us 2 brothers into the auction house." When Pei Buan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "This auction house isn't a forbidden area. If you want to enter, then just go in. There are 2 entrances over there. One is for those who have an invitation, those who have a reputation in Star City. The other one is for those who don't have an invitation. As long as you show your wealth, then the auction house will naturally let you in. Didn't you make a lot of money last time? You are fully qualified to enter." Young Kai had seen this situation before. The auction house did have 2 entrances for those with invitations and those without. However, this was meaningless to Young Kai and Lao Bai. If they swaggered in, they would definitely be refused entry. If they followed Pei Buan, they still had some hope of sneaking in. Pei Buan also reacted, his brow furrowing as he looked at Young Kai suspiciously. "Did you get into some kind of trouble?" Young Kai said innocently, "Us 2 brothers are honest people. How could we get into trouble? Shopkeeper Pei, you worry too much." He had no credibility at all. Just now, he had promised that he would help if he could, but he did not immediately agree. Pei Buan had a look of disbelief. Young Kai could only say, "How about this, Shopkeeper Pei? Haven't you been asking me to go to the Shura Arena to fight again? If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Shura Arena again." It would have been better if Pei Buan did not mention the Shura Arena. Once it was mentioned, Pei Buan's expression changed slightly. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no." What was going on? Young Kai looked at him in confusion. Didn't this guy look for him a few times and try to persuade him to go to the Shura Arena? Why was he avoiding him like a snake when he took the initiative to mention it today? Young Kai thought that he had lost miserably at the Azura Arena, but he did not know that the lady boss had warned Pei Buan. This fellow had gone to the inn to look for Young Kai several times. The lady boss naturally noticed this and found an opportunity to chat with Pei Buan. Only then did she know that he had brought Young Kai to the Azura field. She was immediately furious and almost broke Pei Buan's arm. She gave him a fierce warning. If she knew that Young Kai had been brought to the Azura field again, she would immediately flip the 100 Refinements Hall upside down. If that was not the case, why would Pei Buan give up on the path of making money? It was not to the extent that he did not look for Young Kai recently. Frowning, Pei Buan pointed at the 2 men who came with him. "You 2 take off your clothes." Although he didn't know why Young Kai wanted to sneak into the auction house with him, it definitely wasn't anything good. So, after giving his instructions, he looked at Young Kai and said, "You 2 can sneak in with me, but once we're inside we'll part ways." "No problem, thank you, Shopkeeper Pei." Young Kai and Bai Chi looked at each other and grinned. Not long after, the 2 changed their clothes and blended into the crowd. They followed behind Pei Buan and slowly walked toward the auction house. At the door there was no trace of Yun Zhenhua. The auction was about to begin and he was probably busy with other things. This made Young Kai and Bai Chi feel slightly relieved. If Yun Zhenhua was still here to greet the guests, they would definitely not be able to enter. Now that Yun Zhenhua was not here, there was still some hope of sneaking in. When they came to the door and handed over the invitation, the person in charge of greeting the guests immediately extended his hand to invite them in. Pei Buan took the lead and walked into the auction house with majestic steps. Young Kai and Bai Chi lowered their heads and blended into the crowd. When they entered the auction house, Young Kai thanked the person in a low voice and then walked in another direction with Bai Chi. Soon the 2 of them arrived at the main hall. Looking around, they could see that the huge hall was packed with people. Rows of chairs were arranged in a trapezoidal shape. The entire auction hall could accommodate at least 300 to 400 people and still have room to spare. On the second floor around the hall, there were also private rooms separated from each other. The chairs in the hall were for individual guests. Those private rooms should be for people like Pei Buen, who had some status and position in Star City. At this moment, more than half of the seats in the hall had been taken. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quietly observed for a while, and found that the individual guests who came in were sitting casually. They did not pay attention to anything. Immediately, they found a common seat in the back row and sat down. The guests were still entering the hall. There was still some time before the auction. Bai Qi was a little uneasy. Yang Kai, let's forget it. We are just here to watch the fun. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai squinted at him. Do you really want to invite the lady boss? Bai Qi said, that can't be helped. If we really make trouble here, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. Yang Kai smiled. As long as they have the guts. Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, if we follow your plan, there is still a problem. What? What if they want to settle the bill on the spot? Yang Kai frowned. This was indeed a problem. If it was really like this, then his plan would not work. But it might not be so. After thinking for a while, he said, then we will act according to the circumstances. If there is a chance, we will make a big scene. If there is no chance, we will just watch the fun casually. Everything depends on God's will. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, okay, it's settled. But I think it's better for us to sit separately so as not to attract too much attention. He looked around and pointed in a direction. I'll go over there. You sit here. After saying this, he got up and walked over. Yang Kai did not stop him. He looked around and found that most of the people in the hall were from the Emperor realm. There were also some heaven-opening realm cultivators, but those heaven-opening realm cultivators were not high. They were probably low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators with no future. Otherwise, they would not have been squeezed here, and would have been welcomed into private rooms by the Feng Yun auction house. As he was looking around, he suddenly heard someone call out in a low voice, Lord Yang? Yang Kai looked up and could not help but laugh. Luo Hai? Luo Hai seemed to be looking for a seat. When she saw that there was an empty seat beside Yang Kai, she walked over. When she arrived, she found that it was actually someone she knew. Luo Hai was obviously very happy to see someone she knew here. She looked at the seat beside Yang Kai and asked, is there anyone here? No, sit. Yang Kai smiled. Luo Hai sat down, and a delicate fragrance wafted out, making people feel refreshed. Are you here to buy something? Yang Kai asked. Since she had appeared here, it was very likely that she was here to participate in the auction. Luo Hai nodded and said, I heard that some great Dao pills will appear this time, so I'm here to try my luck. Luo Hai had not condensed her own Dao seal yet, and was in urgent need of great Dao pills. She had also mentioned this to Yang Kai last time. Yang Kai understood and smiled. Do you have enough money? Do you want to borrow some? Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. It should be enough to buy two. Yang Kai nodded and said, then I wish you good luck. From his previous contact with Luo Hai, he could tell that this woman was very self-reliant and independent. She had even returned the extra reward that he had given her, so she was clearly very principled. Since they were familiar with each other, they chatted and laughed with Luo Hai. After a full hour, the seats in the hall gradually filled up. From this point, the strength of the Feng Yun auction house could be seen. Even the hall was filled, so it was clear how attractive the auction here was to the people of Star City. The sound of gongs and drums rang out, and the originally brightly lit hall suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a beam of light lit up on the high platform, and as the beam of light moved, a figure walked out from the backstage. The beam of light shone on this person, and she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The person who appeared was a young woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and an extraordinary appearance. She came to the auction stage and introduced herself with a soft voice and a smile. After a boring opening, the auction officially began. The first items to be auctioned were naturally not very good. They were basically items that people of the Emperor realm would use. The VIPs in the private rooms and the heaven-opening realm cultivators in the hall were indifferent, but this caused the people of the Emperor realm to fight over them, and the prices kept rising. Every auction item was carefully selected, so there were almost no unsold items. Yang Kai looked on coldly and realized that his and Lao Bai's previous worries were meaningless. The auctioneer did not sell the items on the spot. Instead, after the auction was over, the items would be removed, and the bill would be paid after the auction. The Fengyun auction house was not afraid of people reneging on their debts. With its reputation here, who would have the guts to do so? This is interesting. Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. His eyes met with Lao Bai's across the crowd. Lao Bai understood, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Obviously, he was ready to go all out. After about half an hour, 7 or 8 auction items were successfully sold, and the auctioneer's voice also became louder. The next item to be auctioned is the spirit pill that friends of the Emperor Realm dream of. As soon as this was said, Yang Kai could clearly feel Luo Hai's back straighten. If he guessed correctly, the Great Tao pill should be auctioned. Sure enough, 10 slender and plump maids walked out from the backstage. Each of the maids held a tray with a jade bottle on top of it. The auctioneer smiled and said, "The Great Tao pill can help one comprehend their own Tao and condense the Tao seal. Everyone knows that only by condensing the Tao seal can one have the chance to achieve the heaven-opening realm. Many friends of the Emperor Realm who came today should be here for the Great Tao pill. Then I will not waste any more time." She pointed behind her and said, "There are a total of 10 sets of Great Tao pills, and each set has 2 pills. Now we will auction the first set. The starting price of the second set is the second highest bid of the first set. Now we will auction the first set. The starting price is 5,000, and each increment must be no less than 500. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai heard Luo Hai, who was beside him, shout, 5,000. It was a pity that the voices in the hall rose and fell one after another. Her voice was directly drowned out, and no one heard her at all. Yang Kai turned to look at her, and Luo Hai immediately blushed. Chapter 3958. Previously, Luo Hai had also said that one could buy a Great Tao pill between 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Although this price was nothing to Yang Kai, it was not low to anyone in the Emperor Realm. It was very likely that it was the entire net worth of those at the bottom. However, even so, the price of this Great Tao pill with a base price of 5,000 continued to soar. In just 10 breaths of time it had exceeded 10,000. Luo Hai looked a little anxious. She had bid twice but had not succeeded. The bids in the hall rose and fell. It was clear that this Great Tao pill was highly sought after by the cultivator in the Emperor Realm. The price of the Great Tao pill continued to rise. Soon it had exceeded 20,000 and was approaching the 30,000 mark. After a few breaths of time, Luo Hai gritted her teeth and bid 30,000. However, it was surpassed in the next moment. She could not help but look dejected. After that, she did not speak again. It was obvious that she was going to give up. After all, there were a total of 10 sets of Great Tao pills. There were still other chances. After the price broke through the 30,000 mark, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. It seemed that Luo Hai was right. The price of this Grand Tao pill was between 10,000 and 20,000. 30,000 for 2 spirit pills was beyond what many Emperor Realm masters could afford, so naturally, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. When the price had risen to 34,000, no one was bidding anymore. The person who had shouted this price was a young man. He was sitting in the row in front of Yang Kai. At this moment he looked nervous and clenched his fists. He shouted to the stage, "No one is bidding anymore. Drop the hammer." The auctioneer clearly heard him. He smiled and picked up the hammer. He looked around and said with a smile, "The first set of Great Tao pills is 34,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Yang Kai raised his hand. 40,000. Swish, swish, swish. The nearby cultivator all turned their heads and looked at him in surprise. Especially the young man who had called out the price of 34,000. His eyes were almost spitting fire. This was not surprising. Although the price of an auction in the Emperor Realm rose quickly, it did not increase by much. Normally, it would only increase by 51,000. After all, it was not easy for them to save up some heaven-opening pills. Who would be willing to invest so much at once? Yang Kai raised his hand and raised the price by 6,000, something that had never happened before. Luo Hai also looked at Yang Kai with incomparable surprise. She naturally knew that Yang Kai had already condensed a Tao seal, and that the Great Tao pill was useless to him. She didn't expect that he would participate in the bidding for this Great Tao pill at this moment. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she couldn't help but blush. Clearly, she had misunderstood something. For the first set of Great Tao pills, this friend has bid 40,000. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer asked with a smile. After confirming that no one was bidding, the hammer fell 3 times. The second set of Great Tao pills, the starting price is 34,000. Please make your bids. The auctioneer gestured with his hand. Previously, it had already been stated that the starting price of the second group of Great Tao pills was the second highest bid of the first group. The second highest bid of the first group was 34,000, so the starting price of the second group was naturally this price. The auction house would not do business at a loss. 34,000. The young man sitting in the row in front of the Yongkai clenched his fist and shouted. He was the one who shouted the price just now. Yongkai calmly raised his hand. 40,000. It was as if the situation was repeating itself, no different from just now. The young man turned his head again and glared at Yongkai, but Yongkai did not look at him at all. The young man gritted his teeth and said, 40,000. This price was already the limit he could bear. If it was higher, he would not be able to follow. 50,000. Yongkai's expression was indifferent. You. The young man suddenly turned his head with a ferocious expression, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of meat from Yongkai's body. Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Yongkai with unfriendly expressions. Many of them had come for this Great Tao pill. Yongkai had raised the price so high so they had to suffer a loss. Some people even suspected that Yongkai was a helper hired by the auction house. However, thinking about it, that was not right. The Fengyun auction house had a reputation, so they would not do such a despicable thing. There were very few bids for the second set of Great Tao pills. Only Yongkai and the young man shouted twice before the deal was closed. Next was the third set. Without waiting for the auctioneer to finish speaking, Yongkai raised his hand and said, 50,000. The young man in the front row could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, What are you buying so many Great Tao pills for? If you don't have enough aptitude, it's useless no matter how many you buy. Generally speaking, if a martial artist's luck was good, a single Great Tao pill would allow them to successfully condense a Tao seal. Most of them would use 2 pills. If they didn't have confidence in themselves, 3 or 4 pills would be enough. Any more and it wouldn't have a better effect. Yongkai had already bid for 2 sets. Logically speaking, it should be enough. There was no need for him to participate in the bidding for the third set. I have too much money to burn. It's none of your business. Yongkai sneered. The young man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He only felt that this guy was so repulsive. If it were not for the fact that fighting was not allowed here, he would have taught him how to behave. 50,000. At this moment another bid was heard. Clearly, someone could not help but participate in the bidding. The previous 2 sets were swept into Yongkai's pocket. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to buy more. There were only 10 sets in total. If all of them were bought by Yongkai, what would they buy? Therefore, although the price was a little high, for their own future, they could only grit their teeth and bid. As soon as the voice fell, Yongkai calmly followed. 60,000. There was a series of gasps. Many people in the Emperor realm thought that this guy was crazy. 60,000 to buy 2 Great Tao pills. How many years had it been since they had seen such a price? In room A6, the corner of Pei Buen's mouth twitched as he stared below. He clicked his tongue. I knew this guy was up to no good. Sure enough. Previously, he had vaguely guessed that Yongkai must have gotten into some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed his power to sneak into the auction house. Now it seemed that this guy was stirring up trouble and bidding maliciously. However, what was the point of bidding maliciously? In the end, the items would still fall into his hands. On the other side, Luo Hai was also a little dumbfounded. She originally thought that Yongkai participated in the bidding to give the Great Tao pills to her. But now it seemed that it was not what she thought. Otherwise, why would he bid for 3 sets in a row? She could only vaguely guess that Yongkai must have some relatives or friends who needed the Great Tao pills. Moreover, he needed a lot of them. Thinking that she was thinking too much, she could not help but blush. The third set of Great Tao pills was quickly sold at the price of 60,000. When it came to the fourth set, the auctioneer did not look elsewhere. She only stared at Yang Kai as she spoke. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the young man in the front row immediately received the bid. 60,000. The young man did not look elsewhere. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Kai as he bid. He looked like he was going to fight with him. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and did not say anything for a long time. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down the young man's forehead. 40,000 was the bottom line he could bear. He had only bid this time because he was angry and wanted to disgust Yang Kai. Yang Kai transmitted his voice. What do you think will happen to you if I don't bid? The young man could not help but gulp. His face was slightly pale. He could not afford the price of 60,000. If he really lost it, he would definitely go bankrupt. At that time, he might even have to pawn off a life-saving secret treasure in his hands. Their eyes met, and the young man could not help but reveal a pleading expression. 60,000 going once, 60,000 going twice. The auctioneer's voice was like a life-threatening curse, causing the young man's face to turn even paler. 70,000. Yang Kai smiled softly and raised his hand to call out. As soon as this price was called, the young man immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He almost collapsed in his chair, feeling a sense of relief for no reason. The bidding for the fifth set of Great Tao pills started, and someone immediately bid 70,000. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this voice. It was Lao Bai who was bidding. This guy probably felt that it was a little too much for him to monopolize so many Great Tao pills. It would attract too much hatred, so he wanted to help him share some of the pressure. Yang Kai did not mind. Since Lao Bai had bid, he did not say anything else. The bidding for the next few sets of Great Tao pills was completely exclusive to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. No one in the cultivator in the hall made another bid. Usually, the two of them would call out the price and make the final call. The bidding for the 10 sets of Great Tao pills was completed very quickly. Yang Kai was the first to bid. He obtained 6 sets while Lao Bai obtained 4 sets. The stonemason standing on the stage was grinning from ear to ear. After all, it was a little unbelievable that 2 Great Tao pills could be auctioned for 70,000. Generally speaking, 30,000 was more than enough. Although the Fengyun auction house had a large business, they were also happy to see such an intense competitive atmosphere. Because in this way, it could arouse the enthusiasm of the following bidding. As expected, the price of the auction item after the Great Tao pills also rose all the way. This auction item was a secret treasure, and it was a rare defensive secret treasure. It could even withstand a full-force attack from a low-grade splitter. It was definitely a good item to protect one's life. This time, not only did many people from the Emperor realm participate in the bidding, but even some low-grade splitter geniuses participated in the bidding. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had a calm expression. He waited until it was about time to participate. After a few rounds of competition, he defeated his opponent and obtained this treasure at a price far higher than the normal price. At this time, many people looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Previously, when they saw Yang Kai repeatedly bid for the Great Tao pills, they thought that this guy was stupid and had a lot of money. Now, it seemed that whether he was stupid or not, he really had a lot of money. However, this was far from the limit. After an hour, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became extremely strange. Even the smile on the auctioneer's face had disappeared, and his brows were tightly furrowed. This was because the dozen or so auction items that appeared in this hour were all won by Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Every auction item had an absolute advantage in terms of price, which the Emperor realm had such a huge amount of financial resources. After a rough calculation, the items that these two people bought each exceeded 1 million. What was the concept of 1 million splitter pills? An ordinary splitter realm cultivator couldn't take out that much. Where did the Emperor realm get so much money? The young man in the front row had almost been tricked by Yang Kai. At this moment he looked back at Yang Kai from time to time, looking suspicious. Although Luo Hai didn't know why Yang Kai was bidding so crazily, she wasn't too worried. She knew that Yang Kai had 1 million splitter pills. That was the reward that Pei Buan gave Yang Kai last time. Chapter 3959. The auction continued and the auctioneer on the stage said in a clear voice, "The next item to be auctioned is a portion of true sun flame. Not long ago, a sun star in a large territory was extinguished. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. This portion of true sun flame came from that extinguished sun star." As she spoke, a maid walked up from the backstage with a round bowl in her hands. Flames flickered in the bowl as a wave of heat swept out. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction hall went into an uproar. Yang Kai could clearly sense powerful divine senses extending from the private rooms to investigate the true sun flame. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the true sun flame of a sun star would appear here. After all, this place was too far away. However, thinking about it, it wasn't strange. Many people had obtained true sun flame back then, and the Fengyun auction house was backed by one of the 72 blessed lands. It wasn't strange for it to be auctioned here. However, the lowest grade of true sun flame was 4th grade, and there were even 5th grade ones. He wondered what grade this item would be auctioned. Even Pei Buan and Gong Sun Hong were only at the 4th stage of Heaven Splitter. A single piece of 4th stage Heaven Splitter material had a chance of creating an expert on the same level as them, so it was only natural that they would pay attention to it. Yang Kai understood. Most of the items auctioned before were things needed by those in the Emperor realm, who hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet. The next item to be auctioned should be things that people like him desired. 4th grade True Sun Flame. The starting price is 100,000, and each increment must be no less than 5,000. The auctioneer smiled and gestured. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, 7 or 8 people in the hall called out bids, each voice sounding extremely eager. Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had thought that this auction would be exclusive to the VIPs in the private rooms, but who would have thought that the individual guests sitting in the hall would also have the ability to bid? However, their voices were quickly suppressed by a bidder in a private room. 150,000. As soon as this price was announced, the voices in the hall immediately fell silent. For a level 4 heaven opening material, 150,000 was basically the normal price. When they were in the Chiqiao land, Dai Yu had told Yang Kai that a level 1 heaven opening material was 1,500, a level 2 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 1 heaven opening material, and a level 3 heaven opening material was 10 times that of a level 2 heaven opening material. The stainless golden dew that Yang Kai bought in the Kikikyo land was a grade 3 material, and cost him 15,000 gold coins. However, in an auction house the price would naturally be slightly higher. If it was someone who didn't lack money, it wouldn't be strange no matter how high the price was, not to mention that 150,000 was the normal price. As expected, the voice of 160,000 immediately sounded from another private room. The people sitting in these private rooms were all reputable figures in Star City, who didn't have a million heaven-opening pills on them. They were all in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally did not need the sun's true flame. However, they also had juniors and disciples, and it was rare for a 4th-rank material to appear in the auction house. Who would be willing to miss it? The sun's true flame was very popular, and the guests in the 2 private rooms continued to bid. 2 people eventually raised the price to 200,000 gold coins. At this time, the private room that had bid first had already fallen silent. It was obvious that this price had exceeded his bottom line. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 200,000 gold coins, but every heaven-opening realm cultivator had to condense the yin, yang, and 5 elements. If one material was 200,000 gold coins, then 7 materials would be 1,400,000 gold coins. Moreover, even at the final juncture there was no guarantee that he would succeed. This price was not small. "Shopkeeper-son, thank you for letting me win." A hearty laugh came from the private room that had bid second. Shopkeeper-son coldly snorted, but didn't say anything. "Drop the hammer," that voice rang out again. The auctioneer looked around with a smile and raised the hammer. 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice. She glanced over at Yang Kai, secretly wondering if this little brat would make a bid at the last moment. Just now, he and the other person had been in the limelight. After the Great Dao Pill, the 2 of them had basically taken all of the auction items, leaving no room for anyone else to interfere. However, after calling out twice and not seeing that Yang Kai had any intention of bidding, she couldn't help laughing inwardly. She felt that she was overthinking things. Since this person had bought the Great Dao Pill, It meant that he hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet, so what was the point of buying these fourth-rank materials? Even if he had a lot of money, he shouldn't spend it like this. 300,000. Yang Kai raised his hand. The auctioneer's hammer immediately froze in mid-air, and her beautiful eyes widened as she stared in Yang Kai's direction. The hall was also in an uproar. In the past, although Yang Kai and Lao Bai had won the auction with absolute advantage each time, the value of the auction items before wasn't too high. They were all fought over by a group of people from the Emperor realm, so in the eyes of those who were truly rich it wasn't much. However, it was different this time. To suddenly increase the price by 100,000, was he trying to make things difficult for her? Brat, which sex disciple are you? The heaven-opening realm cultivator who had bid 200,000 was almost angered to death. He stared through the private room and felt that this brat was really detestable. He had given him a surprise at the last moment. Was he deliberately slapping his own face? If you have the money to bid, then shut up. Why do you care which sex disciple I am? Yang Kai didn't even turn his head. The person in the private room was choked to the point that he couldn't say anything. He was a fourth-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he couldn't possibly argue with someone from the Emperor realm. What kind of scandal was this? The youth in the front row looked back at Yang Kai again, and the suspicion in his eyes became even stronger. The auctioneer was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. She chuckled dryly. 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice. The mallet fell and the deal was struck. Without stopping, the auctioneer continued, the item that will be auctioned is also a fourth-rank material, 300,000. Before she could finish speaking, a bid came from within the hall. The auctioneer's words were stuck in her throat, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. She stared speechlessly in Yang Kai's direction, her expression somewhat annoyed. She thought to herself, what's wrong with this person? You should at least wait for me to finish speaking. You don't even know what the material is, yet you directly bid 300,000? Is there something wrong with your head? The entire hall and the private room were completely silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yang Kai. Sitting to the side, Luo Hai felt like there was a thorn in her side, and her expression was filled with worry as she advised in a low voice, Lord Yang, this price is too high. It's fine. Yang Kai smiled. Do you have that much money? At this moment, a person's voice sounded. It was the young man sitting in the front row of Yang Kai. He looked at him and sneered. You've bid for so many things, do you have the money to pay the bill? He came to the auction this time for the Great Path pills. Originally, he still had hopes of bidding for a set, but after being repeatedly messed up by Yang Kai, he lost all hope. Although Yang Kai let him off previously, he still held a grudge. After seeing Yang Kai bid for so many things without batting an eyelid, he had always suspected that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. Now he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and launched an attack. As long as he could prove that Yang Kai was indeed here to cause trouble, then the Great Path pills he bid for previously would not count, and he would still have a chance. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up, cupped his hands towards the auction stage and said, Master of the Fengyun auction house, I suspect that this person is bidding maliciously and has bad intentions. I request a verification to see if he has the ability to pay the bill. That's right, I think so too. A voice immediately came from the private room where Yang Kai had snatched the grandson real flame. A verification of the verification is a good idea. This kid is indeed a bit of a troublemaker. Another private room also agreed. It wasn't that Yang Kai had offended them, but if they allowed Yang Kai to continue acting so recklessly, then they wouldn't have any hope in the following auctions. Who wouldn't want to buy something at an auction, especially when the following items were all fourth grade and above? Therefore, after the young man in the front row finished speaking, many private rooms echoed his words. In room A6, the corner of Pei Buen's mouth twitched. This kid is full of evil tricks. Why didn't I see it before? At this time, how could he not know that Yang Kai was indeed here to cause trouble? However, he didn't know what kind of enmity he had with the Fengyun auction house that he actually wanted to make a move at the auction. Wasn't this smashing their reputation? How could there be a good ending? This kid probably wouldn't be able to pass the verification of the verification. Although he had given Yang Kai 1 million heaven-opening pills as a reward last time, The value of the items he was bidding for this time had far exceeded that amount. However, he wasn't very worried about Yang Kai's safety. After all, he was a member of the first in. At most, he would be kicked out of the auction house and his reputation would be ruined. On the stage, the auctioneer looked in a certain direction backstage with some difficulty. There was an elderly man sitting there, and since the start of the auction, he had been motionless with his eyes closed. This elderly man wasn't Yun Zhenhua, but he was also a mid-rank heaven-opening expert of the Fengyun auction house. He was overseeing this place to prevent others from causing trouble. With so many people unanimously requesting the verification of the items, the elderly man naturally heard their voices. He slowly stood up and walked to the stage. Someone in the private room said, "Elder Yu, I'll have to trouble you to make a move and see if this kid has the financial resources." The elderly man frowned. There had never been such a precedent in the auction house before. After all, with the Fengyun auction house's reputation, no one dared to go back on their word. Everyone was bidding according to their ability. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were really suspicious. He also wanted to see the situation, so he only nodded. With a flash, he directly appeared in front of Yang Kai and nodded slightly. "Young friend, please." Yang Kai sat on the chair with his hands on the armrest. He looked up at the elderly man and grinned. "What? Is this how the Fengyun auction house treats its guests? Cut the crap and cooperate with Elder Yu to verify the items. You don't look like someone with that kind of money." The young man in the front row turned his head and shouted angrily. If Yang Kai really had that kind of financial resources, he would have been invited into the private room long ago. Why would he be sitting with them? A voice rang out from the private room, "Kid, don't waste any more time. If you're really causing trouble, this seat advises you to stop and leave. At the very least, you'll still be able to maintain some semblance of dignity. If Elder Yu finds out anything, things won't be so simple anymore." Chapter 3960. "Excuse me, young friend." Elder Yu slowly extended his hand and stared at Yang Kai as if he wanted to look deep into his heart. Luo Hai's face was pale and her fists were clenched tightly. She didn't know if Kai Yang would be able to pass the capital verification test. It was very likely that he wouldn't, but she didn't have much money on her. Otherwise she would be able to lend it to Kai Yang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Even though there was a rank 4 Kai Tian standing in front of him, he still smiled and said, "Fengyun auction house has such a rule? How come I didn't know about it?" Elder Yu frowned. Fengyun auction house didn't have such a rule in the past because everyone abided by the rules. However, this guy didn't look like a good person, yet he still had the nerve to talk about rules. Moreover, someone from the Emperor realm dared to spout such nonsense in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Young friend, please cooperate." "Kid, don't talk nonsense. If you don't have money, get the hell out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here." Isn't it too late to leave now? Do you think you can leave if you dare to cause trouble here?" "Elder Yu, don't be polite with him. Just do it." In the private room, a cacophony of voices could be heard. Obviously, they all wanted the auction house to get rid of Yang Kai so that the auction could continue. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He mainly came to find trouble with the Fengyun auction house this time. Who told them not to give him compensation, and their attitude was so bad? However, he didn't expect to incite public anger. In other people's shoes, his actions were indeed a little offensive. Therefore, although the words in the private room were a little unpleasant, Yang Kai didn't care. He just stared at Elder Yu and said, "There's no problem with the capital verification, but what if I have the financial resources?" Elder Yu frowned. "Then the auction will naturally continue." Although he said that, he didn't want to believe that Yang Kai really had the financial resources. When entering this auction house, everyone asked to show their wealth. If he was really that kind of rich person, he would have been arranged to enter a private room long ago. Most of the people sitting in this hall had a net worth of hundreds of thousands. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Fengyun auction house's actions are ruining my reputation. Do you think just saying that the auction will continue is enough? Then what do you want?" Old man Yu frowned. This brat in front of him was a little difficult to deal with. Yang Kai looked at him. "Don't you need to apologize for making a mistake?" Old man Yu was furious. If this wasn't an auction house, he would have taught this young man the consequences of speaking to him like this, but this was his own territory, so he couldn't attack a guest, even if this guest was only an Emperor Realm Master who was suspected to be causing trouble. Doing so would make him look like a bully, and it would also affect the reputation of the auction house, so even though he was angry, he could only endure. Kai Yang continued, I can cooperate with the verification. If it proves that I don't have the financial resources, then you can do whatever you want with me. If I'm lucky enough to pass, then you have to apologize. Elder Yu's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Stubborn as a dead duck, do you think this old man will back down? Young people are still too inexperienced. Just as he was thinking this, a faint smile appeared on the face of the young man in front of him. I hope Elder Yu will keep his word. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai's reaction was so straightforward that Elder Yu didn't expect it. He couldn't help but frown. Did this boy really have such strong financial resources? Suspiciously accepting the space ring, Old Man Yu swept its contents with his divine sense. His hand trembled and he almost dropped the space ring. His eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, suddenly widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. Inside the space ring there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, one pile after another. It was simply impossible to count them all. It was impossible to count because there were just too many. Elder Yu was a 4th-grade heaven-opening master, and had been in charge of a place like Fengyun Auction House for many years. He had never seen so much money before, but he had never seen so much. How many heaven-opening pills were there in this ring? Over 100 million was the minimum. It was very likely that there were around 200 million. No wonder this boy didn't even blink during the auction. With so many heaven-opening pills, let alone the items worth tens of thousands, even if he bought the entire auction house, it would be a drop in the ocean. Who was this guy? How could he have so much money? Moreover, he wasn't very strong, yet he dared to wander around with such a large sum of money. Although there were people from the Great War Heaven maintaining order in Star City, wasn't he afraid of some accident? His heart surged with shock. Clutching the ring, he stood there dumbly, speechless for a long time. Elder Yu. A voice rang out from a private room. Everyone had originally planned to laugh at Yang Kai, but who would have thought that Elder Yu would have no reaction after verifying the ring? The many heaven-opening realm cultivators were all people with good eyesight, so they could naturally see the shock in Elder Yu's eyes. They didn't know what was going on. What exactly was in that ring that could make a 4th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator lose his composure like this? Only in room A6, Pei Buan seemed to think of something and couldn't help but mutter, "This boy is quite bold." Last time, he had given Yang Kai 11 million, of which 10 million was to compensate the first in. He had originally thought that Yang Kai would definitely give it to Madame Lan, but now it seemed that the 10 million should still be in his hands. No wonder this boy was so calm and composed, not afraid of verifying the ring at all. From just now until now, the value of the items he had bid on didn't exceed 2 million. With 10 million, what was there to be afraid of? However, on second thought, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Even if there really was 10 million in that ring, it shouldn't be enough to make Elder Yu lose his composure like this. He suddenly remembered that he wasn't the only one who wanted to compensate the first in. There seemed to be several dozen other families, and each family wanted 10 million. Pei Buan sucked in a cold breath. That ring couldn't possibly have hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills, right? Although he didn't dare believe it, looking at Elder Yu's expression, his guess should be right. How is it? Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu. Elder Yu finally came back to his senses. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, then returned the spatial ring and nodded. Young friend, you do indeed have the right to bid. This old man was wrong, please forgive me. Yang Kai grinned. Then can the auction continue? Elder Yu nodded. His figure flickered and he returned backstage. Only then did the auctioneer react. He raised the auction hammer and shouted, 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice, sold. The young man in the front row looked at Yang Kai with the corner of his eye twitching. He couldn't understand why this guy was squeezing in the hall with him when he was so rich. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile. He quickly turned his head and lowered it. A person with such wealth no matter what his cultivation was, must have a powerful backer behind him. He couldn't afford to offend him. He didn't wait for the auction to end and found an opportunity to quietly slip away. A good auction, after being disturbed by Yang Kai, suddenly became dull. No one bid for the next few auction items. Yang Kai won all of them at once. It was as if this auction was specially set up for him, and everyone else was just there to serve as a foil. Because no one bid, the auctioneer's hammer fell very quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, more than a dozen fourth-grade materials were won by Yang Kai. Even Lao Bai didn't make a sound. Anyway, with Yang Kai's help, it didn't matter whether he bid or not. The next few items are the finale of this auction. If there's anything you like, please bid as much as you want. The auctioneer stood on the stage and shouted a little awkwardly. The main reason was that there was only one person's voice in the entire auction house, so it was meaningless for her to be the auctioneer. A maid came on stage and presented the auction item. The auctioneer said in a loud voice, "5th grade True Sun Fire. The starting price is 1 million. Everyone feel free to bid." As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the lonely auction house finally had a trace of liveliness. The divine senses in the private rooms once again stretched out to check the situation. Generally speaking, the best heaven-opening materials on the market were 5th grade. 6th grade heaven-opening materials couldn't be bought with money at all, unless one was extremely lucky. Although the 4th grade materials were of interest to everyone, they could still fight for them. However, the 5th grade materials were a must-have. The 5th grade materials were highly sought after wherever they were placed. Even the Blessed Enclave couldn't meet the demand. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone shouted, 1,200,000, 1,300,000, 1,400,000. In room S6, Pei Buan was about to bid. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, 3 million. The words were stuck in his throat. Pei Buan touched his head and cursed speechlessly. This guy is crazy. The normal price of a 5th grade material was 1,500,000. Even if the auction house had a little overprice, 2 million would be the highest price. Yang Kai doubled the price. How could others bid? This meant that he didn't want to play with others at all. That's enough, kid. Don't go too far. A voice sounding a little exasperated. That's right, kid. Don't you find it troublesome to bid for so many things? I think this kid is here to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Kai had won all the items, everyone would have suspected that he was hired by the Fengyun auction house. However, at this time anyone could see that Yang Kai was here to cause trouble. However, what was the point? Although it would damage the auction house's reputation if one person bought all the items in an auction, this person would have to pay a huge price. It was equivalent to hurting the enemy, but hurting the enemy without benefiting oneself. Elder Yu, does this kid have that much money? Someone asked doubtfully. Even the auctioneer turned to look at Elder Yu. The items that were auctioned before were worth at most a few 100,000. This time the bid was 3 million, which was 10 times the original price. It was hard for people not to be suspicious. However, Elder Yu didn't say much when he verified the price. Therefore, no one knew how much money Yang Kai had on him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Yu lowered his eyebrows and didn't move. He smiled bitterly to himself. What was a few million? That kid had close to 200 million in his ring. Chapter 3961. After Yang Kai bought the 5th grade True Sunfire for 3 million, the next two items, which were not inferior to the 5th grade heaven-opening material, fell into Yang Kai's pocket without any suspense. The grand auction ended in a strange atmosphere. Whether it was the individual cultivator in the hall or the shopkeepers in the private rooms, they all felt that their horizons had been broadened. They had never participated in such an auction before. Except for the first few items, the rest were basically bought by one person. And this person was from the Emperor realm. The entire auction cost more than 10 million. They were all secretly guessing, which sect is this kid from? How could he have so many heaven-opening pills? It should be known that the funds that the shopkeepers could mobilize were only a few million. 10 million was beyond their ability to bear. There were also some people who recognized Kai Yang's identity, but there weren't many of them. After all, Kai Yang had gone to 19 shops to collect debts and had met with 19 shopkeepers, so there were bound to be some who had come to participate in the auction. In the VIP room of the Fengyun auction house, Yang Kai and White sat across a table and tasted fragrant tea. There was a large pile of items in front of them. Even so, there were still maids coming in constantly and putting down the items in their hands. These were the items that they had obtained in the auction before. The Fengyun auction house followed the rule of bidding first, settling the bill later. The auction had ended, so it was naturally time to settle the bill. The enchanting auctioneer stood in front of them with a smile on her face. Every time an item was brought up, she would smilingly introduce to Yang Kai what it was, and how much money Yang Kai had spent to win it. Next to her there was another guy who looked like an accountant. He was holding an abacus and counting the prices of the items. As maids came in and out, more and more items were placed in front of Yang Kai and White. Although White was drinking tea, he glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, feeling a little guilty. The main reason was that he had never done such a thing before. Moreover, this was the wind cloud auction, so he didn't know how to deal with this situation. After a long time, he finally settled the account. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Mister, the total price of the items you bid is 11.36 million. He turned to Lao Bai and said, "Mister, the total price of your items is 930,000. Compared to Yang Kai, Lao Bai didn't bid much. He only bid for some random items. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai bid, he didn't have many chances to bid. Pack them all up. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. Hearing this, the auctioneer gestured to the side and the staff immediately put everything into a space ring one by one. The auctioneer then handed it over to Yang Kai with both hands. Yang Kai took the ring without even looking at it. With a twist of his finger, a faint trace of space laws appeared and the ring disappeared. Immediately after, Yang Kai stood up and called out to Lao Bai, "Let's go." The smile on the auctioneer's face froze. He flashed in front of Yang Kai and said politely, "Mister, did you forget something?" Yang Kai looked left and right, then raised his head and said, "I didn't forget anything." The auctioneer squeezed out a smile and said softly, "You forgot to pay the bill." As she spoke, her face was filled with hidden bitterness. "I don't have money." Yang Kai looked at him with incomparable honesty. Behind him, the corners of Lao Bai's mouth twitched. The auctioneer blinked her big eyes, then suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. "Mister really likes to joke? Earlier, old man, you had asked him to verify the funds. If he didn't have the financial resources, how could he have allowed him to keep bidding? At this time, who would believe him if he said he didn't have money? I'm not joking." Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. "Your Fengyun auction house already owes me and my brother 10 million. Take these auction items as collateral. When you pay back the 10 million, I'll give them to you." The auctioneer was stunned. She stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked hesitantly, "Mister, what do you mean?" She was only an auctioneer of the Fengyun auction house, so she didn't know what had happened before. Therefore, she was confused at this time. She thought, when did the Fengyun auction house owe someone 10 million? What do I mean? Your shopkeeper naturally knows, right, Shopkeeper Yun? Yang Kai shouted the last sentence to the door. Although he didn't sense Yun Zhenhua's aura, he thought that at this time, Yun Zhenhua was most likely outside. After all, he and Lao Bai were kicked out of the auction house, then sneaked in and bid at a high price. As a shopkeeper, it was impossible for him not to know, since he knew he would definitely show up at this time. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The person who came in was not Yun Zhenhua, but Elder Yu, who had verified Yang Kai's funds. At this moment, Elder Yu's face was gloomy. With one hand behind his back and the other in front of his stomach, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend, don't make a mistake." He only knew the identity of Yang Kai and Lao Bai after the verification. After all, it was hard to imagine that someone from the Emperor realm would carry around more than 100 million. He secretly told Yun Zhenhua about this matter. Yun Zhenhua secretly came to take a look and found out that the bidders were actually two workers from the first inn. Moreover, these two people had come to ask for money before. Elder Yu immediately knew that these two people didn't come with good intentions. However, at that time the auction was already in its second half. Moreover, they did have the capital to bid, so he couldn't stop them. He could only wait until the auction was over before making a decision. Now that he saw that these two guys didn't intend to pay, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It's only right to repay one's debts. If your Feng Yun auction house won't pay, then us two brothers can only think of a way to get some money ourselves. Yang Kai looked at Elder Yu with a smile. Elder Yu said coldly, "No one has dared to behave atrociously in my Feng Yun auction house. Are you sure you want to do this?" There wasn't before, but there is now. Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Although the Feng Yun auction house had a strong backer, he also had the first in behind him. In terms of backing, there was no telling who would be afraid. Moreover, the Feng Yun auction house was in the wrong first, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "You have guts." Elder Yu snorted. "But just having guts isn't enough. Do you think you can still get away?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Then what do you want? Are you going to detain us?" Elder Yu snorted and waved his hand. "Search them." He sneered in his heart. These two inexperienced brats really think that they can do whatever they want just because they have the first in's name? I'll take back the money from the auction first, then deal with them properly. At Elder Yu's order, the workers who had been standing on both sides immediately rushed forward. Lao Bai hurriedly got into a defensive posture. "If anyone dares to come over, I'll fight them to the death." Yang Kai raised his hand and pressed on Lao Bai's shoulder. "Let them search." Lao Bai turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. The two of them had spent more than a month collecting money from everywhere. Not only had Yang Kai taken 100 million to 200 million, but Lao Bai had also done the same. He hadn't given anything to the lady boss. Yang Kai hadn't given anything to the lady boss because he had been beaten by the lady boss with a feather duster the last time he went back to report the good news. As for why Lao Bai hadn't given anything to the lady boss, it was probably because he had never seen so much money before and wanted to hold on to it for a while longer. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked him to give him all his valuables, so Lao Bai didn't have a single heaven-opening pill on him. Could be said that he was clean. Lao Bai wasn't afraid of others searching him, but he was afraid that they would search Yang Kai's body. However, since Yang Kai had said so, even though Lao Bai didn't understand, he still relaxed. The main thing was that he couldn't beat them. This was the other party's territory. Not to mention these workers, even Elder Yu could crush them with a single finger. There was no point in resisting. Four workers came forward. Two searched for Lao Bai, while the other two searched for Yang Kai. After a while, the workers didn't find anything. They all turned to look at Elder Yu and said, "There's nothing." "Impossible." Elder Yu's expression changed. He didn't seem to move, but he directly came in front of Yang Kai. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and searched Yang Kai's body with the other. How could he not have anything? Not to mention that Yang Kai had shown him a space ring containing nearly 200 million heaven-opening pills. Even the auction items just now had been obtained by him not long ago. How could they have disappeared for no reason? However, after searching for a while, they really couldn't find anything. Not only that, Elder Yu even released his divine sense and carefully searched every corner of Yang Kai's body. Let alone a space ring, he couldn't find even a single heaven-opening pill, let alone the auction items. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yu vaguely felt a fluctuation of space principles outside the door just now, which was somewhat similar to when he used the universe escape technique. His heart clenching, Elder Yu clenched his teeth and shouted, "Speak, where did you hide those things?" Elder Yu had a 4th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivation, so in his anger, his hand was incredibly strong. Cracking sounds came from Yang Kai's shoulder, as if his bones were being crushed. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he endured it and didn't say anything. He coldly stared at Elder Yu and said, "I already said that you owed us money and didn't pay it back. Us brothers just wanted to find a way to get some of it. When you pay back the money, we'll return those things." "Bastard!" Elder Yu flew into a rage. Although the prices of the auction items this time were generally high, it was still a failure for the auction house. It couldn't be helped that the auction house's reputation had been completely monopolized by a single person. In the future, when people brought up this matter, they would say that there was a problem with the Feng Yun auction house's organizational ability. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous situation have occurred? The Feng Yun auction house had stood tall for so many years and had a good reputation, so losing a little bit of reputation wasn't a big deal. Now that they had even lost their auction items, they would truly become a laughingstock. As such, in Elder Yu's anger, the might of a fourth-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator filled the air, causing Yang Kai's entire body to shrink. He felt as if he was being suppressed by the entire world. The difference in their cultivations was simply too great, and now that he was in the other party's grasp, he didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have immediately knelt down. Chapter 3962. You dare make a move? Lao Bai was enraged. Seeing that Yang Kai was being pressured to the point of suffocation, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth surged in his body. He raised his hand and slapped at Elder Yu. After that move, he suddenly realized that he was no match for Elder Yu. Seeing that Yang Kai was being bullied had made him a little hot-blooded. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to stop. Scram! However, Elder Yu didn't even look at him. He just casually slapped Lao Bai's chest with his palm. With a crack, Lao Bai was sent flying with a muffled groan. He slammed into the wall, causing the entire room to shake. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw that Lao Bai's face was pale and blood was spurting out of his mouth. A large part of his chest had caved in. His head was tilted to the side and he didn't move. His expression immediately turned cold. Old thing, you're courting death. The power in his body surged wildly. His short body suddenly straightened, and his hands flew up to form a seal. He sent a palm strike at Elder Yu. Elder Yu was shocked. It wasn't that Yang Kai's palm strike was very strong. It was just that under this palm strike his thoughts actually paused for a moment, as if time had stopped. This brat actually knew the laws of time? Even so, his weak strength was still a weakness. Elder Yu snorted coldly and raised his palm in front of him, slowly pushing it out. With a boom, Yang Kai was also sent flying. The principles of time wrapped around Elder Yu's palm, causing his palm to change unpredictably and wither rapidly. However, it only took an instant for it to return to normal. The difference in strength was too great. Yang Kai's principles of time was easily dispelled by Elder Yu. Otherwise, how could he be unscathed? After retreating to the foot of the wall, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. He forcefully suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and lowered his head to look at his hand. The hand that had collided with Elder Yu's palm strike couldn't help but tremble. Even the bones in his wrist were broken. Elder Yu looked over coldly. No one dares to steal my Fengyun auction house's things. Those who dare to do so are all dead. Try and kill us if you dare. Yang Kai was clearly in a disadvantageous situation, but he still looked down at them with his chin raised, his face full of arrogance. Elder Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly stared at Yang Kai. Then, he turned around and flicked his sleeves. Keep an eye on them, don't let them escape. Finished speaking, he strode away. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with disgust and left as well. The other workers closed the door before they left, obviously intending to put Yang Kai and Lao Bai under house arrest. Outside the door, Yun Zhenhua stroked his beard with a frown on his face. Seeing Elder Yu come out, he gestured to him and the two of them walked side by side into a secret chamber. It didn't take long for them to enter the secret chamber. Yun Zhenhua frowned and said, "You've injured them. I'm afraid that this matter won't be easy to resolve." No matter what, those two brats were still members of the First Inn. Although they were rude first and Elder Yu wasn't wrong to teach them a lesson, they had still injured them. Thinking of that woman's craziness, Yun Zhenhua felt a headache coming on. Elder Yu's anger still hadn't subsided. He coldly snorted, "They were rude first, wanting to steal my Fengyun auction house's things. So what if this old man beat them up?" Yun Zhenhua glanced at him and remained silent. He knew that this Elder Yu had always been proud and arrogant. Although he was only a 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, he had the ambition to devour the heavens. He couldn't be blamed for being arrogant. Elder Yu himself had the potential to become a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, but because he had been deceived by a scoundrel, he ended up becoming a 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, Elder Yu hadn't been in the heaven-opening realm for very long, so he probably hadn't heard of that woman's name yet. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? However, it didn't matter. It was just 2 workers, so that woman wouldn't make a fuss over a small matter. However, in this case, the 10 million heaven-opening pills would probably have to be returned. Otherwise, it would be an excuse for her to make trouble for him. Thinking of this, Yoon Jae-hwa took out a communication bead and sent a message to his subordinates, telling them to prepare 10 million heaven-opening pills. At the same time, he also sent someone to the first inn to invite Madame Lan over to discuss how to deal with this matter. Return the money, return the money. Those 2 workers had disrupted the auction and made malicious bids. In the end, they had basically smashed all of the auction items into their own hands. This matter had to be properly discussed with Madame Lan. Just as Elder Bai was knocked unconscious, a young woman rushed into the first inn. When the worker in the inn saw her, he hurriedly came over and said with a smile, "Dear customer, please come in. Are you here for a meal or a place to stay?" The woman hurriedly said, "I'm looking for your lady boss, Madame Lan." The worker looked her up and down, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, dear customer, but the lady boss doesn't receive guests. If you have something to tell me, it's the same. I'll tell the lady boss later." It was Lord Yang who told me to come. He said that I definitely had to tell the lady boss. The woman said, "Lord Yang? Which Lord Yang?" The worker was puzzled. There were many people with the surname Yang in Star City. Yang Kai Lord Yang. The person who had rushed to the first inn was Luo Hai. She had left when the auction ended, but Yang Kai had secretly instructed her to do something, so she had rushed to the first inn. "Yang Kai told you to come here?" Behind the counter, the accountant who had been doing the accounts suddenly looked up at Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes. What's the matter? Where's that kid?" The accountant asked. Luo Hai shook her head and kept her mouth shut. Seeing this, the accountant couldn't help but laugh. This woman's strength wasn't high, and it seemed that she hadn't even condensed a Dao seal. She was a delicate and naive person. Yang Kai had told her to find the lady boss, and she had gone to find the lady boss. She hadn't even said anything when the accountant asked. Since she was someone who Yang Kai had called to deliver a letter, there must be something. The accountant said, "Take her to see the lady boss." The worker nodded. "Yes, miss, please come with me." He led the way to the backyard with Luo Hai following closely behind. Not long after, they arrived at the lady boss's room. The worker bowed and said, "Lady boss, this miss wants to see you. She said that Yang Kai had asked her to come here." "Let her in." The lady boss's voice came out. "Please." The worker gestured. Luo Hai took a deep breath and thanked the worker before pushing the door open and entering. The first thing she saw was a woman's room. It was very elegantly arranged, and a fragrant scent lingered at the tip of her nose. Turning her head, Luo Hai saw a voluptuous woman sitting on a chair in front of the dressing table. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her stunning face was reflected in the bronze mirror. Their eyes met, and the lady boss asked, "Where's that damn brat?" "Damn brat." Luo Hai secretly stuck out her tongue. She knew the lady boss was talking about Yang Kai, so she immediately said, "When I parted with him, he was at the Fengyun auction house." The lady boss frowned and said while combing her hair, "Why did he go there?" Suddenly, she remembered that the Fengyun auction house was also in debt, so he should have gone there to collect his debts. She also remembered that when she had just arrived in Star City, Yang Kai had not returned home one night, and when she asked him later, he said that he had spent the night in a woman's house. After sizing her up, the lady boss furrowed her brows. Although this girl could be considered pretty, it was obvious that her strength was very low. Furthermore, her expression was timid, as if she had never seen the world. Could it be that this brat had spent the night in her house? "Why did he ask you to come find me?" the lady boss asked. Luo Hai quickly stepped forward and unfolded the things she had been holding tightly in her hand. "He asked me to give you these things." The lady boss turned her head and saw 3 space rings. 3 rings, one obviously had Yang Kai's aura, one had Bai Chi's aura, and obviously belonged to these 2, while the last one seemed to be ownerless. The lady boss reached out and took the rings, and with her divine sense, she first checked Yang Kai's ring and couldn't help but raise her brow. Inside the ring, there was a large pile of heaven-opening pills, and it was clear that this brat had recently collected his debts. He had never given them to her. and she didn't know why he had asked an outsider to give them to him. She then looked at Bai Chi's ring, and it was the same, not much less than Yang Kai's. "You two little bastards, just wait and see how this old lady will deal with you when you come back." The lady boss secretly cursed in her heart and looked up at Luo Hai. "Do you know what's inside?" These two rings were worth 3 to 400 million heaven-opening pills, and Yang Kai had actually asked someone from the Emperor realm who hadn't even condensed a Dao seal to send them back. Was he not afraid of any accidents? Although no one in Star City dared to do anything sneaky, it was better to be safe than sorry. Luo Hai shook her head. "I haven't seen them." The lady boss's gaze softened slightly. Regardless of whether Luo Hai had seen them or not, the fact that she was able to return the rings meant that this woman was a trustworthy person. She didn't try to explain anything to Luo Hai. The difference in status and strength was too great, so she couldn't explain anything. She then looked at the third ring. There was a large pile of random items, but there were also quite a few good items which confused the lady boss. She casually handed the ring to Luo Hai and asked, "Where did he get these things?" Luo Hai took a look and covered her mouth as she said, "These are the things that were just auctioned off at the auction house." She also didn't know why these things would appear here. She simply followed Yang Kai's instructions and left first before finding a secluded place to wait silently. Before she left, Yang Kai gave her a bead and told her that something would be delivered to her later. She was to go to the first inn and hand it to the lady boss. Not long after, the bead flashed and 3 space rings appeared in front of Yang Kai. "He participated in the auction?" The lady boss was startled. Luo Hai nodded and said, "Lord Yang basically won everything." "This bastard." The lady boss suddenly stood up and was about to curse him when she suddenly seemed to remember something, and her expression changed dramatically as she cried out, "Not good." Taking back the space rings from Luo Hai's hand, her figure flickered and she rushed out, not even bothering to comb her hair carefully. Luo Hai stood dumbfounded in place, completely dumbfounded, but she still hurriedly followed after her. But where was the lady boss? The cashier behind the counter looked out in surprise and asked one of the shop assistants, "Why is the lady boss in such a hurry?" The shop assistant shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Seeing Luo Hai come out, the cashier hurriedly called out to her and asked her a few questions. Hearing this, the cashier's expression also changed dramatically, faintly feeling that things had become a little troublesome. Chapter 3963. In the side room of the Tempest auction house, the two of them grimaced in pain. Both of them were injured and in extreme pain, so they naturally weren't happy. Comparatively speaking, Lao Bai's injuries were more serious. His chest was slightly sunken, his internal organs were damaged, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Yang Kai only had a broken hand. However, these injuries weren't too serious for the two of them, and they only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Lao Bai sat cross-legged and was about to circulate his energy to heal his injuries when Yang Kai pulled him up. "Don't heal your injuries. What are you doing?" Cold sweat broke out on Lao Bai's forehead. He didn't understand why Yang Kai stopped him at this time. Yang Kai held his broken hand and looked at him. "Guess what the Tempest auction house is doing now?" "How would I know?" Lao Bai said angrily. How could he be in the mood to guess when Yang Kai didn't heal his injuries? He'd never been put under house arrest before, and it was the first time today. It was simply a great humiliation, and rage surged in his heart. "Don't you have a brain?" Yang Kai tapped his head. "It's such a simple matter. Just think about it and you'll understand." Lao Bai couldn't help but raise his head and glare at Yang Kai. However, he suddenly thought of something and cried out in a low voice, "Oh no, I'm afraid we'll alarm the lady boss." After all, he and Yang Kai were the attendants of the first inn. Even though the Tempest auction house had a good reason to injure and put them under house arrest, they would definitely notify the lady boss and let her come over to deal with it. Instantly, he had a vexed expression and sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done that." He didn't want to alarm the lady boss. After all, it was just a trivial matter. If he didn't come over, it would be because he was incapable. If the lady boss was disturbed, it would be because of his incompetence, and it would be quite embarrassing. When he raised his head and saw Yang Kai's spurious smile, he frowned. You did it on purpose? Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai had maliciously bid against him in the auction house and basically got all the auction items. In the end, he didn't pay and wanted to leave. How could he leave? The situation was bound to develop to its current state. In the end, the Wind Cloud auction house would definitely invite the lady boss over. At that time, Shifeng had thought that Yang Kai had some brilliant idea. Yang Kai chuckled. Did you just understand? Lao Bai was a little confused. Didn't you say not to alarm the lady boss? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. That was then and that was then. Previously, even if Feng Yun had invited the lady boss over, it might not have worked. If Feng Yun auction house was determined to renege on their debt, would the lady boss still be able to snatch it from them? In the beginning, she said that if you cooperate, you can just pay up. If you don't cooperate, she will have to go to the headquarters of some forces to talk. I don't know where Feng Yun blessed land is, but it's definitely not too close. Why bother lady boss to make this trip? Then now, as Senior White spoke, his eyes lit up, and he faintly understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai also grinned sinisterly. Now that you and I have been seriously injured and don't have much time left, the lady boss will naturally have an excuse and reason to make trouble. If we want to appease the lady boss's anger, what is a trivial debt of 10 million? Seriously injured and don't have much time left. The corners of Senior White's mouth twitched when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if he was seeing him for the first time. This little brat was too treacherous. You and I can easily get back the 10 million by suffering some physical pain, so it's worth it. When the time comes, we might even be able to casually ask the Wind Cloud auction house for some compensation. Not only was he treacherous, but his heart was also black. Senior White thought to himself as he said, You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to grab those auction items and run away. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. There are 2 4th-stage heaven-opening realm masters guarding this place. How can you and I escape with our insignificant strength? It wasn't that there was no chance. Since he could deliver the 3 space rings to Luo Hai, he could naturally escape with Senior White in an instant. However, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't. The first and still had to open, so if he really ran away with Senior White, then all of his previous efforts would be for naught. If I'm not wrong, Yun Zhenhua should have already sent someone to invite. Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, he heard a familiar voice, Yun Zhenhua, come out and see me. The two of them stared at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The lady boss is here so quickly? Almost at the same time, the 2 brothers fell to the ground. Senior White's tongue was hanging out like a dead dog. His aura suddenly weak. Yang Kai casually slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood. He looked very miserable. In the other room, Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu, who were sitting at a table across from each other, were also astonished. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Madame Lan to arrive so quickly. The servant who had gone to deliver the letter had only just left. However, no matter what, it was fine as long as she was here. They had to properly explain today's matter to her, so that she could carefully discipline her subordinates in the future. After exchanging a glance, the 2 stood up at the same time and walked out. No matter what, this person was a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, not someone the 2 of them could casually offend. They had to give enough face. Unexpectedly, before the 2 of them had even taken a few steps, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky. The cold murderous intent was so dense that it seemed tangible, causing the entire Feng Yun auction house to tremble. Yun Zhenhua's hair stood on end, feeling his scalp go numb. Elder Yu's expression also became extremely solemn. Although he tried his best to resist, his bones still creaked under the pressure. The 2 of them did not understand why this Madame Lan had suddenly launched an attack. Although the tone of her previous words was not very polite, a 6th-level splitter of the heavens had the qualifications to do so, so it was understandable for her to speak like that. What was the meaning of suddenly using her aura to oppress others? Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was afraid of her? Both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu were somewhat angry. Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was a place where she could behave atrociously? At this moment, a few screams suddenly came from somewhere in the backyard, followed by a crashing sound. It seemed that the door of a room had been blasted apart. Yoon Genhwa turned his head to look at Elder Yu and shouted, "Let's go." The two of them immediately walked towards the backyard, and soon arrived at the place where the incident had occurred. It was the room where Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned. At this moment they saw that in the courtyard, there were people lying haphazardly on the ground. They were all the attendants of Feng Yun auction house who had been arranged here to guard Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Wails rang out incessantly, all of them beaten up miserably. Needless to say, the person who had attacked was Madame Lan, in front of a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master. How could these ants have any power to resist? The two of them were furious. No matter what, this was the Feng Yun auction house. Even if Madame Lan was a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, she couldn't injure so many of them as soon as she arrived. Moreover, these people's injuries weren't light, and they would need at least a year to recover. In a flash, the two of them arrived in front of the smashed door. Looking inside, they saw a graceful back facing them in the room, squatting on the ground to check the injuries of the two detestable brats. "Lady boss." Lao Bai gasped for breath, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he spoke. "I'm afraid I won't make it. Lao Bai will remember the care you've given me all these years. I'll repay you in my next life." The lady boss squatted in front of him, her black hair hanging down and covering her eyes, so they couldn't see her expression. However, Yang Kai and Lao Bai could clearly hear the sound of her secretly gritting her teeth. "Shut up." The lady boss raised her hand and pinched Lao Bai's chin with a little force. Under Lao Bai's incredulous gaze, she directly knocked him out. However, the lady boss slowly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. "You two are really good." Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. The lady boss was also furious. When Luo Hai hurriedly reported to her, she vaguely guessed what had happened and immediately rushed over. Originally, she wanted to discuss with Yoon Genhwa how to resolve this matter. But when she arrived, she discovered that Yang Kai and Lao Bai were imprisoned here, and their breathing was weak. In her fury, she couldn't care less and directly charged in. When she saw the two of them, she realized that she had been fooled. The two brats' breathing was weak, and their injuries were also real, but it wasn't as serious as she thought. They would naturally recover after a few days of recuperation. She actually thought that they were really beaten up badly. She secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't that serious. After speaking, the lady boss slowly stood up with her eyes downcast, and a cold aura emanated from her body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. "Who injured them?" As she asked, she slowly turned around and swept her cold gaze over Yoon Genhwa and Elder Yu. Being stared at like this, both Yoon Genhwa and Elder Yu couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Yoon Genhwa suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and frowned. "Madame Lan, is it? If you have something to say, we can talk it out." He had only heard of this woman's crazy reputation, but had never seen her in person. He felt that this beautiful woman in front of him was very different from what he had heard. "Who hurt them?" The lady boss ignored him and repeated the question again. The coldness in her eyes became even colder. Yoon Genhwa was furious. In any case, he was the head shopkeeper of Feng Yun Blessed Land. Although Madame Lan had an extraordinary background, she shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Elder Yu coldly snorted. Two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dared to cause trouble at the Feng Yun auction house. Not taking their lives is already this old man's. Ha! He shouted the last word with all his might, and a force visible to the naked eye shot forward. It couldn't be helped. In his field of vision, the woman in white was wrapped in a baleful aura, as if a peerless monster had been born. She sent a palm strike towards him. She actually dared to attack him? Old Man Yu was both shocked and furious. Although he had injured Yang Kai and Bai Chi before, and Madame Lan had also beaten up a group of shop assistants when she arrived, it wasn't a big deal. Those were just servants, but two heaven-opening realm masters fighting in Star City was different. How could the people of the Great War Heavens turn a blind eye to this? Was this woman crazy? A thought flashed through Elder Yu's mind. Chapter 3964. Before he could finish his thought, Madame Lan of the First Inn had already shattered his divine technique and pressed her palm against his chest. Elder Yu's expression changed drastically. He knew that he was no match for her. After all, she was a 6th-level heaven splitter, and he was only a 4th-level heaven splitter. He immediately retreated, and at the same time, the shadow of the mini-universe world appeared behind him. The aura of the world force suddenly filled the air, and the shadow of the mini-universe world disappeared in a flash. The lady boss followed like a shadow, her beautiful eyes cold. Old Man Yu only felt his neck tighten, and all the strength in his body came to a halt. By the time he reacted, his whole body had already been lifted up. A soft whip wrapped around his neck. Madame Lan was standing just 3 feet in front of him, the source of the whip in her hand. The cold air around her was thick. How was this possible? Elder Yu's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock. He knew that he was no match for Madame Lan, and the difference between their grades of heaven splitter was obvious. However, he never thought that she would be so strong. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat Madame Lan, he could at least hold on for a while. At that time, shopkeeper Yun would naturally come to help. As long as the aftermath of the battle here spread out, the people of the Great War Heavens would naturally come out. As long as the people of the Great War Heavens showed up, this fight wouldn't happen, and everyone could sit down and have a good talk. However, in the face of absolute strength, this illusion was shattered. This was a 6th-level heaven splitter? Even a high-grade heaven splitter couldn't be more powerful, right? Although Elder Yu was a 4th-level heaven splitter, he had seen high-grade heaven splitters in action before. He could vaguely feel that this Madame Lan's strength wasn't something that a 6th-level heaven splitter could compare to. On the side, Yun Zhenhua's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Madame Lan, please show mercy." It wasn't that his reaction was slow, but that the lady boss was too fast. She captured Elder Yu in a breath's time, and he didn't even have time to help. Seeing Elder Yu being strangled by the soft whip and suspended in midair, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. On the other side, Kai Yang, who was holding his broken hand, was also dumbfounded. 3 parts of his blood was boiling, and 3 parts of his jaw dropped. Oh my god, isn't the lady boss a bit too fierce? She actually dared to fight in this star market, not giving any face to the Fengyun auction house. What if the people of the Great War Heavens? After all, this star city was de Zhan Tian's property. However, it had to be said that this scene was quite satisfying. It was a pity that Lao Bai had fainted, otherwise, he would definitely call him over to watch it together. How many ribs are broken? The lady boss suddenly asked. Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what she was asking. How many ribs are broken? The lady boss turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was talking to him. He quickly said, 3 sticks. The lady boss nodded lightly. Suddenly, she struck out with her palm, which landed squarely on Elder Yu's chest. Elder Yu immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew backwards, blood spurting from his mouth. Cracking sounds could be heard from his chest. Yun Zhenhua's eyes narrowed as he rushed over to support Old Man Yu. The two of them stood side by side as they glared at Old Man Yu. The lady boss flicked her sleeves, and the soft whip in her hand shrank back like a snake, disappearing without a trace. With an indifferent expression she said, "You broke 3 of my men's ribs, so I'll break 3 of yours. It's very fair." Elder Yu gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Yun Zhenhua's eyes were also about to pop out of their sockets. Yang Kai stood behind her and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He was the one who broke the ribs just now, and Elder Yu only fractured the bones in his hand. This matter seemed to have gotten out of hand. Now we can talk properly. The lady boss raised her smooth chin. Her slender body was like a majestic mountain, blocking in front of Yang Kai, as if she could block out all the storms. These words were undoubtedly in response to Yun Zhenhua. Just now, when the lady boss was inspecting Yang Kai and Old Bai's injuries, Yun Zhenhua had said that they could talk properly. Unfortunately, the lady boss didn't care at all. She first captured Elder Yu, who had injured them, and then broke 3 of his ribs. Only then did she give them a chance to talk. What else was there to talk about? Elder Yu had never suffered such humiliation in his life. At this moment, the blood in his heart was boiling like a volcano that was about to erupt. If it weren't for the fact that he was weaker, he would have already pounced forward to take revenge. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he ignored it. In his eyes there was only the woman in white, and his hatred was etched into his bones. Yoon Jae-hwa also didn't say a word. He didn't expect this Madame Lan to be even more unreasonable than the rumors. Moreover, she didn't give him any face at all. His mouth was filled with bitterness as he stuffed it into his mouth. He had already sent a message to the headquarters to inquire about the destruction of the first inn, and it was confirmed that there was indeed an expert from his clan who acted in the first inn. The destruction of the first inn was indeed related to his clan. However, that person didn't have a good relationship with him. Although they were both from Fengyun Blessed Land, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Why did he have to pay for the trouble caused by someone else? He oversaw the Fengyun auction house, and as the shopkeeper of this place, the annual income would more or less become his capital to climb up the ranks. 10 million heaven-opening pills wasn't a small amount, and if he didn't have 10 million, then he would have worked for nothing this year. Therefore, he flatly refused Yang Kai and Bai Qi, and didn't intend to clean up after them at all. He thought that even if Madame Lan came personally, he would ignore her. After all, he wasn't the one who acted in the first inn, and Madame Lan couldn't possibly force him to pay for it. Later, he would just let Madame Lan go to the headquarters to find the person who acted. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a disaster? Elder Yu was a proud and arrogant person. He had already thought of paying for the damages and settling the matter peacefully, but he still underestimated Madame Lan. It's fine if you don't say anything. Yang Kai, you tell me. Madame Lan didn't even turn her head. Her voice cold. Yang Kai clutched his chest and sorted out his words. He then told her about how he met Bai Qi on the street, heard Lao Bai's complaint, came here with Lao Bai to see Yoon Jae-hwa, and even Yoon Jae-hwa's response. After the lady boss heard this, she coldly snorted, "Shopkeeper Yoon, you open the door to do business, and you pay attention to integrity. What's the meaning of this debt?" Yoon Jae-hwa gritted his teeth, but still didn't say a word. He really wanted to say that he didn't owe money, but it was meaningless to say this in front of this crazy woman. It would only give her an excuse to make trouble. Continue. The lady boss said, "If the other party didn't want to pay back the money, why did you participate in this auction and even bid for so many things?" Yang Kai said embarrassedly in reply to Lady Boss, "This humble one was thinking that if the other party didn't want to pay back the money, we brothers wouldn't be able to report back. Our fists aren't as big as the other party, and we can't beat them in a fight, so we might as well get some auction items. That's why. Because of this, Yang Kai also felt a little uneasy that his mistake had caused so much trouble. His original intention was to use this matter to create an excuse for the lady boss to make trouble for them, but who knew that the lady boss would make such a big deal out of this? It was really unexpected, and now he was afraid that this matter wouldn't end so easily. He didn't know if the lady boss would blame him later. Very good. It's rare for you to think of such a method. The lady boss turned around and gave him a smile. If it were me, I would do the same. Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. Yoon Jae-hwa finally couldn't take it anymore. Madame Lan. Is this how you indulge your subordinates? Indulge? The lady boss looked at him coldly. It's only right and proper to repay a debt. What indulgence? Besides, this lady's subordinates aren't people that can be hurt by any random person. Random person? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he almost couldn't help but cover the lady boss's mouth. Only now did he realize that this woman's mouth was really hateful. Saying these words, wasn't it the same as slapping other people's faces? Sure enough, when the lady boss finished speaking, Elder Yu and Yoon Jae-hwa's expressions changed. They were both fourth-stage heaven splitters, and although they couldn't be considered top-notch experts in this universe, they were still quite famous since they were born in Fengyun Blessed Land. When had they ever been called random people? This was a great humiliation. Yoon Jae-hwa was still forcefully suppressing his anger, but Elder Yu was already trembling all over, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he couldn't wait to fight the lady boss to the death. You want to fight? This lady is more than willing to accompany you. What's the point of bullying children? Just sign a life and death contract and go to the Azura Arena. I just don't know if you have the guts to do so. The lady boss spat venom. As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened greatly. It was obvious that he was about to die from anger. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, Madame Lan, my Feng Yun auction house admits defeat this time. You can take these two away." If he allowed this woman to make a scene here, he was really afraid that Elder Yu wouldn't be able to control himself and accept her challenge. At that time, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Dying in the Azure Arena would be a meaningless death, and he wouldn't even have an excuse to take revenge. I will naturally take them away. But where is the money your Feng Yun auction house owes me? The lady boss looked at Yun Zhenhua coldly. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and threw out a spatial ring. He already knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million, so he had someone prepare it beforehand. It just so happened that it came in handy at this time. The lady boss caught it without even looking at it. She believed that Yun Zhenhua wouldn't do anything to the 10 million. Seeing that the lady boss had accepted the money, Yun Zhenhua said, "The money has been paid and you've injured them. You should leave the things behind, right? You're talking about this?" The lady boss reached out and took out another spatial ring. With a shake of her hand, a large pile of items appeared in front of everyone. They were the items from the previous auction. Why were they in her hands? Yun Zhenhua didn't understand. He thought that Yang Kai had hidden these things somewhere. "Yang Kai, they injured you. Although I've collected some interest, this isn't the end of it. You can take anything you want, just treat it as shopkeeper Yun's compensation to you and old Bai." Although the lady boss was speaking to Yang Kai, her pair of cold eyes were fixed on Yun Zhenhua. The latter's face twitched upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to speak again. This woman was really, as the rumors said, a madwoman, a completely unreasonable madwoman. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have just accepted the 10 million. None of this would have happened. Chapter 3965. Asking for compensation. Kai Yang could be considered to have witnessed the lady boss's ability to pester others endlessly. He was speechless in his heart, but at this time he naturally couldn't let the lady boss lose face, so he immediately stepped forward and pulled out 10 bottles from the pile of auction items. He took out 10 bottles of Great Tao pills. He was thinking that Luo Hai had helped him this time, and she just happened to be lacking these pills. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take some back and give it to her to help her condense her Tao seal. As a member of the First Inn, you should at least be a little more capable. Just as Yang Kai was about to stand up, the lady boss's words entered his ears. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. How could he not understand the meaning behind her words? Was she saying that he was a good-for-nothing for taking such a small amount of things? Gritting his teeth, he reached out and took the Grand Sun True Fire. Yun Zhenhua's heart bled as he watched from the side. This was one of the final items of the auction, and its value was close to 2 million heaven-opening pills. This crazy woman was too much. Unfortunately, his strength was not as good as hers, and he had witnessed her madness with his own eyes, so he didn't dare to say anything. Since the lady boss didn't say anything, Yang Kai couldn't just stop. After taking the Grand Sun True Fire, he went to take the other 2 final items. Don't go too far. Just show some appreciation. The lady boss finally spoke. Yang Kai secretly sighed and hurriedly returned to the lady boss's side. Not far away, Yun Zhenhua almost vomited blood. The 3 most valuable items of the entire auction were taken away. Wasn't this too much? Although the 3 items were few, their value was almost half of the auction price. Why didn't you take away the rest as well? Manager Yun, you don't seem to be convinced. The lady boss looked at Yun Zhenhua indifferently. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and said, "Madame Lan, we will meet again. Feng Yun Blessed Land will remember today's gift. When we meet again in the future, I hope Madame Lan can still be so high-spirited." "Humph." The lady boss snorted coldly. "You don't have the qualifications to represent Feng Yun Blessed Land." With a flick of her sleeve she shouted, "Let's go." Yang Kai hurriedly ran back and carried the unconscious Lao Bai on his shoulders. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he followed behind the lady boss and strode away. Behind him, 2 pairs of burning eyes stared at him like leeches. A long time after the lady boss had left, Elder Yu suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Brother Yu. Yun Zhenhua's expression changed as he hurriedly asked Yu Zhenghai to sit down. Are you all right? Old man Yu waved his hand. His expression changed, as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant. He let out a low chuckle. I've really learned a thing or two today. Suddenly, his expression turned ferocious as he gritted his teeth. This matter isn't over yet. Yun Zhenghua nodded and said, Of course it's not over yet. We must make that woman pay the price. I will report everything that happened today to the headquarters, and when the time comes, the headquarters will send someone to seek justice from her. Elder Yu faintly nodded and frowned. Brother Yun, why is that woman so tyrannical? It's not like I've never seen a high-level splitting the heavens cultivator fight before. She's just a 6th level splitting the heavens cultivator. Seems a bit too strong. Yun Zhenhua sighed. Brother Yu, you don't know this, but that crazy woman had a very high chance of reaching high-level splitting the heavens back then. However, because she was in a hurry to advance, she had no choice but to reach 6th level. Although 6th level is only mid-level splitting the heavens, her foundation is still there. Under high-level splitting the heavens, almost no one is her match. What made her give up the chance to reach high-level splitting the heavens? Elder Yu was stunned. Even though the 6th rank was only one step away from the upper rank, to a martial artist, this one step was like a heavenly moat. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, why would they give up on such a bright future? Although that woman had a chance to advance further in the future, that would require countless flowing time, great emperor, and endless energy. Moreover, different cultivators would have different degrees of improvement in the future. Yun Zhenhua slowly shook his head. I'm not too sure about this. It seems to be for a man. Humph. Elder Yu coldly snorted. Love is long, and the heroic spirit is short. It was unknown what he thought of, but his expression suddenly became gloomy. Seeing this, Yun Zhenhua knew that Elder Yu's heart had been touched. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. Elder Yu himself also had a chance to reach 6th level splitting the heavens back then, but because of love he was forced to reach 4th level. From this point of view, he was somewhat similar to Madame Lan. Yang Kai carried Old White and silently followed behind the lady boss, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The lady boss didn't say a word, and Yang Kai didn't know what to say, feeling somewhat guilty. Today, he had seen the lady boss's awe-inspiring power, but he hadn't expected the matter to blow up so big. He felt somewhat guilty, wondering if he had brought any trouble to the lady boss. A figure approached from the front. It was Luo Hai. Seeing Yang Kai in a miserable state and Old White unconscious, Luo Hai was shocked. She covered her mouth and asked, Lord Yang, are you all right? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for Luo Hai's report, the lady boss wouldn't have come so quickly. Luo Hai said, I didn't do anything. It's just a small matter. As the two of them spoke, the lady boss had already walked further and further away. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, Yang Kai hurriedly said, Take these things. I'll look for you later. After saying this, he directly stuffed 3 bottles into Luo Hai's hands and jogged to catch up with the lady boss. After Yang Kai disappeared, Luo Hai lowered her head to look at the 3 jade bottles in her hands. She opened the bottle caps and immediately cried out in surprise. Inside these bottles were the great Tao pills that she had always dreamed of. Each bottle contained 2 pills, so there were 6 pills in 3 bottles. This was one of the items that had been auctioned previously. Looking up gratefully, Luo Hai secretly gritted her teeth. She would definitely remember this kindness in her heart. In the future, she would do anything for him. On the way back to the first inn, the accountant and the cook came out to welcome them. Seeing the miserable state of Yang Kai and Old White, they were filled with righteous indignation and clamored to avenge the 2 brothers. Yang Kai was afraid of them. The lady boss had just made a big fuss and even took back her capital and interest. If they were to talk about losses, it was the Feng Yun auction house that had suffered a great loss. At this time, he didn't dare to let them add fuel to the fire. He hurriedly persuaded them and finally dispelled their thoughts. Take Old White over. Are you 2 blind? The lady boss turned her head and glared at the accountant and the cook. The accountant shuddered and hurriedly went forward to take the unconscious Old White. Rest well for the next few days. It's more important to heal your injuries first. The lady boss turned around and reminded Yang Kai. It was the first time that he had seen her speak to him so amiably. Yang Kai was not used to it, but he still agreed. "I'm tired." The lady boss yawned and walked toward the backyard. She was so charming that countless diners in the hall couldn't help but stare at her. Only then did Yang Kai notice that the lady boss's hair was not combed and just draped over her shoulders. Only after the lady boss's figure disappeared did the quiet lobby suddenly burst into a clamor. Yang Kai grimaced and said, "I'm going back to rest too." After this big fuss, he was also very tired. In the following days, Yang Kai finally experienced what it meant to live like a prince. Every day, the cook personally sent over many nourishing and blood-nourishing foods. They were all very nutritious. In addition to the cook's excellent cooking skills, Yang Kai ate every meal clean. In the cook's words, it was like being licked by a dog. After eating for several days, Yang Kai was so nourished that his qi and blood were surging. In the end, he really did not want to eat anymore. The cook said that the lady boss had ordered them to watch him finish eating. Not only him, but Old White also did the same. There was no other choice but to finish the food. With these nutritious foods and his own recovery ability, Yang Kai was fully recovered in a few days. Although Old White was not as good, it would not take long for him to fully recover. He did not need to go out to run errands. This was the benefit of the injured. The two brothers had nothing to do all day. After going through such a trial together, their relationship improved a lot. From time to time they would get together to chat and fart. Old Bai was a little worried because he had never seen the lady boss show so much concern for any of the workers in all these years. He was always a little suspicious, wondering if the lady boss was going to give them a bowl of candied dates first, and then wait until their injuries were healed before giving them a beating with a club. He was on tenterhooks all day. He could not even taste the food that the cook sent over. Yang Kai did not think much of it at first, but after hearing Old White's words, he also felt a little uneasy. All their debts were collected. Although the Feng Yun auction house incident was a secret, the truth could not be hidden forever. They did not know how the news leaked out, but half of the shopkeepers in Star City knew that the lady boss of the First Inn went to the Feng Yun auction house to collect debts. Not only did she injure the shopkeeper, but she also extorted a lot of things. Who could sit still after hearing this? Those who still owed money personally sent 10 million to the First Inn, afraid that the lady boss would visit them one day when she was in a bad mood. Including the money that Yang Kai and Old Bai had taken back, all of the forces that had attacked the first hotel had to pay 10 million gold coins. Yang Kai's debt was reduced by 10 million because of this. Now he only owed the lady boss 6 million. On this day, Yang Kai was in his room inspecting the map of the universe when he suddenly heard the lady boss calling him. He could not help but grit his teeth and get out of bed. He came to the lady boss's room and knocked on the door. A languid voice immediately came from inside the room. "Come in." Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. His face twitched slightly. He saw the lady boss lying on the incense bed with her hand supporting her forehead. Her face was languid. He did not know what kind of incense was lit in the room, but it was faintly condensing and refreshing. "Lady boss." Yang Kai walked over and lowered his head. The lady boss did not look at him. She raised her hand and waved, and something flew towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang took a look and was overjoyed. This thing was his shadowless muslin. Not long after he had come here, the lady boss had taken it from him. After more than a month he had finally returned it. When the lady boss took it away, she did not say what she wanted it for. She only asked him to keep it for a while. How could Yang Kai dare to disagree? Chapter 3966. After more than a month, Yang Kai picked up the shadowless veil and raised his brow. "Lady boss, this thing." He vaguely felt that the shadowless muslin was somewhat different from before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. The lady boss lazily replied, "I asked someone to help you refine it and improve the mysteries of this artifact, but it has already been fixed, so the degree of improvement isn't very great." Refine? Yang Kai's heart trembled. He had experienced many of the wonders of this shadowless muslin, and knew it was an extremely good artifact. For such a thing to continue being refined, it was obvious that the person who refined it was extremely skilled in artifact refining. Although the lady boss's identity was extraordinary, asking such a person to help him would likely come at a price. Why was this woman so good to him? Young Kai was puzzled. If she had stood up for him in Old White a few days ago because of the first inn's reputation, then there was no way to explain the shadowless muslin. Holding on to the shadowless muslin, Young Kai cautiously asked, "How much is it?" Just borrowing 7 surfaces had cost him 5 million. The cost of refining the shadowless muslin was probably not small. Was the lady boss going to put the bill on him again? How long would it take for him to pay back the money he owed? Hearing this, the lady boss opened her eyes slightly, stared at him for a while, and then closed them again. What does this mean? Young Kai was confused by her words, but since she didn't say how much it cost, Young Kai was too lazy to continue asking. In any case, he would just pretend he hadn't spent any money and happily asked, "So now it can avoid the detection of a mid-rank splitter the heavens?" "In your dreams." The lady boss sneered. "What kind of improvement is that?" Young Kai was stunned. The shadowless muslin could not avoid the detection of a mid-rank splitter the heavens before, but if the other party was not careful enough, they would have overlooked it. This was the case back in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Yuan Xiaoman and the other 4th-rank splitters were all focused on exploring the Golden Crow Divine Palace and failed to discover him. The lady boss said unhurriedly, "I've already said that the improvement is limited. Under the same conditions, the middle-rank splitter the heavens had a 70% chance of seeing through illusions, but now it's only 40% or 30%. Young Kai nodded, still smiling. This was not bad. The chances of being seen through had decreased a lot. It was indeed an improvement. It could save his life at a critical moment. "Thank you, lady boss." Young Kai thanked her sincerely. "Do you have any other orders?" The lady boss climbed onto the bed and rested her hands on her chin. Her legs were long and slender, and her hips were round and firm. Her graceful curves formed a soul-stirring arc at her waist. She lazily said, "My shoulders are a little sore." Did she want him to massage her shoulders? Young Kai blinked. However, when he looked over, the scene in front of him was really captivating. Young Kai suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. He scratched his face and said, "This isn't good, right?" It was one thing for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, but if they were to touch each other, who knew what other people would think if they saw them? The lady boss didn't say anything. Young Kai stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then he made up his mind and walked over. He sat on the edge of the bed and raised his hand to massage the lady boss's shoulder. She wasn't afraid, so what was he afraid of? He took it as a sign of thanks. Thinking this way, his mood became a lot more relaxed. He didn't feel like he was being restrained. He gently massaged. He couldn't feel anything through the layer of clothes. The lady boss's eyes were closed, so he couldn't see her expression. However, Young Kai could clearly feel that her body was very relaxed. They didn't say anything for a while. Time slowly passed. "I want to eat snowy sky fronds," the lady boss suddenly said faintly. "What?" Young Kai was in a daze and didn't hear clearly. When he reacted, his expression changed greatly. Snowy sky fronds? He had learned from his mistakes. Last time when he brought Snowy Sky Franz back from the 9 Serenities continent, she dragged him to her room to drink with her. In the end, both of them were drunk. When they woke up, they were severely taught a lesson by Lao Bai and the others. They were even almost chopped in half by Chef with a kitchen knife. All kinds of past events were vivid in Young Kai's mind. He had an instinctive feeling of repulsion towards Snowy Sky Franz. According to Lao Bai and the others, every time the lady boss ate Snowy Sky Franz, she would be depressed for a long time. She would even get drunk. Young Kai didn't know why she suddenly wanted to eat Snowy Sky Franz at this time. The corner of his mouth twitched. He forced a smile and said, "Eat what? There's no Snowy Sky Franz here." "I want to eat." The lady boss turned her head and stared at him. Young Kai chuckled and said, "Even if I want to eat it, I can't. That thing is a specialty of the 9 Serenities continent. It can't be sold anywhere else." The lady boss didn't answer. She only looked at him quietly with a pair of expressive eyes. Young Kai ignored her. As he pinched, he suddenly frowned. "Don't tell me. You want me to make a trip to the 9 Serenities continent?" The Nine Serenities continent was located in the large territory where the first inn was originally located. It was extremely far away from here. The last time he rushed over it took him half a year. Now, even with the help of the Heaven and Earth escape, it would take him at least 1 to 2 months to make a round trip. The lady boss blinked, which was her answer. Wishful thinking. Young Kai was furious. She wanted him to go so far to pick fruits for her on a whim. She was going too far. Are you going or not? The lady boss glared at him. I'm not going. Young Kai replied resolutely. You're really not going? The lady boss supported her head with her hand and half straightened her body. Not unless you kill me. Young Kai snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong force came from his waist and he was kicked to the ground. Lanyuru. Young Kai got up and glared at the lady boss. Don't go too far. It was fine if she wanted him to pinch her breasts, but now she wanted him to go to the Nine Serenities continent. Did she really think he was her assistant? The lady boss blinked her big eyes. How do you know this name? She had never told Young Kai her name. White and the others were not people who gossiped. After asking, they realized that it should be a shopkeeper in Star City who told him. Why? Can't you let others know your name? Young Kai patted his butt and snorted. I'm going out now. If you want to eat snowy skyline, go to the Nine Serenities continent yourself. After saying that, he strode out and closed the door with a bang. Standing outside the door, Young Kai was blown by the night wind, and his anger gradually subsided. Thinking that his reaction just now was a bit too intense, he couldn't help but think of the last time when he and White were imprisoned in the Fengyun auction house. The lady boss came aggressively to stand up for them. How awe-inspiring she was. Her tyrannical aura made the 2 level 4 sky splitters unable to breathe. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and admit defeat. Although he didn't know what the lady boss had to pay, it was definitely not without a price. Looking up at the night sky, Young Kai cursed angrily and soared into the sky. Damn it! In the room, the lady boss clenched her silver teeth. After half an hour, Young Kai's figure appeared outside Star City's Lingzhou. In the vast universe, there was no one around. Young Kai formed a series of hand seals and silently activated the Heaven and Earth escape seal. Not long after, a faint connection emerged in his mind. It was a sign that he was connected to the Heaven and Earth Palace in this large territory. An inexplicable array suddenly appeared under his feet and slowly rotated. The fluctuations of the law of space spread out. With Young Kai's actions, the array rotated faster and faster. After a dozen breaths of time, it suddenly hummed and a ball of light enveloped Young Kai. When the light dissipated, Young Kai had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in an unfamiliar large hall. Within the large hall, there were a total of 10 to 20 large formations carved and set up. They did not look very different from each other. The large formations were extremely similar to the formation that had appeared beneath his feet before, and he was at the center of one of the large formations. In the other large arrays, flashes of light would appear from time to time. Every time a light flashed, a person would appear here. Heaven and Earth Palace. It was Young Kai's first time using the Heaven and Earth escape technique. He felt it was very novel. Previously, he had wanted to test the mysteries of the Heaven and Earth escape technique, but unfortunately, he hadn't found the opportunity. Now it seemed that although the Heaven and Earth escape technique was amazing, its drawbacks were too great. With his current strength, it took him a dozen breaths of time to be teleported here. In a life and death battle, a dozen breaths was enough time for the opponent to kill you hundreds or thousands of times. He was proficient in the law of space. What if it was another cultivator with the same strength as him? It would take more time and the after effects would not be small. At this moment, Young Kai felt a little dizzy. After all, the distance he had crossed was too great, and it was difficult for him to bear. The cultivator that appeared on the other large arrays was even more exaggerated. They stood there with their eyes closed, their faces pale and sweating. The lower their strength, the more obvious this was. Even though there were drawbacks, the universe escape technique had an enormous benefit, and that was its universality. So long as one cultivated the universe escape technique and left one's own brand in the various universe halls, then one would be able to freely travel back and forth, saving a great deal of time on the way. After resting for a while, Young Kai didn't want to appear too abrupt. When it was about time, Young Kai walked down from the large array. He didn't stay in this heaven and earth palace for long. Taking out the heaven and earth scroll and determining his position and route, Yang Kai directly left. After leaving the heaven and earth palace, he flew for less than half a day before arriving at the territory gate that led to another large territory. Staring at the huge territory gate that stretched across the void, Yang Kai felt a little troubled. The pressure that had to be endured to pass through the territory gate was enormous. If one's strength was not enough, it was very likely that they would be torn to pieces by the tyrannical power of the void. Old White had said before that a medium-grade splitter the heavens could rely on one's own strength to forcibly pass through the territory gate without worrying about being injured. However, a medium-grade splitter the heavens and below would have to buy a flight-type artifact and use the power of the artifact to resist the tearing force of the territory gate. Yang Kai had rushed out in a hot-blooded manner, but he had forgotten about this. He only discovered this when he arrived. What should he do? Should he go back home? Or should he wait here and see if there was anyone who could give him a lift? At this moment, going back home was not a big deal. The lady boss should not know that he had run out, so it was not embarrassing. If he waited here, who knew how long he would have to wait? Chapter 3967. However, since he was already here, Yang Kai was not willing to go back with his tail between his legs. It was not as if he had never passed through a territory gate before. Last time when he brought Dai Yu and the others out of the Chiqiao land, they had passed through several territory gates in succession. A sun's white jade fox had run out of energy, and Yang Kai had relied on himself to withstand the pressure. Thinking back, Yang Kai faintly felt that it should not be a problem for him to pass through. After all, he was proficient in the law of space, and the strength of his body was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and walked towards the huge territory gate. A huge suction force came from the territory gate, and the more he tried to resist, the more powerless he felt. Yang Kai frowned and simply stopped resisting, allowing the suction force to pull him into the territory gate. His vision blurred as he charged into the territory gate. An incomparably terrifying tearing force assaulted him from all directions. There was also a wave of unbearable dizziness, causing him to lose his sense of direction. All the bones in his body were making cracking noises. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged the law of space, secretly combining it with the fluctuating law of space in the territory gate. Immediately the pressure was reduced, and he was delighted. He knew that his guess was right. The law of space could indeed reduce the risk. With this, he was more confident in passing through the territory gate. Calming his chi, Yang Kai allowed his body to drift, protected by the law of space. After an unknown amount of time, the suction force around him suddenly disappeared, and his body became much lighter. He regained control of his body. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. This should be another large territory gate. In other words, he had succeeded in passing through the territory gate. However, with just a slight movement, he felt incomparable pain all over his body. Looking down, he was shocked to see that his body was covered in small wounds, and his blood had dyed his entire body golden. His clothes were in tatters. For a moment he felt a pang in his heart. He knew that Lao Bai was right. Only a mid-level splitter heaven cultivator could forcefully pass through this territory gate. No one below mid-level splitter heaven cultivator had the ability to do so. In other words, not only was his body formidable, but he was also able to utilize the spatial laws to reduce the pressure he faced. Otherwise, he would absolutely be unable to accomplish such a feat. He didn't pay too much attention to them. They were all superficial wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. He changed into a clean set of clothes, took out the map of the world and identified his location. Then he walked in a certain direction. Along the way, Yang Kai casually threw a space spirit bead out. Ever since he came to this world, there was one thing he wanted to test, and that was the limit of the effective range of his space spirit bead. Although the space spirit bead was powerful and had the same effect as the Chengkuan escape technique, its effective range was not unlimited. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he had yet to find out where its limits were. He hadn't had the chance before, so he could use this opportunity to test it out. After a few days, Yang Kai held a space spirit bead in his hand, a contemplative look on his face. During this period of time, he had thrown out a few space spirit beads. After several tests, he discovered that the maximum effective range of the space spirit bead was about 2 days of flying at full speed. Any further and the space spirit bead would not be able to sense him. Since it couldn't sense him, it naturally wouldn't be effective. 2 days of flying at full speed wasn't considered short. In that case, the space spirit bead's teleportation distance couldn't compare to the Qianquan escape technique. At the very least, as long as he was in a large territory, the Qianquan escape technique would be effective. This was not surprising. The foundation of the Qianquan escape technique was the Qianquan Palace. There was the Qianquan escape seal in the palace, and there were many large formations supporting it. It made sense that its effective range was greater than the space spirit bead. A few days later, a familiar world appeared in front of Yang Kai, the 9th underworld continent. Just like last time, he broke through the shackles of the world barrier and rushed into this mini-universe world. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the telepathic thoughts of the great emperors in this place sweep over him. Immediately after, an old man appeared in front of him out of thin air. He bowed slightly, a look of surprise on his face. Special Envoy Yang? The old man was the sect master of Tianshan, Bao Zitong. He was also the one who welcomed Yang Kai the last time he came. Sect Master Bao. Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting. Bao Zitong asked curiously, Special Envoy Yang, why are you here? Does Madame Lan have any orders? Yang Kai sighed. She doesn't have any orders. The lady boss is hungry and wants to eat the snowy skyline again. She asked me to come and pick some for her. Bao Zitong was shocked. Madame wants to eat it again. Is there a problem? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Bao Zitong waved his hand. No problem, no problem. Special Envoy Yang, please come with me. He was curious why Madame Lan wanted the snowy skyline again so soon. In the past, Madame Lan didn't want it even once every 10 or 20 years. She would only ask someone to pick it when she passed by this place. However, only half a year had passed since the last time. Although he was curious, he couldn't ask too much. He apologized and went forward to grab Yang Kai's arm. He called for a woman and ordered her to pick some for the snowy skyline. Bao Zitong was about to invite Yang Kai to sit down when Yang Kai said, Let's go together. Bao Zitong nodded. Sure. The three of them set off and flew towards a certain part of Heavenly Mountain. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a valley. The valley wasn't large and was surrounded by mountains. However, when Yang Kai arrived, he could clearly feel that there were strong cultivators guarding this place. Although they weren't at the level of the great emperors, they were at the limit of this world. In addition, there were layers of formations set up inside and outside the valley. It was obvious that Heavenly Mountain attached great importance to this place. In the valley, there were about 50 to 60 small trees that were as tall as 2 people. Yang Kai had never seen those trees before, but the fruits hanging on the trees were very familiar. They were the size of a baby's fist and were reddish-black in color. They were the snowy skyline. Yang Kai had eaten this fruit before. It was bitter and astringent. Although it was a spirit fruit, in Yang Kai's opinion, it didn't have much value. At most, it was suitable for cultivator below the Saint King realm. In other words, the grade of this spirit fruit was very low. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't need to personally pick the fruits. The Heavenly Mountain women would pick the fruits that were about the same size. Bao Zitong accompanied Yang Kai as they shuttled through the fruit forest. Sect leader Bao, there's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask you to enlighten me. Yang Kai stopped under a fruit tree and suddenly spoke. Bao Zitong replied, Please speak, Special Envoy Yang. This snowy skyline. Yang Kai pointed at the fruit tree and said, Does it have any special meaning to the lady boss? He vaguely sensed it last time, but he didn't ask too much. Bao Zitong looked around and reminisced. To be honest, Special Envoy Yang, the fruit trees here were planted by the lady herself. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The lady boss planted them? He suddenly realized something. Could it be that the lady boss was born in the 9 Serenities continent? If she wasn't born here, why would she plant fruit trees here? Yes. Bao Zitong nodded slightly, a hint of pride appearing on his face. The lady was once the 43rd sect leader of Heavenly Mountain. Yang Kai understood now. No wonder the lady boss was so fond of the snowy skyline. It was because of homesickness. However, on second thought, this wasn't right. If she was really homesick, shouldn't she come back to Heavenly Mountain to take a look? However, the lady boss didn't come back at all when the ship stopped in the void last time. She only asked him to come here and pick some fruits. Sect leader Bao. Is there anything special between the snowy skyline and the lady boss? Young Kai asked again. This time Bao Zitong didn't answer. He only shook his head and said, "It's not my place to interfere with the lady's matters. If Special Envoy Yang wants to know, you can ask the lady." He paused and said, "However, Special Envoy Yang, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it." "Please speak, Sect Leader Bao." Bao Zitong said. This Bao earnestly hopes that Special Envoy Yang can take good care of the lady. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The lady boss is a 6th grade heaven-opening realm master, so she's very impressive. I'm just a little venerable sovereign. How can I take care of her? On the other hand, the lady boss takes good care of us. Bao Zitong smiled and didn't say anything else. The two of them walked forward for a while. Yang Kai said, "Sect Leader Bao, I want to take a fruit tree with me. Is there a problem?" Bao Zitong pondered for a moment. "Sure. There are dozens of fruit trees here. I don't think the lady will blame me for taking one." Yang Kai thanked him and immediately got to work. It wasn't difficult and he finished it in a short while. This time, the lady boss had gone crazy and made him come to the 9 Serenities continent to pick the snowy skyline. If she went crazy again next time, wouldn't he have to come here again? He would transplant one into his own medicine garden first. After all, it shouldn't be difficult to cultivate this thing. He would let the 2 little wood spirits handle it later. With their abilities, they would be able to harvest dozens or hundreds of trees in less than 1 or 2 days. At that time, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. When he was done here, the snowy skyline was almost finished. The Heavenly Mountain Woman came over with a basket of spirit fruits and handed it to Yang Kai. After declining Bao Zitong's invitation to stay, Yang Kai immediately set off and rushed back. It took him more than 20 days to come here, and about the same time to go back. This round trip took him 1.5 months. When Yang Kai hurried back to the first inn, he was stopped by Old Bai. With an anxious look on his face, Old Bai whispered, "You dare to come back? Where have you been all this time?" "The lady boss ordered me to go out and do something," Yang Kai replied. "What are you talking about?" Lao Bai glared at him. "The lady boss was very angry when she couldn't find you. If you really went out to do something for the lady boss, how could the lady boss not know? Hurry up and leave. Don't ever come back again. If the lady boss finds out," Lao Bai said as he pushed Yang Kai out. Suddenly, his expression froze. He bared his teeth and said, "It's too late." The lady boss's voice sounded in his mind. Obviously, she had discovered Yang Kai's presence. Yang Kai didn't have the energy to say anything else. He walked straight into the inn. "I'm going to see her." Lao Bai couldn't stop him. He exchanged a glance with the accountant. When he thought about the lady boss's terrifying state, he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 3968. When he arrived at the lady boss's room, Yang Kai knocked on the door. A cold voice immediately came from inside the room. "Get in here." Yang Kai shrunk his neck. He knew that Lao Bai was not lying. The lady boss did not seem to be in a good mood. Even her tone sounded very creepy. However, he was on a mission, so he was not afraid of anything. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. "Lady boss, I'm back." Inside the room, the lady boss was sitting on a chair. She glanced at him with a cold expression. Hearing him, she laughed. "You still have the guts to come back? You still have the nerve to come back?" She slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Why don't you die outside? Didn't you ask me to pick the snow sky front line?" Now that she was saying such things again, Yang Kai felt a burst of anger in his heart. Clenching his fists, he was about to argue back. But then he remembered how she had rushed to the storm auction house to save him and Old Bai. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, he stepped forward without saying a word. "Lady boss, I've brought back what you wanted." "What I wanted? What did I want?" The lady boss clenched her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh. As soon as she finished speaking, her small mouth opened slightly. She stared blankly at a bamboo basket on the table. The bamboo basket was filled with red and black fruits the size of a baby's fist. They smelled very fresh, as if they had just been picked. The Snow Sky Frontline? The lady boss was shocked. Her anger disappeared in an instant. She said in a daze, "Where did you get it?" Yang Kai sneered, "Where else could I get it?" The lady boss suddenly stood up and said in shock, "You went to the 9 Serenities continent?" Yang Kai said in annoyance, "Nonsense. This is a specialty of the 9 Serenities continent. Where else could I go?" "You disappeared for a while because you went to the 9 Serenities continent?" The lady boss still could not believe it. Her eyes were wide open. "Where else did you think I went?" Yang Kai glanced at her and was surprised to find that the lady boss had a look of guilt and fear in her eyes. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He didn't know what she was afraid of. "How did you get to the 9 Underworlds continent?" asked the lady boss. "How else can we go? It's just..." Yang Kai paused, suddenly realizing that there was no way to explain this. He didn't have a flight-type artifact that could resist the tearing force of the territory gates, so how could he pass through them? If he were to tell the lady boss that he used his physical body to travel through space, she probably wouldn't believe him, so he decided not to tell her more. He waved his hand and said, "If you want to eat it, then eat it quickly. It won't be fresh if it's left for too long. I'm going to rest first." He cupped his hands and turned around to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, his collar was suddenly grabbed by someone. He turned his head and saw that the lady boss was standing behind him, grabbing his clothes. "What? Hey, why are you taking off my clothes?" Yang Kai's face was filled with panic. The lady boss had directly grabbed him and thrown him onto the bed, one hand holding him down while the other undid his clothes. What was wrong with this woman? He wanted to resist, but in the hands of a 6th-grade heaven splitter, he couldn't even summon the slightest bit of strength, so how could he resist? After a few seconds his clothes were undone. "Have you gone crazy?" Yang Kai shouted angrily, his eyes spitting fire. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could a woman force a man onto the bed and strip him? He angrily glared at her, only to see the lady boss staring blankly at her exposed chest and waist. Then she stretched out a hand and gently touched them. Her touch was warm and tugging at his heartstrings. Yang Kai couldn't help but groan, his resistance instantly becoming less firm. Suddenly he hissed again. It was the lady boss who had touched his wounds, causing him a burst of pain. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, and he had used the space principles to reduce the risk when he passed through the territory gate, every time he passed through, he would be riddled with scars. They weren't serious injuries, just that they looked quite miserable. After a few days of recuperation he would naturally recover. He had rushed back without stopping and directly came to see the lady boss. His injuries hadn't healed yet. "You forcibly passed through the territory gate?" The lady boss looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Yang Kai pushed her away and stood up to put on his clothes. He snorted, "What else could I do? Are you crazy?" The lady boss shouted, "Don't you know that this is very dangerous? In case. Weren't you the one who asked me to go?" Yang Kai tidied his messy clothes and didn't even raise his head. The lady boss was suddenly at a loss for words. She did ask Yang Kai to go to the 9 Serenities continent to pick some snow, but she didn't ask him to forcibly pass through the territory gate. If Yang Kai had agreed, she would have found him a flight-type artifact to protect himself. However, Yang Kai didn't agree at that time and went back by himself. She thought that Yang Kai had left in a fit of anger, so she was very angry these days. "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go and rest first. It's quite tiring to travel all the way here." Yang Kai cupped his hands and asked. Seeing that she was just staring blankly at him without any reaction, he couldn't be bothered with her anymore. He nodded and turned to leave. Opening the door, Yang Kai paused for a moment. In the courtyard, the accountant was holding his golden abacus and making a crackling sound. Lao Bai and the chef were together, looking dignified as they muttered something. The chef nodded from time to time. These 3 bored fellows. Yang Kai snorted, turned around, closed the door and strode away. Halfway, Lao Bai caught up with him. He didn't say much, but solemnly reminded him, "Don't bother the lady boss for 3 days or you'll suffer." Yang Kai nodded seriously. What happened last time was still fresh in his mind. How could he make the same mistake again? He secretly made up his mind. Even if the lady boss called him, he would definitely not go. After returning to his room, he sat down and rested, conserving his energy. The past month of travel was really tiring. Yang Kai didn't want to think about anything else now. He just wanted to have a good sleep first. The night passed without a word. The next day, Yang Kai came out early and busied himself with the first inn with Lao Bai and the others. The first inn's business was very good. Since noon it was full of guests. In fact, the first inn had a large business and didn't need to rely on selling food to make a living. Their main purpose was to gather information and obtain all kinds of secret information. This was also the reason why they opened an inn. The first inn was a place where good and bad people mixed together. It was where all kinds of information flowed. After working for half a day, they finally had time to rest and chat with the accountant at the counter. Although the people of the first inn hadn't been in Star City for long, their ability to gather information was unparalleled. It was quite interesting to listen to the accountant talk about the anecdotes of the masters in Star City. Yang Kai was more concerned about the Feng Yun auction house. After asking, he learned that the Feng Yun auction house hadn't made any big moves recently. It seemed that they had admitted defeat last time. "Did you really go to the 9 underworlds some time ago?" the accountant asked while doing the accounts. Yang Kai nodded. "The lady boss said she wanted to eat snowy skyline, so I went." The accountant looked up at him. "The lady boss didn't know you went. She thought you ran away or something happened to you. She has been inquiring about your whereabouts. The whole Star City has been turned over several times, but she couldn't find any clues about you." Yang Kai sneered. "Does she care about me that much?" The accountant shook his head solemnly. "I don't dare to say for others, but for you the lady boss definitely cares about you." "Why?" The accountant shook his head and didn't say anything. He just said, "Our lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, she has a hard life. Don't be fooled by her awe-inspiring appearance in front of outsiders. In fact, she's not like that at all. She has a good temper, but sometimes she can be a little hot-tempered." As he spoke, the accountant suddenly stopped talking. He opened his mouth wide and stared blankly behind Yang Kai. Clatter. A plate fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lao Bai, not far from his left, was also standing there in a daze. One of his hands was hanging in the air, and the plate under his feet was shattered. A plate of side dishes was scattered all over the floor. The other busy workers in the shop were all frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on them. Many customers were staring blankly. Everyone in the lobby was focused in one direction. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly turned around. His eyes suddenly shrank. Not far behind him, the lady boss had appeared out of nowhere. Her fine black hair was tied up in a woman's bun, and her hair was glittering with jewels. A silver-gilded phoenix hairpin was inserted into her hair. As she walked, it trembled as if it was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. The dress she wore fitted her perfectly. It was not only graceful and luxurious, but also graceful and dignified. What was particularly eye-catching was the lady boss's face. At this moment, the lady boss walked in with a sweet smile. All the male customers in the lobby stared at this beauty like leeches. The lady boss went to greet the customers table by table. From time to time, she would let out a tinkling giggle. She even personally poured wine for a table of customers. The male customers at that table all showed expressions of fascination. If they didn't have some scruples, they would have dragged the lady boss to drink with them. Not long after, she walked around and came to the counter. She knocked on the table and said, "Don't be in a daze. Work hard." The accountant made a sound of "oh," but his hands did not move. It seemed that he was still in a daze. The lady boss glanced at Yang Kai again and smiled. "Come here later. I have something to tell you." Yang Kai also made a sound of "oh," but his heart was alarmed. This crazy woman was smiling at him. What was she smiling at? Wipe the floor and tidy up. What do you think you look like? The lady boss said to Lao Bai. Lao Bai kept nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The lady boss turned around again and reached out to touch her hair. In a low voice, she asked Kai Yang and the accountant, "Won't this hairpin look too young on me?" "Not young, not young." The accountant quickly said, "Lady boss is so young. It's just right for you." He punched Yang Kai in the arm. Yang Kai also came back to his senses. Yes, it's just right. Chapter 3969. You're the only ones who know how to make people happy. The lady boss chuckled and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. It was not until her figure disappeared that the quiet lobby became noisy again. What's going on? Yang Kai stared at the accountant, but the accountant was confused. Didn't they say that the lady boss would be depressed for a long time every time she ate the snowy skyline? Why was she so different this time? Did you see that? Did you see that? The lady boss put on that hairpin. Lao Bai didn't care about wiping the floor anymore. He leaned over and whispered. His face was full of horror, and no one knew what he was thinking. How could he not see that the lady boss had purposely held the silver-gilded phoenix hairpin and asked for Yang Kai and the accountant's opinion? What's wrong with the hairpin? Yang Kai had just joined the first and not long ago, so he was confused. That hairpin. The accountant frowned and said, "It was given to the lady boss by a very important person. The lady boss hasn't worn it for a long time. And the lady boss's attitude today is not right." Lao Bai stared in the direction of the backyard. There must be a reason for this abnormality. The accountant clicked his tongue. So should I go or not? Yang Kai asked. Just now, the lady boss had called him over and said that she had something to tell him. He had made up his mind not to go to the lady boss for the next 3 days, but now he was in a dilemma. Go. Lao Bai grabbed his arm and pushed him towards the inner courtyard. The lady boss summoned you. How can you not go? Nothing will happen, right? Yang Kai was worried. He didn't want to be drunk by the lady boss again. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. Stop talking nonsense. Go. Lao Bai said impatiently. Yang Kai had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the inner courtyard. After he left, Lao Bai returned to the counter and looked at Yang Kai's figure. He sighed and said, "It's been so many years. It's time to come out." The accountant lowered his eyes and said, "It's not easy to come out of a blood feud, but it's not bad to have something to rely on. By the way, have you investigated Yang Kai's background? Don't let anything happen in the end." Lao Bai said, "How can I not know when I'm personally involved? He has only been in the trichiliocosm for a short while, so he doesn't need to investigate much. Moreover, this fellow's personality is very much to my liking. He doesn't seem like someone from that side." That's good. The accountant heaved a sigh of relief. If you fall in the same place twice, lady boss won't be able to get up again. The two looked at each other and sighed heavily. In the boudoir, the proprietress was sitting upright. After Yang Kai came in, he was a little worried. Fortunately, there was no smell of alcohol in the room, and there were no messy fruit pits. It seemed that the proprietress did not drink last night. "This is for you. Go back and refine it." The lady boss didn't say anything else. She directly handed Yang Kai a spindle-shaped object. Yang Kai took it and raised his eyebrows. Territory shuttle? He had seen this thing before. Previously, when he was in the Star Market, he had gone to many shops and seen many things to buy and sell in the Star Market. This territory shuttle was one of them. As the name implied, this thing was a secret treasure specially used to travel through the territory gate. The 100 Refinements Hall sold it, and it seemed that according to the quality it was divided into several grades. The lowest grade started at 100,000, and then there were hundreds of thousands, millions, and even millions. The better the quality, the more expensive it was. Of course, it could be used for a longer time. The lowest grade territory shuttle could only withstand 3 to 5 shuttles. Any more, and it would not be able to withstand the pressure of shuttling through the territory gate. If it was forcefully used, it would only shatter. The highest grade territory gate could be used indefinitely, and there was no risk of it being damaged. Of course, the price was also high. Yang Kai didn't know what grade the item the proprietress gave him was, but the proprietress definitely wouldn't be too bad. It's good that you recognize it. The proprietress smiled. Actually, last time, forget it. Don't casually travel through the territory gate in the future. You haven't opened the heavens yet, so it's very dangerous. Refine this, and if you want to travel through the territory gate in the future, you can use it. This was indeed something he needed, so Yang Kai didn't bother with pleasantries and nodded. Thank you, proprietress. The proprietress sneered. What are you thanking me for? You are my shop's employee, so I naturally have to consider your safety. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back to work. Saying so, she waved her hand. Yang Kai cupped his fists and left, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around. Proprietress, is our shop still short of people? The proprietress looked up at him. What's wrong? It's like this, if the shop is still short of people, I want to recommend someone to come over. That person has helped me a lot, but because her strength isn't high, life in the star market is very difficult for her. The proprietress pondered for a moment before asking, the woman you called last time? Yes, that's her. Yang Kai nodded. Her name is Luo Hai, and she was born in the star market. She has never joined any forces, so if proprietress is still worried, you can go and inquire about her background. No need, you can go and talk to her. If she is willing, let her come over. It's just a matter of one more person. The proprietress agreed so readily that it was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, so he immediately thanked her. Returning to the lobby, Lao Bai immediately greeted him and looked at him worriedly. Is everything all right? I'm fine, I'm going out. Yang Kai put the white towel on his shoulder into Lao Bai's hand and strode out. Last time he had stayed in Luo Hai's house, so Yang Kai vaguely remembered the location. He went all the way to the outermost area of the star market, and finally found Luo Hai's house among the messy buildings, but he found that there was no one home. Fortunately, he still had a way to contact Luo Hai, so he immediately took out his communication bead and sent a message to her. After a short while, Luo Hai replied, asking him to wait for a moment, and she would come back soon. After waiting for less than half an hour, Luo Hai hurriedly appeared. And after seeing Yang Kai, she asked in surprise, Lord Yang, why are you here? After the incident at the Fengyun auction house, she had not seen Yang Kai again, nor had Yang Kai contacted her. Originally, she thought that Yang Kai had forgotten about her, but who knew that after more than a month, Yang Kai actually came to find her. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, What's wrong? Can't I come? Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand and said, That's not what I meant. It's just that a few days ago, I went to the first inn to look for you, but they said that you were missing. Yang Kai laughed and said, It's just a misunderstanding. His face suddenly turned cold, and he said in surprise, You've condensed your Dao seal. Compared to the last time they met, although Luo Hai was still in the Emperor realm, there was clearly an aura of Dao circulating around her body, which meant that she had successfully condensed her Dao seal, and could look forward to reaching the heaven-opening realm. Luo Hai said, I have to thank Lord Yang for the great Dao pill, otherwise, I don't know when I would have been able to condense my Dao seal. A few days ago, she went to the first inn to find Yang Kai to thank him, but who knew that when she arrived, she heard that Yang Kai had inexplicably disappeared. The lady boss of the first inn was very angry because of this, and she was so scared that she hurriedly left. Although she had been paying more attention to Yang Kai recently, she found nothing. It's nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand. The great Dao pill was something he had casually brought back from the auction house, and he had no use for it. He had originally intended to give it to Luo Hai. You don't have to call me master, just call me Big Brother Yang. Thinking that they would be working together at the first inn in the future, he had to change this address, otherwise it would be awkward. How can I? Luo Hai waved her hand again and again. Just as Kai Yang was about to say something, he heard a sarcastic voice from not far away. I was wondering why a cheap slut like you would suddenly abandon this young master. So it turns out you ran off to meet with your lover. You don't put this young master in your eyes at all. As soon as this remark came out, Luo Hai's face changed. Yang Kai also couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that not far away, a group of 3 people were walking over. The leader was a young man with a fair complexion. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. At a glance, one could tell that he came from a wealthy background. Behind him was a middle-aged man and an old man, who seemed to be his guards. Yang Kai noticed these three people when they came over, but he didn't expect them to be looking for Luo Hai. Looking at the three people, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The young man in the lead was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, who wasn't even an Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't know how poor his aptitude was, but it was surprising that he only had such a weak cultivation outside the universe. The middle-aged man and the old man behind him had deep auras, indicating that they were two heaven-opening realm cultivators. From what Yang Kai could tell, the auras of these two were no weaker than Wei Kei of Great Moon Province. In other words, they were two third-order heaven-opening realm cultivators. What was the background of this guy? He was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he had brought two third-order heaven-opening realm guards with him. Moreover, he even knew Luo Hai. Yang Kai was a little confused. Cheap slave. This young master paid you so you could serve this young master well, not come here to flirt with your lover. Tell me, how should we settle this account? The young man looked extraordinary and dignified, but when he opened his mouth was full of venom. He didn't even look at Yang Kai, only staring at Luo Hai as he shouted. Luo Hai trembled and hurriedly explained, "Young Master Hai, you misunderstand. I am an old acquaintance of this Lord Yang. He came to find me for some reason. This mistress didn't mean to abandon young master. This mistress apologizes to young master here. Please forgive her." Young Master Hai glanced sideways at Yang Kai and coldly snorted. What bullshit, Lord Yang Pigmaster? A trivial piece of trash dares to call himself master in front of this young master? You really don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai was immediately unhappy. He hadn't provoked anyone, and this was the first time he had met this young Master Hai, yet he was being called trash. His face immediately sank as he said, "Friend, can we talk things out? If you don't know how to speak properly, I can teach you on behalf of your master." Young Master Hai sneered, "Friend? Who's your friend? A piece of trash like you dares to talk nonsense in front of this young master." The two third-order heaven-opening realm cultivators behind him also glared at Yang Kai coldly, the pressure of their heaven-opening realm slowly spreading out from their bodies. Chapter 3970. Where did this mad dog come from? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Hai. Luo Hai replied, "I don't know where this young Master Hai came from, but it seems his background is not small. This is the first time he came to Star City, so he asked me to be his guide." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that this young Master Hai was familiar with Luo Hai, but it turned out that he was just a customer. Just like last time, he didn't know much about Star City, so he found someone familiar to guide him. No wonder this guy had said something about abandoning him as soon as he appeared. It seemed that he had implicated Luo Hai. He had sent a message to her, and Luo Hai should have hurried back, causing this young Master Hai to feel indignant and chase after her to see what was going on. As for the other party's background, Yang Kai could see that this young Master Hai's background was not small, otherwise, how could he have two third-stage heaven splitters guarding him? Not in the mood to argue with him, Yang Kai simply said, "Young Master Hai, is it? Miss Luo has other important matters to attend to, so it is inconvenient for her to be your guide. You should find someone else." Young Master Hai sneered, "You think it's inconvenient? Did you ask for this young master's opinion?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then what opinion do you have?" Young Master Hai sneered, "You took this young master's money, but you want to get away without serving this young master well? How could it be so simple? How much did he pay you?" Yang Kai turned to Luo Hai and asked. Luo Hai lowered her head and said, 3 spirit pills." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand, tossing 3 heaven splitter pills over. "Young Master Hai, these are 3 heaven splitter pills. Now that I've paid you back, we don't owe each other anything." Whether it was young Master Hai or the 2 third-stage heaven splitters, none of them took the heaven splitter pills, not even glancing at them, letting them fall to the ground. Young Master Hai chuckled, "Heaven splitter pills? This young master can have as many as he wants. Even this young master usually feeds his dog more than 3 pills a day. Do you think this young master cares about this?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "There are countless directional derivatives in this star city. Young Master Hai can find them anywhere, so why be so aggressive? So what if I like to be aggressive?" Hai Gongzi looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. "Get lost if you don't want to die. This is none of your business. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Then what will it take for you to give up?" Yang Kai was disgusted. Although he loathed young Master Hai's domineering and arrogant personality, he had 2 third-grade heaven splitters with him, so he really did have the capital to be arrogant. "Make her accompany me obediently for a day and a night, and this young master will pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Young Master Hai pointed at Luo Hai. Once he said that, Luo Hai's body trembled. How could she not know Mr. Hai's intentions? Her face immediately turned pale. The reason she had rushed back so quickly after receiving Yang Kai's message was that when she was acting as young Master Hai's guide, this guy had been harboring ill intentions towards her, causing Luo Hai to feel very insecure. As such, after receiving Yang Kai's message, she had immediately apologized and returned the 3 heaven splitter pills as a reward before rushing back. She hadn't expected this guy to chase her all the way here and not let her off so easily. Yang Kai's face also became cold. Observing the situation, young Master Hai couldn't help feeling smug. 2 insignificant pieces of trash daring to oppose this young master. I'll let you know what the consequences will be. Luo Hai was obviously someone who lived at the lowest rung of society. She had no backing or strength, so even if such a person was killed, no one would stand up for her. The young man next to her didn't seem to have any kind of background either. He was dressed like a manservant, and it was impossible to tell where he was from. Although young Master Hai was a little interested in Luo Hai, it wasn't like he had to get his hands on her. He had an extraordinary background. Not to mention Luo Hai, who had only condensed a Dao seal from the Emperor realm. Even some low-rank heaven splitters would willingly crawl into his bed, strip naked, and let him taste them. So, although he was just a Dao Source realm cultivator, he had played with no less than a dozen heaven splitter realm women. It was just that he was accustomed to others obeying his every command, so suddenly one day, someone disobeying his wishes naturally made him very angry. Yang Kai's eyes were downcast, and his face was gloomy, causing young Master Hai to mistakenly think that Yang Kai was afraid. He immediately snorted coldly, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, scram. This young master can't be bothered with trash like you." Saying so, he pointed at Luo Hai and said, "Take this cheap slut down." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man on his left stepped forward. Luo Hai was so scared that she trembled all over, her face drained of blood. Just as she was considering whether to run or beg for mercy, a figure flashed in front of her and blocked her path. Yang Kai looked up and shouted coldly, "Who dares to make a move? Take her down." Young Master Hai shouted angrily. The middle-aged man didn't pay attention to Yang Kai at all, and stretched out his hand to grab Luo Hai. Although Yang Kai was in front of her, Luo Hai still felt her vision go dark at this moment, as if all the light had been blocked. "We are Madame Land's people in the first inn. Try it," Yang Kai shouted. The middle-aged man's hand paused, and his calm expression finally changed as he asked in surprise, "The first inn, Madame Lan?" Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed Luo Hai's wrist, and in a flash, the 2 of them disappeared. What a treacherous boy! The middle-aged man was furious. How could he not know that he had been fooled? This boy had only shouted those words to frighten him so that he could escape. "Get out here." At this moment, the elderly man who had been standing next to young Master Hai suddenly punched the air, and a fierce fist chi erupted. In the air, 2 figures suddenly appeared. It was Yang Kai and Luo Hai who had just disappeared. Being hit by the shockwave, Yang Kai and Luo Hai both spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. Yang Kai's face was filled with horror and disbelief. These guys actually dared to fight in Star City? Star City was under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens, and private fighting was strictly prohibited here. Old White had told him this before he came. Last time, when the Lady Boss fought in the Fengyun auction house, the Great War Heavens people were not alarmed because the Fengyun auction house itself was isolated from the outside world by a restriction, and the fight was short, so the fluctuations did not spread out. The Fengyun auction house felt embarrassed and would not expose the matter. There were no restrictions here. If the Great War Heavens people were attracted, no one would have a good ending. Only now did young Master Hai realize what was going on. He stomped his feet and shouted, "Still want to run? You want to run in front of this young master? Break this guy's legs for me." The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, probably because he was deceived by Yang Kai just now. He immediately stepped forward, raised his foot, and stomped on Yang Kai's thigh. Looking at his posture, he did not show the slightest mercy. Even if Yang Kai had a dragon bloodline body, he would not be able to withstand the power of a third-grade heaven splitter stomp. When the time came, he would definitely end up with broken bones and broken legs. Just as he was considering whether to use the last golden annihilation plume to stew these guys in a pot, an angry shout suddenly came from afar. "Who dares be so presumptuous?" Seeing these people, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. These guys were all wearing battle armor and were surprisingly from the Great War Heavens. There was no need to use the golden annihilation plume. This thing was a trump card that could repel the lady boss, so it would be a waste to use it here. The leader was a silver-armored young general. In terms of aura, he was not necessarily stronger than the two third-grade heaven splitters by young Master Hai's side, but his momentum was much fiercer. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood on his body. Obviously, he had experienced many life and death battles. Yang Kai silently recalled that when he had just arrived in Star City and passed by the Void Ferry, Old White had told him some things about the Great War Heavens. The Great War Heavens acted as a military unit and had a very rigid style. They were like an army, and their internal ranks were all divided according to military rules. The one guarding the Void Ferry was a general. The so-called general referred to middle-grade heaven splitters. Fourth-grade heaven splitters were generals, fifth-grade heaven splitters were generals, and sixth-grade heaven splitters were great generals. Above them were marshals, grand marshals, and below them was this silver-armored young general. This silver-armored young general should also have a third-grade heaven splitter cultivation base. The people he had brought were all heaven splitters, but their cultivation bases were clearly inferior to his. However, Yang Kai could clearly sense that these fellows' auras were faintly connected, as if they could use some kind of joint attack technique. With such a small team, even if they faced a fourth-grade heaven splitter, they would still have the strength to fight. While inwardly shocked by the Great War Heavens Foundation, Yang Kai also admired their ability to act. They had only just started fighting here, and this silver-armored young general had immediately brought people over. Their speed was truly fast. His heart finally relaxed. Yang Kai looked at young Master Hai and the others with schadenfreude. Since the Great War Heavens people had come, they were in for a bad time. The silver-armored young general clasped his hands behind his back and swept his eyes over everyone present, finally stopping on Yang Kai and Luo Hai. He coldly snorted and asked, "Who did it?" He was clearly asking who had injured Yang Kai and Luo Hai. The middle-aged man and the elderly man beside young Master Hai did not speak. At this time there was naturally no reason for them to admit it. Young Master Hai casually said, "They injured themselves." The silver-armored young general glanced at him. Young Master Hai said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." The silver-armored young general raised his hand and threw out a slap. With a bang, young Master Hai was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before landing on the ground. "Young Master!" The young man and the elderly man were shocked when they saw this, but just as they were about to catch young Master Hai, they suddenly felt a sharp aura lock onto them. They were afraid that the slightest movement would immediately attract a storm of attacks, causing their faces to turn ugly as they froze in place. Chapter 3971. After sending young Master Hai flying with a single slap, the silver-armored young general acted as if nothing had happened and said lightly, "Do I look like a fool?" His slap was not heavy, but young Master Hai was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he withstand it? With this slap, half of young Master Hai's teeth were broken and his face was swollen. After staggering to his feet, young Master Hai covered his face and stared at the silver-armored young general in disbelief, muttering, You dare hit me?" Ever since he was a child, let alone being hit, no one had even said a single harsh word to him, but today in this place he had actually lost so many of his teeth, causing him to tremble in anger as he stomped his foot and shouted, "What are you two idiots doing? Why haven't you killed them yet?" As soon as this statement came out, the two third-order heaven-opening masters brought by young Master Hai paled and quickly signaled to him to calm down. Not to mention that the two of them were not necessarily the opponents of these people. Even if they could, they would not dare to do so here. This was the Star City under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens, and these people were all disciples of the Great War Heavens. If they really killed someone here, how could they be let off so easily? Even if they had powerful backgrounds, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Young Master Hai, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear and continued to clamor. The silver-armored young general glared at him coldly. "If you dare to make any more noise, it won't be as simple as a slap." A faint murderous intent flashed across his eyes, almost tangible. Young Master Hai could not help shuddering, perhaps realizing the danger he was in, but he really did not dare to speak again. Young Kai watched from the side with a smile on his face, cheering in his heart. This was the first time he had seen people from the Great War Heavens carry out their official duties, and as expected of the military, they were truly firm and unyielding. Knowing that this calamity should be considered to have passed, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Sir, it's fortunate that you came in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my companion and I would be in trouble. These fellows took a liking to my companion's beauty and tried to coerce her in broad daylight. If she didn't comply, they would start a fight. I hope that sir can be fair." The silver-armored young general glanced at him faintly and coldly snorted, not saying anything after hearing this, simply waving his hand and ordering, "Take them all away." "Master?" Young Kai was a little confused. What kind of situation was this? Taking Mr. Hai and the other two away was understandable, but why did they want to take him and Luo Hai away as well? Before these thoughts had even come to their minds though, the surrounding Great War Heavens cultivators took action and threw out rope-like artifacts towards everyone present. These ropes were like snakes, binding everyone in an instant. Young Kai immediately panicked and shouted, "Master, we are the victims. I, de Gentian, will find out whether or not I'm the victim. It's not up to you to say anything." The silver-armored general didn't even turn his head. "Master, we're from the first inn," Young Kai hurriedly said, trying to use the name of the lady boss as a deterrent. The silver-armored young soldier who was leading the way suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at them. "You're from the first inn?" Young Kai hurriedly nodded, but before he could say anything else, the silver-armored young soldier rushed over and punched Young Kai in the stomach, causing his 5 viscera and 6 organs to churn violently. The pain caused Young Kai's entire body to curl up like a shrimp. If Madame Lan was here, this general would have to give her some face. "Yet a mere servant like you dares to speak so arrogantly?" The silver-armored young soldier's cold voice rang out in his ears, causing Young Kai to grit his teeth. How could he not know that this time even using the name of the first and didn't work? The Great War Heavens people were unbelievably stubborn. "Take them away." The silver-armored young soldier shouted again and led the way, the others holding Young Kai, Luo Hai, and Mr. Hai following closely behind. "Big brother Yang, how are you?" Luo Hai was on the verge of tears, full of self-blame. If it weren't for her, Young Kai wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved calamity. She also didn't expect that Mr. Hai would use his power to bully others like this. She had clearly returned the reward, yet he still chased her all the way here. In the end, she attracted the people of the Great War Heaven and caused trouble. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have rushed back no matter what. However, when she received Young Kai's message just now, she thought that Young Kai had something urgent to attend to. Moreover, she was a little repulsed by Mr. Hai, so she naturally left quickly. "I'm fine." Young Kai shook his head. That punch wasn't too heavy, so he wasn't injured. It was just a brief moment of pain. "It's all my fault." Luo Hai's eyes were a little red. Young Kai said, "Don't say that. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame some trash." Turning his head, Young Kai saw that Mr. Hai and the other two were also glaring at him, their eyes filled with malicious intent. They were all people with great backgrounds, so even if they were caught red-handed by the people of the Great War Heaven, there was nothing to be afraid of. At most, they would be released after paying some compensation, but these two pieces of trash were different. How could such trash have any compensation? They would definitely suffer a bit later. Mr. Hai secretly bore a grudge and swore to himself that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson later, letting him know the consequences of offending him. Luo Hai originally lived in the outermost area of Star City. There were many crooks mixed in with the honest folk, and the buildings were a mess. Generally speaking, this was where the lowest level of Star City lived, so there weren't many people here. But as they moved forward and arrived at the bustling area of Star City, countless people stopped and looked over, pointing at several people who had been tied up. They didn't know what crime these fellows had committed to actually cause them to fall into the hands of the people of the Great War Heaven. Many people didn't know the rules of other star markets, but in this Star City, the Great War Heaven ruled over everything. Those who dared to cause trouble here, no matter how big or small, would not have a good ending. There was once a fourth-stage heaven-opening powerhouse who had fought with someone in Star City, but the result was that he was blocked by the people of the Great War Heaven and killed on the spot. And that fourth-stage heaven-opening powerhouse was an elder from a second-class force. Since then, no one dared to casually cause trouble in Star City. If there really was some unresolvable grudge between them, they could set up a life-or-death contract and enter the Azura field to determine victory or defeat. In any case, they couldn't cause trouble in Star City. Mr. Hai and the others were ashamed and indignant. This feeling of being surrounded by so many people was very uncomfortable, and they wished they could find a piece of cloth to cover their faces with. Yang Kai and Luo Hai were also embarrassed. Yang Kai was a bit better off, as this matter wasn't their fault. It was Mr. Hai who had been too domineering and arrogant, bringing this disaster upon himself. Luo Hai was a woman after all. Being surrounded and pointed at by so many people, she could hear the constant whispers of disdain mixed in, causing her to feel ashamed and unable to show her face. However, this group of people from the Great War Heaven seemed to have the intention of showing off their might. Wherever there was a crowd, that was where they would go. Moreover, they walked at a leisurely pace, covering almost half of Star City. Seeing the silver-armored general teach Mr. Hai a lesson, Yang Kai had secretly applauded him, causing his impression of the Great War Heaven to rise to a whole new level. But now, he no longer had a good impression of the Great War Heaven, only feeling that this group of people was truly abominable. After walking for more than an hour, the group arrived in front of a massive building. This was a large hall that stood at the center of Star City. It was the governor's mansion. Yang Kai had been in Star City for quite some time now, so he naturally had some understanding of the governor's mansion. This place was set up by the Great War Heaven in Star City, and was in charge of managing Star City. There was an extraordinarily strong governor in charge of this place. Normally, it was deserted, with only the disciples of the Great War Heaven coming in and out. Arriving here, the silver-armored general led them in and then passed through a checkpoint, leading them all the way down into a dungeon. The light in the dungeon was dim, and a rotten smell filled the air. It was dark and damp. 1 cell per person locked them in. The silver-armored general waved his hand, and the several people who had been escorted back were immediately separated and locked into cells. Luo Hai had never experienced such a situation before, and her beautiful face immediately paled. Even though Yang Kai was comforting her, her mood was still unstable. With a bang, the cell door closed and Yang Kai stood in the cell, a strange expression on his face. They had been locked up. This was the first time in his life that he had entered a cell. Fortunately, his cultivation was not restricted. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that the cell was not so solid. If he wanted to, he could forcibly break it open, but breaking it open would be useless. There was no way to escape, and it would only make things more troublesome. Now, he could only hope that the people of the Great War Heaven would act impartially and release him and Luo Hai as soon as possible. Opposite him, young Master Hai and the 2 third-rank Kai Tian Realm Masters coldly glanced over. Young Master Hai was constantly shouting and cursing, saying that he would make Yang Kai pay a painful price. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, pretending not to hear. However, young Master Hai had only been shouting for a while before someone from the Great War Heaven came over and whipped him through the cell door, causing him to scream and not dare to make another sound. The person put away the whip and coldly glanced at young Master Hai before snorting lightly and turning his head to look around for a while before heading straight to Yang Kai's cell, opening the door and saying, "Get out here, the Master of Punishment wants to question you." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at him before walking out of the cell. "Big brother Yang." Luo Hai looked at him nervously through the cell door. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, indicating for her to calm down. Following the disciples of the Great War Heaven out of the dungeon, Yang Kai came all the way to a large hall, where he saw the so-called Master of Punishment, an elderly man with a cold expression. He sat behind a table, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai went forward to greet him and asked him questions. He didn't ask anything else, just the cause and effect of this conflict. Kai Yang explained everything in detail, without the slightest bit of embellishment. After the interrogation, the Master of Punishment ordered someone to take Yang Kai away, and the next person to be summoned was Luo Hai. Luo Hai did not know what she would encounter this time, so she looked at Yang Kai with an inquisitive gaze. Yang Kai transmitted his voice, "Tell me the truth." Luo Hai secretly nodded. At the same time, in the inner courtyard of the first inn, there was a knock on the door, sounding somewhat urgent. The door opened, and the lady boss frowned as she looked at Lao Bai and Chef standing in front of her. "What's the hurry?" Lao Bai's expression was serious as he said, "Yang Kai has been captured by the Great War Heavens people." The lady boss's expression changed. "When did this happen?" "Just now. Chef saw it when he went out." Chef nodded vigorously at the side. "I saw it with my own eyes." "Did you see it clearly?" the lady boss asked. Chef said, "Not only was he captured, but the woman who came to report last time was also captured. There are 3 other people I don't know, and I don't know what happened." Chapter 3972. Lao Bai said, "Lady boss, what should we do? The Great War Heavens people are a bunch of lunatics. What good would it be if Yang Kai was captured?" The lady boss said, "I'll go take a look." Then she flashed out and disappeared. Lao Bai and the chef looked at each other and sighed heavily. Yang Kai hadn't been in this world for long, so he didn't know about the Great War Heaven's reputation. They had long heard of it and knew that even with the lady boss's help, Yang Kai would still suffer. They just didn't know if he could withstand it. After a cup of tea's time in a large hall in the governor's office, a middle-aged man was reviewing documents behind a table. The middle-aged man sat there, his body straight like a spear. His expression was dignified without being angry. His head was tied with a golden crown, and his eyes were like stars. Although he was just sitting there, his body was still surrounded by a murderous aura, as if he had just killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This person was the governor of the Great War Heaven Star City, Yitianxiong. A silver-armored soldier hurried in from outside and stood in the hall bowing. Reporting to the governor, Madame Lan of the First Inn requests an audience. The governor's eyes opened, and there was a flash of lightning. His pen was suspended in the air, and he squinted slightly. "Madame Lan? What's the matter?" The silver-armored soldier said, "Perhaps it's about the matter of her First Inn's waiter." He briefly explained the matter of a few people being captured. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in Star City, and the Great War Heaven had also not captured anyone for a long time. Therefore, the matter just now quickly spread, and everyone in the governor's office heard about it. Hearing this, Yidan put down his pen and said, "Invite her in." "Yes." The silver-armored soldier responded and quickly turned to leave. Not long after, a white shadow flashed past. The lady boss rushed in from the outside, wrapped in a gust of cold wind. She rushed directly in front of the governor and slammed her hand on the table. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Yidan, release my men." With this slap, countless cracks appeared on the sturdy table, and the documents on the table flew up. With the sound of armors colliding, a large group of Great War Heaven's disciples rushed in from outside the door, all of them summoning their artifacts and glaring at the graceful figure in front of the table. In an instant, the hall was filled with killing intent, and the atmosphere was tense. Even so, the lady boss turned a deaf ear to it and only looked at Yitianxiong. The latter shook his body slightly and the numerous documents that were floating in the air fell back to the ground. Just like before, he waved his hand at the people below. Those disciples of the Great War Heavens who rushed in after hearing the commotion didn't say a word and retreated in an instant. They really moved like lightning. It was only then that Yitianxiong slowly raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss. 300 years ago we parted. Madame Lan is still as elegant as ever. I've long heard that Madame Lan has opened her first inn in my star market. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems like it's true now. The lady boss said, I'm not here to reminisce with you. Let him go. Yi Tianxiong asked, who is it? Stop playing dumb. The lady boss slammed the table again. My man was captured by your men. Don't tell me you don't know. I've never heard of it. Yi Tianxiong replied calmly, then changed the topic. But my men never capture innocent people. If Madame Lan's man didn't do anything wrong, he shouldn't have been captured. The lady boss said, I don't care if he did anything wrong or not. He was captured by you. Let him go. Yi Tianxiong narrowed his eyes slightly. What does Madame Lan think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Are you going to let him go or not? The lady boss looked straight into his eyes. Yi Tianxiong smirked and lowered his head to deal with the documents. The lady boss turned around and left. All right. I'll announce to the world what happened in the bamboo forest in the purple jade cave realm 800 years ago. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Yi Tianxiong blocking her way. Their eyes met. The lady boss's smooth chin was held high with a smug look on her face. Yi Tianxiong's face twitched slightly. After a long while, Yi Tianxiong said, You're still as shameless as before. A woman like you is also a weirdo. The lady boss smiled sweetly. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. What do you say now? Yi Tianxiong said, before the matter is investigated, no one can break the rules of Star City. Otherwise, where will the dignity of the governor's office be? So you're not letting him go? The lady boss's eyes narrowed slowly. Yi Tianxiong said, if it's proven that your men have nothing to do with this matter, I'll deal with it impartially. The lady boss thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then I'll wait here and see how you deal with it impartially. She turned around and sat on a chair at the side. She did not hold back and slammed the table. Don't you know how to serve tea when you're an esteemed guest? Is this how the people of Great War Heaven treat their guests? Yi Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He clapped his hands and someone immediately rushed in from outside and saluted. Governor. Yi Tianxiong pointed at the lady boss. Serve the tea. The person turned to look at Madame Lan with an incredulous expression. However, he still replied yes. He turned around and left. After that, Yi Tianxiong's divine sense surged again. No one knew who he was sending a message to. After a while, an elderly man walked in and greeted the viceroy. This elderly man was the master of punishments who had questioned Yang Kai and the others before. Yi Tianxiong said, Have you questioned the people who committed the crime? The master of punishments cupped his hands and said, I have. What exactly happened? Although the master of punishments found it strange that the governor would ask about such a trivial matter, he did not dare to ignore the governor's questions. He immediately explained the whole story. He had asked them one by one just now and had already figured out what had happened. Yi Tianxiong listened without batting an eyelid, but the lady boss was furious. Listen to it yourself. It was those 3 people who caused trouble in Star City and disregarded the rules of Great War Heaven. My servant was just helping out when he saw injustice. You guys arrested him without any reason. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I won't let you off. The master of punishments could not help but turn to look at the lady boss. He was secretly shocked. There was actually someone in this world who dared to speak like this in front of the governor. What made him even more surprised was that the governor did not get angry. Yi Tianxiong gently knocked on the table and waited for the lady boss to finish speaking before saying lightly, In this world, it takes 2 hands to clap. The lady boss was furious. What do you mean? Yi Tianxiong said, No matter what the reason is, if you dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, don't think you can get away without paying a price. The lady boss laughed coldly. Yi Tianxiong, are you going to do this? Yi Tianxiong said, Don't worry, it's just a small punishment. That won't do. The lady boss said decisively. She knew the horror of the Great War Heaven's punishment. Yang Kai was only from the Emperor realm. No matter what kind of punishment he received, it would not end well. When I do something, I don't need anyone else to interfere. Yi Tianxiong snorted coldly. It was obvious that his patience had been worn thin. He looked at the master of punishments and said, "That man and woman, give each of them a dragon tooth whip." "How dare you?" The lady boss gritted her teeth and shouted. Yi Tianxiong looked up. "Lan Yurua, don't think that I didn't notice what happened at the Fengyun auction house. I just didn't want to argue with you." The lady boss had caused a ruckus at the Fengyun auction house. Even if there was a barrier around it, it could not escape the detection of a powerhouse like Yi Tianxiong. The lady boss was speechless. She glared at Yi Tianxiong hatefully. After a while, she stomped her foot and said, "You'd better remember this." In the dungeon, after being questioned, Yang Kai and Luo Hai were locked up again. However, they did not have to wait for long before someone came to take them out. Yang Kai did not understand what was going on. He asked the Great War Heaven's disciples, but they ignored him completely. They kept walking forward and walked out of the Great War Manor. Yang Kai was delighted. He thought that this matter was over. After all, no matter what, he and Luo Hai were the victims of today's incident. They had no intention of causing trouble in Star Market. It was young Master Hai and the other two who were too aggressive. Just as he was about to thank them, he looked up and saw a familiar figure. He could not help but be surprised. "Lady boss, why are you here?" The lady boss looked at him with a complicated expression and sighed. "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." "Bear with it? Bear with what?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Before he could ask clearly, two Great War Heaven's disciples came to him, grabbed his arms and tied him to a cross. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist. However, he heard the lady boss's voice. He could not help but give up the idea in his heart and let the two Great War Heaven's disciples do what they wanted. After a short while, he was tied up with his arms and legs spread out. At this moment, outside the Great War Manor, a large group of people had gathered. There were even some people who flew into the air to look down. Noisy discussions immediately entered everyone's ears. "What did this guy do? It looks like he's going to be executed. Good heavens, how many years has it been since someone dared to cause trouble here? This guy really doesn't fear death. The Great War Manor's Dragon Tooth Whip can kill. 13 years ago, a second-rank Heaven Splitter was tied up here. After 10 lashes, he died on the spot. I wonder how many lashes this boy will take today." Looking at his aura, it seems that he is still in the Emperor realm. At most he can take 3 lashes. I'm afraid he won't be able to take any more. Yang Kai couldn't help but pale when he heard this. How could he not know why he was tied up here? Turning his head, he saw that the executioner he had seen before slowly walking over with a soft whip in his hand. The whip was covered in barbs, and the tip of the whip looked like 2 dragon fangs. Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. With such a whip on his body, how could there be any good outcome? Looking at the other side, Luo Hai was also tied up. She had clearly heard the discussions around her, and her face was completely pale. Yang Kai couldn't help but look to the lady boss for help. However, the lady boss slowly shook her head. He knew that there was nothing the lady boss could do about today's matter, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He and Luo Hai were purely victims. If not for Mr. Hai and the other two being so overbearing, how could they have been implicated? But now they were actually tied up here and executed in front of so many people. Were the people of Great War Heavens all idiots? Chapter 3973. In front of the governor's mansion, it was not long before a sea of people gathered. All eyes focused on Yang Kai and Luo Hai. The executioner stepped forward with the dragon tooth whip in his hand, looked around and shouted, "These two have caused trouble in Star City, breaking the rules of Star City. The governor has ordered that each of them be given a dragon tooth whip as a warning to others." Yang Kai was about to defend himself when he heard a gust of wind, followed by a burst of heart-wrenching pain on his back, almost causing him to jump up. The pain was simply indescribable. He felt as if his entire soul was trembling. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were replaced by a roar. He could clearly feel that when the whip landed on his back, the clothes on his back were torn, his flesh lacerated and blood flowed out. He didn't know what kind of special method this dragon tooth whip was made from, but when it struck a person they would feel 10 times the pain. If it wasn't for Kai Yang's strong willpower, this whip strike would have caused him to faint on the spot. Since his debut, he had fought countless life and death battles, and had been seriously injured countless times, but never once had he felt such unbearable pain. His eyes widened, his eyeballs trembling violently in their sockets, blurring his vision. The lady boss's anxious voice sounded in his ears. Are you done? Hurry up and untie me. Wait a minute. Young Kai gritted his teeth and growled. The lady boss asked nervously, what's wrong? There's still one more whip, I'll take it for her. Young Kai turned to look at the executioner. The executioner had a strange expression when he heard this. Are you sure? No one had ever dared to try the dragon tooth whip again after tasting it. Not to mention anything else, this kind of willpower was really admirable. The lady boss did not let it go. Are you crazy? Young Kai squeezed out an ugly smile. Lady boss, Miss Luo is a woman after all. How can she face others in the future if she is whipped in public? His clothes were already torn, his flesh lacerated. If this whip fell on Luo Hai's body, not to mention whether she could withstand it, her body would definitely be exposed. If a woman encountered such a thing, she really would not be able to face others again. The lady boss was both angry and amused. You're still thinking about others at a time like this. Young Kai bared his teeth and said, no matter what, it was all because of me. If he hadn't hurriedly sent a message to Luo Hai, none of this would have happened. After that, he looked up at the disciplinary officer and said, do it. The disciplinary master glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. With a flick of his whip, it whistled through the air. With a bang, Young Kai's entire body straightened up. The heart-wrenching pain that penetrated deep into his soul struck him again. A large piece of flesh was instantly missing from his back. After holding it in for a long time, a low growl rolled out of his throat. The lady boss used her fingers like a knife and made 2 strokes to untie Young Kai. Once free, Young Kai could not stand steadily and fell onto the lady boss. Lord Yang. Luo Hai turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were red and tears flowed down her cheeks. Unfortunately, she was also tied up and couldn't move at all. I'm fine. Young Kai gasped in pain, but he gritted his teeth and held on. You shut up. The lady boss glared at him. With Young Kai in her arms, her figure flashed as she rushed straight to the first inn. The lady boss's speed was so fast that it only took a few breaths to reach the first inn. Old Bai and the others who were standing at the door didn't see clearly before the lady boss rushed in like a gust of wind. They looked at each other and their hearts skipped a beat. They hurriedly followed in. In the boudoir, the lady boss put Young Kai down and let him lie on the bed. She reached out and tore open his clothes. Then she pinched open Young Kai's mouth and threw a pill into it. She ordered, swallow it. Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air as he swallowed the pill into his stomach. The next moment, a small hand touched his back. He didn't know what she was applying on his back. It was cool and refreshing, and the pain immediately lessened. His nose was filled with a faint fragrance. Young Kai realized that he was in the lady boss's boudoir. He immediately felt embarrassed. Lady boss, I'm sorry for the trouble. The lady boss didn't say anything. She only focused on applying the ointment on Young Kai's back. A series of footsteps sounded. Young Kai turned his head to look. He saw Old Bai, the cook, and the accountant huddle in. They stood beside the bed and looked at him. Old Bai asked worriedly, are you okay? Young Kai squeezed out a smile. I'm fine. Chef clicked his tongue. That's 2 whips. That's really vicious. The accountant sighed and said, why did you get into a conflict with someone in this star city? The star city under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens is the most strict. No one dares to cause trouble in their territory. The lady boss snorted coldly. Isn't it because of jealousy? You men. Haha, you're all the same. Jealousy? Old Bai was surprised. Young Kai said with a wronged expression, don't listen to the lady boss's nonsense. It's not like that at all. It's someone bullying the weak and looking for trouble. I'm talking nonsense? The lady boss sneered. You even took a dragon tooth whip for someone else. How dare you say it's not jealousy? I think your soul has been taken away by that little vixen. As she said this, she slapped Young Kai's back. Young Kai's face suddenly turned pale. He almost lost his soul from the slap. Old Bai and the others watched from the side and swallowed their saliva. The room was silent for a moment. After a while, the lady boss stood up and said, "Rest well for the next few days. Don't move around. It's just a superficial wound. It'll be fine after a few days." "Thank you, lady boss." Yang Kai thanked her. He hesitated for a moment and said, "But lady boss, this is your room. If I rest here, where will you go?" "Rest well and rest well. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Old Bai and the others were soon driven out by the lady boss. "Stay here. I'll be back soon," the lady boss said and turned to leave. After a while, the door opened and there was a rush of footsteps. It didn't sound like the lady boss's voice. Yang Kai looked sideways and suddenly said in surprise, "Miss Luo?" It was Luo Hai. On second thought, it should be the lady boss who brought her here. Otherwise, how could Luo Hai enter the inner yard of the first store? Luo Hai's eyes were red and there were tears on her face. Obviously, she had cried. She came to the bed and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang, how are you?" Yang Kai grinned. "It's just a superficial wound. Don't worry. The lady boss applied some medicine on me. I'll be fine in a few days." Tears welled up in Luo Hai's eyes. "If it weren't for me this time, Milord wouldn't have to suffer this punishment. Previously, Milord also took a whip for this concubine. This concubine is truly unable to repay this kindness." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. I can't just watch you get beaten up in public. Besides, today's matter isn't your fault or mine. It's that Mr. Hai who went too far. He can't tell right from wrong. We'll remember this and teach them a lesson one day." Seeing that she was still full of self-blame and guilt, Yang Kai changed the topic. "Alright, how did you get here? Did the lady boss ask you to come?" Luo Hai nodded. "Madame Lan said that master took a whip for me and asked me to take care of the master." She paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, Madame Lan also agreed to let me join the first inn. From now on, I'm also a member of the first inn." Yang Kai chuckled. "That's really something to celebrate. You don't have to run around like before." He thought to himself, "The lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She was still calling me a vixen just now, but now she's taken me into the first inn." Luo Hai said, "Madame Lan said that master came to find me this time to ask me to join the first inn. Master's kindness to me is as great as the ocean. In the future, if master has any requests, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation." "You're too serious." Yang Kai laughed. "You've helped me a lot before. Let's call it even." Luo Hai shook her head slowly. "It's not the same." It was indeed not the same. She helped Yang Kai lead the way only because of her relationship with Gu Kong. Helping Yang Kai pass on the Feng Yun auction house incident was just a small matter. However, Yang Kai gave her the pill of Great Tao, which allowed her to condense the seal of Tao. This time he even took the dragon tooth whip for her, and recommended her to join the first inn, so she didn't have to worry about her future livelihood. All these things, which one of them wasn't a great favor? To someone like her who lived at the bottom of the social ladder, Yang Kai's actions were tantamount to the grace of rebirth. As the two chatted, the lady boss sat on a chair in the lobby of the first inn with an indifferent expression. The first inn wasn't open for business today, so the lobby was empty. Only the accountant and the chef stood beside the lady boss. Not long after, Lao Bai rushed in from outside. The lady boss looked up and said indifferently, "Did you find out?" Lao Bai said, "Yes, it's the son of an elder of the thoughtless heaven." He frowned and said, "Lady boss, I'm afraid this matter is a little troublesome. The other party's background is not small." The lady boss snorted coldly. "Who cares about his background? Whoever dares to touch my people will have to pay the price." She stood up slowly and said indifferently, "You've been lying low for too long. Do you think I don't dare to kill anyone?" Lao Bai, the chef, and the others looked at each other. They seemed to have recalled something and couldn't help but shudder. "Keep an eye on those people. If they leave Star City, let me know immediately." Lao Bai opened his mouth as if he wanted to persuade her, but he gave up in the end. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes." He knew that those guys were going to be in trouble. The lady boss hadn't been so angry for many years. It looked like this matter wouldn't be settled easily. For the next few days, Yang Kai was recuperating from his injuries. The lady boss occasionally showed up, but every time she did, she would reprimand Luo Hai. She seemed to have a very bad impression of her. Luo Hai had a submissive personality. Every time she was reprimanded, she didn't say much. She just kept admitting her mistakes, so the lady boss couldn't vent her anger. Yang Kai watched from the side with fear. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. She kept making trouble for Luo Hai these past few days. After recuperating for a few days, his injuries were almost healed. He couldn't just lie in bed all the time, so he went to the lobby to help. Chapter 3974. After busying himself for a long time, he still didn't see the lady boss. Even Lao Bai wasn't there. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. He ran to the counter and asked the cashier, "Where are the lady boss and Lao Bai?" The cashier raised his head and glanced at him, his eyes flashing. They went out for some business. Yang Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, on the second floor of a tea house opposite an inn in Star City, Lao Bai was sitting by the window. There was a pot of tea and several plates of fruit on the table. He was drinking tea and eating fruits while staring at the inn opposite. He had been here for several days. After all, this was an order from the lady boss, so he didn't dare to neglect it. At a certain moment, 3 people suddenly walked out of the inn. One was a young man, one was a middle-aged man, and one was an elderly man. At that moment, the elderly man was leading the way while the middle-aged man supported the young man. The young man's face was pale, as if he was heavily injured. There were faint traces of blood on his back, and it was not just the young man. The middle-aged man and the elderly man were the same. After glancing around, the 3 of them soared into the sky and rushed towards the void ferry. Lao Bai stared in the direction they left, his face full of struggle. After a long time, he sighed heavily and took out a communication bead. His divine sense surged as he sent out a message. At the same time, somewhere in the void outside the spirit state, where Star City was located, a beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of coldness and seemed to be able to freeze even the void. Who else could this woman be but the lady boss of the first inn? Time passed slowly, and in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a large ship appeared in the lady boss's field of vision, and the direction it was heading towards was exactly where she was standing. Seeing this, the lady boss clenched her fists, and a burst of crackling sounds rang out. When the ship was close enough, the lady boss suddenly threw a punch forward. The light of this punch was indescribable, and the whole world seemed to be overshadowed. Even from tens of thousands of feet away, a cracking sound could be heard from the hull of the ship before it exploded into pieces. From the shattered ship, 3 figures rushed out, covered in dust, and an old voice shouted, "Who is it?" When they saw who it was that blasted their ship apart, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the elderly man constricted. On the contrary, it was the young man who seemed to have not figured out the situation and cried out, "This young master is in so much pain. What's wrong with you 2 pieces of trash?" Yang Kai had received 2 dragon tooth whips in front of the governor's mansion, but as the instigators, the punishment they received was naturally heavier, 5 whips each. Young Master Hai's strength was insufficient, so he only received 1 whip. The remaining 4 whips were taken by his 2 attendants. Even so, that 1 whip had taken away half of his life. Over the past few days, young Master Hai had been hiding in the inn to treat his wounds, taking a large number of pills. After barely managing to keep his life, he didn't dare to remain in Star Market any longer and hurriedly left. But who would have thought that as soon as he left Star Market, his flight-type artifact would explode, causing him great pain. After cursing out loud, he discovered that his 2 attendants were staring forward in horror. Young Master Hai followed their gazes and his eyes lit up. "Which family does this little girl belong to? She's quite beautiful." As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the middle-aged man and the old man both paled as they cursed in their hearts. "You pig! I'm afraid we're going to die because of you." Although they didn't know who this peerless beauty in front of them was, her aura was as deep as the sea, and was not something the 2 of them could compare to. This was definitely a mid-rank splitting the heavens, perhaps even higher. How could such a master be humiliated so casually? However, young Master Hai didn't know what was good for him, and the more he looked at this woman, the more pleasing she seemed to be to his eyes. Even the wounds on his back didn't hurt as much as before. Grinning widely, he said, "Quickly, capture her for me. This young master wants to treat her well." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice, "Young master, be careful with your words." The old man's body flashed as he stood in front of his young master, cupping his hands and saying, "This old man greets the master. May I ask why this master is blocking our way and why you destroyed our flight artifact?" The lady boss smiled sweetly. "When you were making things difficult for my servant, did you not inquire about who was behind him?" "Your servant?" The old man frowned, then suddenly seemed to recall something and said in shock, "The first in, Madame Lan." The lady boss coldly snorted, "Old thing, you're not too stupid after all." The old man couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his mouth full of bitterness. Looking around, he found that this was the depths of the void, where he could neither advance nor retreat. Being blocked here, how could there be anything good to eat? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he cupped his hands and said, "So it's Madame Lan. This old man's eyes are blind, please forgive me." After a pause, he continued, "We come from Thoughtless Heaven. My young master is the grandson of Elder Thoughtless Heaven Ocean." The lady boss said indifferently, "I know." "You know?" The old man's face was filled with horror. Since she knew, she still dared to block their way here and even destroyed their flight artifact? Was this woman crazy? "This queen has been waiting here for you." The lady boss coldly snorted and raised her slender jade hand. Her palm was white and crystal clear, as flawless as white jade. But when it was raised, it gave the old man a great sense of crisis, as if the whole world was about to collapse. "Take the young master back to Star City," the lady boss exclaimed. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly fled with young Master Hai. "Do you think you can escape?" The lady boss snorted. "The servants of my first inn, other than this queen, will fight to the death with anyone who dares to hit or scold me." As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her palm down, turning the universe upside down and shattering the void. When the lady boss withdrew her palm, the entire void was quiet. Whether it was the old man, the middle-aged man, or young Master Hai, they were all gone. Killing 3 people with a single palm, and they were all from Thoughtless Heaven. The lady boss acted as if nothing had happened. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned her head to look at a certain spot in the void and coldly said, "Was this a good show?" In the void, a ripple spread, and a general in golden armor leisurely appeared, wearing a cherry blossom helmet and a long sword at his waist. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely recognize this golden armored general as the one who guarded the Void Fairy. He was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was only slightly weaker than Governor Yi Tianxiong, who oversaw Star City. The general in golden armor frowned slightly. "Why bother? It's fine to teach them a lesson, but killing them won't do you any good." The lady boss squinted at him. "So what if I kill them?" "Not only will I kill them, I will also kill Yi Tianxiong right now." The general in golden armor was speechless. Just a worker. Although he guarded the Void Fairy, it did not mean that he knew nothing about what happened in Star City. Furthermore, the lady boss had left the Void Fairy with murderous intent 2 days ago, so he could easily find out the ins and outs of the matter. "That's my first in's worker." The lady boss snorted. The general in golden armor nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. He's your first in's worker. Your first in's worker is more valuable than other people's worker." He sighed. After all, it's Thoughtless Heaven. In other words, it was fine to just teach them a lesson, but why did she have to kill them directly? "Send a message to Hai Pingle right now. Let's see if he dares to come find me for revenge." The general in golden armor stared deeply at the lady boss and sighed. "After being dormant for 1,200 years, are you going to make trouble again? You might not be so lucky this time." The lady boss glanced at him, flicked her sleeves and said, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked." After saying that, she rushed toward the Void Fairy. The general in golden armor stared at her back and slowly shook his head. Such a woman was more outstanding than many men, and he did not know if she would have a good ending. The return of the lady boss did not cause too much of a stir. Yang Kai did not even know when she came back. He only knew that one day, She suddenly appeared in the lobby and warmly greeted the customers in the shop. Days passed and nothing happened. Yang Kai spent all his time helping in the shop and refining the territory shuttle. From time to time, he would inquire about the Tree of World and the Earth Element heaven-opening materials, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. He had also been to the Fengyun auction house many times. Although the lady boss had made a scene at the auction house because of him and White, he had the 7 faces with him, so he could enter safely by changing his appearance. He could not find any information about the Tree of World in the auction house. There were earth element materials, but they were all below the 5th grade, so they were meaningless to him. Whether it was the immortal trees wood element energy, or the golden crow primordial flames fire element energy, they were all top-notch powers. Yang Kai did not want to waste such a good foundation, so he chose to condense earth element energy with high requirements. It had to be at least the 7th grade, or his future achievements would be limited. However, high-quality earth element materials were not so easy to find. The golden crow primordial flame last time was just a coincidence, and it was unrealistic to expect such an opportunity again. This made Yang Kai a little anxious. If he could not succeed, he would have to split open the sky. Outside this universe, he was still too weak. Last time, when he was troubled by the 2 3rd-grade heaven-opening experts by young Master Hai's side, he could not resist. He wanted to ask the lady boss, but he was too embarrassed. Moreover, if he really did ask, he would definitely expose some secrets. Although the lady boss was very good to him, their relationship was not to the extent of sharing secrets. Yang Kai could not help but have a headache. On this day, Yang Kai, who was busy in the lobby, suddenly heard the lady boss's call. He greeted Luo Hai and asked her to keep an eye on him, then went straight to the inner courtyard. After knocking and entering, Yang Kai was surprised to find that White was also there. At this moment, White had an excited expression on his face. His eyes were shining and his fists were clenched. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted the lady boss, then turned to look at White. "Your face is glowing, and your glabella is shining. Is there good news?" Senior White chuckled. "There is indeed a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion." Yang Kai blinked and asked in confusion, "What good news?" Chapter 3975. Lao Bai smiled proudly. "I'm going to break through to the heaven-opening realm." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Really? This was a joyous occasion for anyone who pursued the martial Tao tirelessly. Outside of the universe, the open heaven realm was a dividing line. Above open heaven and below open heaven were completely different existences. After pursuing the martial Tao for one's entire life, he had entered the heaven-opening realm, the dragonfish transformation realm. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Lao Bai fight at the Fengyun auction house. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body, and he was obviously half a step into the heaven-opening realm. Now it seemed that Lao Bai was only a step away from the heaven-opening realm. He had probably already condensed 6 types of power, and only lacked the last one to reach perfection. Congratulations! Yang Kai cupped his fists and congratulated him. He was truly happy for Lao Bai and also slightly envious. Lao Bai could be considered to have achieved success and fame. He didn't know when he would be able to break through to the heaven-opening realm. Lao Bai laughed loudly and was in high spirits. He slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Let's see if that Yun Zhenhua still dares to make things difficult for us when we go out in the future." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "What grade do you want to break through to?" From the meaning of his words, he didn't take Yun Zhenhua seriously at all. Yun Zhenhua was at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm. Lao Bai had the confidence to say this, so it was obviously above the 4th grade. Lao Bai bared his teeth and raised his hand. 5th grade. Yang Kai understood. The lady boss snorted. "You're not even in the picture yet, and you're already so confident. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to end things when the time comes?" Lao Bai immediately said with a bitter face, "Lady boss, don't say such inauspicious words. I've been steadily building my foundation for the past 1,000 years. There shouldn't be any problems." The lady boss said seriously, "On the path of the martial Tao, any carelessness can lead to failure. If you're going to break through with this mentality, You should wait another 100 years. Lao Bai's expression became solemn and he bowed. You're right, Lady Boss. I'll remember it. When the time comes, I'll do my best and leave everything to fate. The Lady Boss looked deeply at him, and her tone became much gentler. You were taught by me. Every step of your foundation is very solid. When the time comes, as long as you can calm your mind, it shouldn't be a big problem to break through. Yes, White replied respectfully. Go and prepare. We'll leave in 3 days. The Lady Boss waved her hand. Senior White replied before he bowed and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's face was full of envy. Suddenly, he heard the Lady Boss say, You should also get ready. We'll leave together in 3 days. Me? Yang Kai was stunned, but then he understood the proprietress' intentions. The scene of a cultivator breaking through to split the heavens was extremely rare, and ordinary people would rarely see it. The proprietress wanted to take him to observe. If he could have this experience, then when he broke through to split the heavens in the future, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Overjoyed, he chuckled, Thank you, Lady Boss. I will never forget Lady Boss's great kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Glibtongue, get lost. The Lady Boss snorted and waved her sleeve, sweeping Yang Kai out of the door. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, outside the first inn, the Lady Boss instructed the accountant, the cook, and the others to take care of the inn. Then she led Yang Kai and Senior White into the sky. After passing through the Void Ferry, she summoned the ship and headed straight for a certain place in the void. Compared to his excitement 3 days ago, Senior White's state of mind had obviously calmed down at this moment, and he was more indifferent than before. The Lady Boss stood on the deck and leaned against the side of the ship, looking at the magnificent scenery in the void. Yang Kai and Senior White stood behind her, and the three of them moved forward together. After flying for more than half a day, the ship still didn't show any signs of stopping. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask curiously, Lady Boss, where are we going? The Lady Boss's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and she said without turning her head, We're going to look for the last piece of split the heavens material. Yang Kai was stunned. You haven't gotten the last piece of split the heavens material yet? When he saw how excited Senior White was earlier, he thought that the materials had already been gathered, so it turned out that they still had to go look for it. Senior White said, 5th grade yang qi is very rare. Once it appears, countless people will go crazy over it. It's also because our first inn is well informed that a 5th grade yang qi has appeared in the territory of the Golden Rainbow sect. Otherwise, why would we have to go so far? Yang Kai understood. He originally thought that they had flown so far to find a place where there was no one around so that Senior White could focus on his breakthrough. So there was another reason. Moreover, based on Senior White's words, Senior White should be lacking yang energy. He couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, then wouldn't there be another fight? Senior White grinned. That place is very well hidden, and it's difficult for ordinary people to find it. It shouldn't be discovered by others. We just need to absorb it this time. Yang Kai nodded. The Lady Boss suddenly asked, What level of split the heavens do you want to achieve? Yang Kai said casually, Of course, the higher the better. The Lady Boss said, Everyone knows that the higher the better. But there is a limit to one's strength, and everyone has different limits. The higher the quality of energy absorbed, the higher the level of split the heavens will be in the future. Everything has to be done according to one's ability. I'll keep that in mind. Senior White glanced at Yang Kai and said, Speaking of which, what level of split the heavens material have you absorbed? And what kind of energy have you condensed now? Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless. If it were a few months ago, he would have answered casually, but now, he really didn't want to lie to the Lady Boss and the others. However, it wasn't easy to say this. If he told them that he had condensed an 8th or even 9th grade split the heavens material, they probably wouldn't believe him. Seeing his silence, the Lady Boss slowly turned to look at him and said with a smile, If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who doesn't have secrets? Thank you for your understanding, Lady Boss. Lao Bai looked at him with a strange expression for a while, and then said in a low voice, If it's possible, I suggest you tell the proprietress. With her help, it won't be difficult for you to reach the 5th level of splitting the heavens in the future. Let me tell you, not only me but also the cook and the accountant will reach the 5th level of splitting the heavens in the future. Only by reaching the 5th level can you have a chance to reach the upper level of splitting the heavens. After a cultivator reached the level of split the heavens, it wasn't completely fixed. After taking the split the heavens pill, there was still a chance to raise one's level by 1 or 2 levels. That was why Senior White said this. I know. Young Kai smiled. Seeing that he really didn't want to reveal anything, Senior White didn't force him. He excused himself from the lady boss and returned to the cabin to adjust his state of mind. They sped along the way, abandoning the ship from time to time and activating the Qingquan escape art, using the Qingquan Palace as a transit. It wasn't until 10 days later that the three of them arrived at the Golden Rainbow territory. There was a Golden Rainbow state in the Golden Rainbow territory. Although it was named after the Spirit State, it was a genuine second-grade force with several middle-grade split the heavens in charge. The name of the Golden Rainbow territory came from this. When they arrived at the Golden Rainbow territory, the lady boss took out a compass-like object and checked it from time to time. Then she changed directions. The compass-like object was obviously guiding the location of the young fiend. After another 3 days, a cloud of white mist suddenly appeared in the void. The mist was ethereal and indistinct. If one didn't look carefully, it was very likely to be overlooked. Seeing the mist, the lady boss's expression turned serious and she shouted, "We're here." Senior White immediately raised his eyes and looked in that direction. Even though he restrained himself, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He had been waiting for this moment for more than 100 years. Compared to the energy of the 5 elements, Yang Fiend and Yin Fiend were even rarer. The value of any Yang Fiend or Yin Fiend was almost a few times higher than the energy of the 5 elements of the same quality. Moreover, it was priceless. The first Yin could be considered to be an extraordinary force, but it was still unable to find a suitable Yang Fiend for Senior White after so many years, so it was obvious how rare Yin Fiend was. If it wasn't for a coincidence this time, he would probably have to wait even longer. The ship sped along like a bolt of lightning, and they quickly arrived before the white mist. When they arrived here, Yang Kai noticed that it wasn't mist at all, and he didn't know what it was. When he looked at it closely, it looked like a ball of cotton, but it clearly emanated the aura of spatial fluctuations. Yang Kai came to a sudden understanding. Surprisingly, this thing that was like mist and cotton was the entrance to a secret realm, and the true Yang Fiend wasn't outside at all. No wonder Senior White said that this place was extremely hidden, and ordinary people couldn't find it. Earlier, he was thinking that if 5th grade Yang Fiend was really born, then how could it not be discovered by others? After all, such a precious treasure was sufficient to make many people fight to the death for it. Now it seemed that he was wrong. Standing before the mist, the lady boss only briefly sized it up before her hands fluttered in the air to form a seal. Then she pointed out with a finger, and the white mist seemed to have received an order and parted to reveal a passage. "Let's go," the lady boss called out in a tender voice. She used her strength to wrap around Yang Kai and Lao Bai, and after the 3 of them disappeared, the passage slowly closed up again. His vision blurred, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he had already arrived in another world. He didn't have the time to take a good look at what this world was like, but Kai Yang could clearly feel that this place was filled with a rich Yang attribute energy. Yang Sealing Ground. The lady boss's beautiful brows raised, and she seemed extremely surprised. No wonder 5th grade Yang Fiend could be born. So it's Yang Sealing Ground. This place is incredible. Yang Kai was puzzled. "Lady boss, what is Yang Sealing Ground?" The lady boss said, "Yang Sealing Ground is an extremely special place. The Yang Qi in this place won't leak out, and it will only become denser and denser, so it's very easy to produce Yang Fiend. Moreover, as time passes, the grade of Yang Fiend will become higher and higher. Even if it's taken away this time, in another 1,000 or 800 years, new Yang Fiend will be born. Can be said that this place is inexhaustible. In the 3,000 worlds, it's not that Yang Sealing Ground doesn't exist, but they are all controlled by a few great powers. The Yang Fiend produced here is either for the use of their own disciples or to exchange for other materials with other powers." Senior White also said excitedly, "Lady boss, we're rich. If we can control this place, we won't have to worry about the source of Yang Fiend in the future." The lady boss nodded. "I'll go back and carefully investigate. If this place is really valuable, we can think of a way to control it." Chapter 3976. The area of this Yang sealing land was not very large, about the size of 2-star markets. Following the source of Yang Qi, the three of them quickly arrived in front of a lake. The lake was sparkling and the water was clear, but it was filled with Yang Qi. It was the place where Yang Qi gathered. The lady boss used her divine sense to investigate for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed 5th grade Yang Qi." Hearing this, Lao Bai's spirit was lifted. He cupped his fists and said, "Lady boss, I'm going. Be very careful." The lady boss reminded him. Yang Kai also cupped his fists and said, "Lao Bai, I wish you good luck." Lao Bai grinned at him. "Wait for my good news." His figure flickered as he dove into the lake, but there was not the slightest ripple. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and the lady boss, Old Bai swam to the bottom of the lake like a fish. There, a mass of extremely pure Yang Qi gathered. Old Bai rushed into this mass of Yang Qi and sat down cross-legged, silently circulating his secret art. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. 1,000 years of cultivation just for today. Lao Bai went all out. After watching for a moment and seeing that Lao Bai had absorbed the Yang Qi wholeheartedly and condensed the last of the Yang Qi, the lady boss took Yang Kai to walk around the lake. From time to time, she would form hand seals and send a formation flag into the void. Although this place was hidden, everything had to be prepared. Lao Bai's advancement to splitting the heavens was of great importance and could not be careless. Therefore, even if the lady boss personally came to protect him, she still had to set up a formation here to prevent Lao Bai from being disturbed. After spending 2 hours, the lady boss laid down 16 flags by the lakeside. When the last flag was laid down, the lady boss waved her jade-like hands and shouted, "Up!" Silently, a thick fog rippled out from the lakeside and enveloped the entire lake. Nothing else could be seen. Yang Kai had been following behind the lady boss the whole time, watching silently. Although he didn't know what kind of attack this spirit array could block, since it was made by the lady boss, it shouldn't be too bad. What's more, the lady boss was a 6th-order heaven-opening cultivator. Even in the 3,000 worlds she was a well-known master. With her here and the support of this spirit array, even if someone accidentally broke into this place, there was no need to worry about Old Bai being disturbed. After doing all this, the lady boss turned her head to look at Lao Bai and said softly, "The rest is up to him." After advancing to opening the heavens, one would condense the 7 energies of yin, yang, 5 elements, and create a new world within one's body. Once one succeeded, a minor universe world would appear within one's body. At that time, one would no longer need to draw upon the power of the world, and would be able to use the power of the world on their own. This was the greatest characteristic of the opening the heavens realm. Great emperors needed to rely on a certain world to be able to use the power of the world. Heaven splitters did not need this because they already had a world in their bodies. Moreover, compared to the great emperors of the various worlds, the power that heaven splitters could unleash could grow. The strength of their power was closely related to the strength of their world. Outsiders were unable to help with this matter at all. The lady boss had only come here to protect Lao Bai, just in case. Strolling over to a slope 3 kilometers away from the lake, the lady boss waved her hand and took out a table and 2 chairs. She also placed a set of tools for brewing tea on the table. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not need her to say anything and began to boil the tea himself. If it was in the past, he definitely would not have been willing to do something like this, but after receiving the lady boss's favor time and time again, Yang Kai's impression of this woman had changed drastically. He no longer felt the rejection and hostility from the beginning. However, what followed was a few questions that he kept bottled up in his heart. Very soon the tea was ready and the lady boss gracefully sipped it, chatting with Yang Kai from time to time, occasionally letting out a giggle. Yang Kai also heard many anecdotes about famous people from outside this world from her. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, there was still no movement from the lake array, but Yang Kai knew that this matter could not be rushed. Lao Bai had to condense his yang attribute energy first before he could break through to the heaven splitter realm. This was not something that could be done in just a few days. 5 days later, at a certain moment, the lady boss, who was chatting with Yang Kai, suddenly turned serious. Her beautiful eyes stared at the spirit array on the lake. Her pair of gem-like eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void as she looked into the spirit array and shouted, "It's starting!" Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression became serious, and he also turned his head to look in that direction. Unfortunately, he did not have the lady boss's strength and eyesight, so apart from the roiling fog, he could not see anything at all. However, Yang Kai could also feel that today was different from before. Previously, the array around the lake had not moved at all, but today the fog was roiling, so it was obvious that Lao Bai was moving inside. Yang Kai could not help but become nervous. Lady boss, what are Lao Bai's chances of success? The lady boss slowly shook her head. This kind of thing is hard to say. Even someone with heavenly talent has the risk of failure. Everything depends on his own luck. She might as well not have said anything, but the path of cultivation had always been like this. Just as she was nervously watching, the lady boss suddenly frowned. She let out a soft gasp of surprise and looked in a certain direction. That was the entrance to the sun-sealing land. Very soon, Yang Kai also felt that something was wrong, because there was a clear fluctuation of space principles coming from that direction. Someone had come in. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly looked in that direction. What he saw was a crack in the void, and the space principles inside were fluctuating, and a figure stepped out from it. Even though they were dozens of kilometers apart, Yang Kai could clearly see the appearance of the person who had come, and he could not help but frown. Why is it him? He did not know many people outside of this world, so he did not expect that the person who had come here would actually be someone he knew. Moreover, there was a bit of a conflict between them. The person who had broken through the void was none other than Elder Yu of the Tempest Auction House. Previously, Yang Kai and Lao Bai had been injured by this guy, and the lady boss had rushed to his door when she heard the news. They had directly fought in the Tempest Auction House, and Elder Yu had spat out 3 liters of blood. After not seeing him for a few months, this guy had already recovered from his injuries. As soon as he entered, his eyes wandered around, and he quickly fixed them on the lady boss. His turbid eyes immediately shone with an unforgettable hatred. Following closely behind Elder Yu, one figure after another tore through the void and arrived. In the blink of an eye, 4 people had rushed into this small sun-sealing land. There were men and women, old and strong. Among them, Elder Yu's aura was the weakest, only at the 4th stage heaven-opening realm. The other 3 were all stronger than him, and Yang Kai even felt a profound aura not inferior to the lady bosses from one of them. This guy was at the 6th stage heaven-opening realm. What was going on? Yang Kai's eyebrows twitched. Why had so many experts suddenly come to this sun-sealing land, and all of them were at the middle stage heaven-opening realm? What made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy was that as soon as these 4 people came in, they all focused their gazes on the lady boss. Some had dignified gazes, some had hatred in their eyes, and some had killing intent on their faces. Even though Yang Kai did not understand the specific situation, he faintly felt that something was wrong. So that's how it is. The lady boss gently nodded and swept her gaze over these people one by one. So this is a trap. That's right, this is a trap. A trap specially designed to lure you here. Lan Yurua, when you were acting presumptuously at my Fengyun auction house a few months ago, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Elder Yu coldly shouted, a look of satisfaction on his aged face. A trap? Yang Kai turned pale with fright, and all the hair on his body stood on end. On second thought, this kind of trap was not too difficult to set up. The only difficulty was this sun-sealing land. As a member of the First Inn, it should not be too difficult for someone to inquire about him. As long as the news of the 5th stage Yang Fiend's appearance was released, the lady boss would definitely bring Old Bai here to take a look. As long as they came, they would fall into this trap. This was bad. Although the lady boss was at the 6th stage heaven-opening realm, among these people, except for Elder Yu, who was not strong enough, each of them had a stronger aura than the last. Among them, 2 were at the 5th stage heaven-opening realm, and 1 was at the 6th stage heaven-opening realm. Trapped in this sun-sealing land, how could the lady boss be their opponent? This situation was simply a sure-kill situation. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately transmitted, Lady boss, if you have the chance, quickly leave this place. There's no need to worry about Old Bai and I. As long as you don't die, Old Bai and I will be fine. After all, he and Old Bai were only employees of the First Inn. As long as the lady boss escaped, these people might not do anything to them out of fear of harming the innocent. On the other hand, if the lady boss was really in danger, He and Old Bai would definitely die. The lady boss replied, since they set up this trap to lure me into it, how could they let me leave so easily? This area has probably been sealed off long ago. Unless we kill our way out, we won't be able to leave. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. Although he knew that the lady boss was right, as someone from the Emperor realm who had only condensed the power of wood and fire, there was nothing he could do to help in a battle of this level. He immediately felt powerless and clenched his fists. The lady boss looked at Elder Yu and sneered. You really have a lot of face, you old bastard. You actually managed to get so many helpers. Elder Yu snorted. It's not that this old man has a lot of face. It's you who brought this upon yourself. Back then, you relied on the support of someone behind you to do whatever you wanted in these 3,000 worlds. You haven't forgotten who you've offended, right? When Elder Yu finished speaking, the middle-aged man with a dignified appearance standing beside him said with his hands behind his back, Madame Lan, after so many years, do you still remember this seat? Head of the Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin. The lady boss smiled softly. What? I spared your life back then, but now you want to die again? If you want to die, you should have told this seat earlier. I could have fulfilled your wish. As soon as she said this, a fierce light flashed in Qi Jin's eyes. Madame Lan's tone is still so arrogant. That's because you're too weak. The lady boss snorted and looked at Qi Jin thoughtfully. So you're saying that this sun-sealing land isn't actually ownerless, but belongs to your Golden Rainbow Province. After all, this was the territory of the Golden Rainbow Province, so the lady boss naturally had this guess. Qi Jin said, this place has been explored by my Golden Rainbow Province since 3,000 years ago. Normally, it's hidden by a formation. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to lure Madame Lan into a trap, how could it have been discovered? You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.